Hello and welcome into the live stream. For everybody tuning in on YouTube, thank you for being here. For all of those who have already joined us on TikTok, thank you for being here as well. I'm going to go ahead and assume that a majority of people watching right now have already been here. But if you haven't, let me quickly tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters. We try to change their mind, get them from the wrong side of history to the anti-Trump side of history. He's the worst president of your life and mine, and that's what we try to convince people of on a daily basis. But before we hop into the debates, we always like to take a moment just to go over the breaking news. And today we actually have a shit ton because Donald Trump has been going crazy since our little invasion of Venezuela. In the last 48 hours, he has threatened military action / invasion / annexation on what seems like the world. 6 countries, including one country that is our ally. He threatened a potential invasion of Cuba. He said that we may do the same thing to Colombia that we did to Venezuela to get rid of their president. He said that Mexico is also on that list because they need to really step up and get their act together. He threatened an annexation of Greenland. He said that we need Greenland and the European Union knows it. Keep in mind that Greenland is a part of the Danish kingdom. And of course, they're NATO members. So in other words, he's threatening to invade like 2 of our allies, Mexico and then Greenland. And by the way, if he did invade Greenland, that would be really like sincerely a global conundrum. That would be like the highest level of global tension since, or maybe would possibly surpass the heights of the Cold War. Because Greenland, since they're a member of NATO, Article 5 applies. You hurt one, you hurt all. But of course, since we're also a member of NATO, the question is, how does that work out? I just think that that is probably a statement and a sentiment that has, pushed us the closest to like a third world war, for instance, that, we've certainly been to in my life. Not to fearmonger, not to say that, the third world war is right over the horizon and it's going to start tomorrow, because that's not true. But more so, it's just like a very strange and scary sentiment and desire of his to invade one of our allies, Greenland, a member of NATO. So that's no good. That's no good. And then he also, refused to, install Maria Machado as the president of Venezuela. And today we figured out why, according from insiders in the White House that reported to the New York Post. It's because she committed the quote-unquote ultimate sin of accepting the Nobel Peace Prize. Okay? Apparently, according to White House insiders, that was the ultimate sin in Donald Trump's eyes. Donald Trump thinks that she should have denied to accept the Nobel Peace Prize and demanded that it be given to him instead. And now because of that, right, he is unwilling to allow Maria Machado to be the duly elected leader that she is supposed to be. And then he turned around and threatened a second strike on Venezuela if the serving president, who was, the last vice president, doesn't bend to his will and do whatever the U.S. wants, specifically regarding oil. So there's all of the news from the last 48 hours. It's an absolute mess. Okay, I can't even believe that we are where we are. It's crazy. Congress needs to do something. And, everybody watching needs to stop supporting Trump if you are. But, at this point in time, we are going to go ahead and hop into those debates. So, we already have our very first Trump supporter of the day, Knights Templar, loaded up in. If you want to take it away and tell us how the hell you could still support Trump after all this shit, the mic's yours.
Yeah, so I don't typically look at Trump from a social issue. That's not what our government's for, is to deal with social problems. They are supposed to help us with, they are supposed to take care of issues with like going to war, stuff like that. But what I've liked him for is his first term, he sent payments to me and my family that were like $4,800. It is the first president ever in my lifetime to ever send me a check that I received outside of tax returns. And he's increased the married filed jointly standard deductions. So I'm seeing a huge financial increase to my finances during his time period.
Wait, so your
And he's
argument is
planning on
because
talking.
so I just want to clarify, your argument
Yeah.
is that because, you got a stimulus check under Trump's first administration due to the pandemic, right? You just don't really care what he does. You don't care if like he illegally invades other countries, threatens to invade one of our allies, refuses to feed 16 million starving children, or now with the economic policy under a second administration, according to the CBP, is reducing the purchasing power of over half this country. Like woof, dude. Like I don't know if you knew this or not, but if Hillary Clinton won the 2016 election and then COVID still happened when it did, you would have gotten a stimulus check. Just thought I'd put that one out there.
Well, that's a
because those
maybe.
were bad. No, it wasn't a maybe because it happened under Biden. So those were a bipartisan.
Yeah, I
issue.
agree. Biden did send one out as well. However, he lowered the income rate to do such, right? So only, I actually did qualify for the Biden one because he lowered the amount of income to get it. And now Trump's talking about sending another $2,000 out per adult, potentially from the tariffs.
Yeah, from the tariffs. Wait, which one is it? Because A, I thought that he was going to use his tariffs to just reduce and get rid of the income tax, but that's not happening. Or B, I thought that he was going to use his
either
tariffs
way, it's gonna help me.
to send a check for 1776 to members of the military. Wait, but that did happen, but it didn't come from the tariffs. Instead, it just came from a pre-allocated amount of expenditure from Congress for housing subsidies. Oh, but then he told us that of course the tariffs were going to be spent on a $2,000 check for almost every American. But then his Secretary of Treasury went on Fox News and said, well, maybe we won't see that $2,000 in the form of a direct payment / check, but maybe that's something that you've already seen through some of the gains that you were able to make off the big, beautiful bill. And oh, wait, what's something else that the Trump administration promised? That great Doge check of the $5,000. Of course, now we do know for sure you're never going to see that in your lifetime. That one's very simple, simply due to the fact that, Doge no longer exists.
Sure. Well, that's probably why we wouldn't receive it because it no longer exists, right? So
okay, so do you see how here I was just like really incoherent, right? To suggest that we're never going to get that check.
Well, I have no reason to believe that we're not going to get another.
I just gave you the reasons to believe.
Well, but he's already done it, so I have no reason to believe that he wouldn't do it again.
Wait 1 second.
Right.
No, he's actually not already used an executive order to like dip in to like expenditure like that through tariffs. That's not something that he's done. And this isn't even something that's mutually exclusive to him. You're now just confusing that for the stimulus checks under the pandemic. I feel like you're either really stupid or intentionally dense.
No, I've just never received a check from any president other than Trump and Biden.
Well, yeah, because Trump and Biden are the only presidents during your lifetime that have led our country during a international pandemic. So,
well, we're not in one now, and
okay, and that's why you're not getting the checks now. Make it make sense.
Well, when we do, I'll come back on and I'll make sure I talk to you. But anyway, he also
how could you argue? No. I want you to respond to this. How could you possibly argue that we are going to get these checks? Okay, when he also promised us the Doge checks, and we know for sure that we're not going to get them.
Right.
Okay, I guess no response. Sounds good. Okay, whatever. It is what it is. See, that's the thing, folks. We don't know that we're ever going to see those checks because we're just simply not. We have so much reason to believe that we're never going to see those checks in our lifetime. And just quite frankly, people like that guest are just really spineless sellouts. They say, oh, I'm going to support Trump because he gives me money, even though we don't have any reason to believe that he is going to be giving you money. And according to these different economic analysis of the giving money policy that he's set forth, they're definitely not giving any money. So, I just think that's a whole load of baloney. Big old load of baloney. So let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, guys. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump, y'all. We got that next guest loaded in right now, everyone. Oh, it's Joel Patrick. I wonder what this guy wants. What did you want, Joel?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, could you turn off the phone? There you go.
Say what?
What do you want, Joel? I feel like I cook you like every 2 or 3 months, and then you go away.
You think
and
that?
Then you
Hey,
come back.
I actually did some extensive research on what you said last time. You said something about you'd never heard of me and that I was a fake influencer or something along the lines of that.
Oh no, Santana was accusing you of botting your followers.
Yeah, it's funny that he said that, considering
fell
he
off.
compared me to you, correct? He said he compared me to you, right?
What? He compared me to you. I don't remember him ever.
Yeah, he was comparing me
to
to you. So, Dean,
like
did you know
your
that
figures
you...
to my follower? Like your figures to
No,
my
did you
figures?
know that you were the most followed liberal influencer on the planet behind Barack Obama?
Where is that coming from?
Bro, look at your numbers.
There's no way. I don't believe that. I mean,
Okay,
I
look it
I
up.
understand. I understand. Like I definitely do have like a pretty big following.
bro, nobody-
I don't
nobody-
think that the only
not even
like
glazing,
liberal
bro.
that's larger than me is Obama.
No, nobody is even close.
Where does this research? Show us
Okay,
show us the
literally-
extensive research.
Literally, if you Google who are the most famous liberal or leftist influencers, Google it. Look where your name shows up.
Okay. Well, I mean, where's Google pulling from? I'm just curious. I mean, I don't think that this is super
They
relevant.
pull
to
from
debate.
all the articles on the internet.
Okay. Well, that's certainly interesting. Anyways, did you just come up here to share that with me, or did you want to debate?
Bro, how are you not aware of that?
I guess I don't really like compare my following to the following of others too often. You know, like I definitely do
Okay.
keep track of my following. Like that's a fact, you know, but I guess I don't really like compare my following to others.
And do you recognize we're in different categories?
Like, what are you saying?
Well, like as a black conservative, I'm one of the top 10 most famous black conservatives in the country. So for him to say that I fell off or whatever, when I've kind of made it for where I'm at.
You know what? Okay, you're one of the top 10 most famous black conservatives in the country. Yeah.
Why are you saying that like that?
Well, I'm just being supportive. You
Name
go.
five that you know are bigger than me. Name 5. Go.
I could only really only think of like one other black conservative that is definitely bigger than you that I know.
Candace Owens, obviously.
Oh, and then I forgot. No, then this other guy's name starts with a T.
T.
Yeah, he's really big on Twitter. But anyways, no, you're
Wait,
the
no,
biggest.
no. What's
How
his
about
name?
this? How about this? You are single-handedly the biggest black conservative on the internet, and I'm really proud of
I'm
you,
not.
bro.
No, Candace Owens is bigger than
I'm
me.
really proud of you.
No. Who,
Is that what you wanna
who
hear?
starts with a T?
I don't. I know that it's a guy. I think his first name starts with a T, and then his last name starts with like a W. I don't remember. It's like TW.
Terrence Williams?
Yes, Terrence Williams. Yes.
Yeah, he's not bigger than me.
Oh, he definitely is bigger than you for sure.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
You've
Oh,
never-
wait. Terrence K. Williams?
Yeah, Terrence Williams. Yes, I'm pretty sure that's his
Okay,
name.
no, I know who that is. He's bigger than me on Twitter. He's not bigger than me on TikTok. No chance.
Terrence Williams is like surprisingly big.
Yes, I know him. I have
but
his number in my
can,
phone.
can I be honest? He doesn't know you. You're no one, little bro.
Yes, he does.
No, he has no clue who you are.
Do you want me to call him right now?
Yeah, call him right now.
If I call him right now and he answers, are you going to apologize?
Yeah, for sure.
You're messing with me, aren't you?
No, I'm not. He doesn't know you.
Okay.
Doesn't know you. You're no one.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
What's going on, bro?
What's up, Terrence? How you doing?
I'm doing fine. You?
I'm doing good.
Awesome. And congratulations on the baby and Happy New Year.
Thank you. Hey, when was the last time we hung out?
Oh, it's been a minute.
It has been, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you remember that time we were at Turning Point and we were like meeting with Candace and Charlie and we were like planning Blexit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's been so long.
Yeah, that has been a minute.
All right, hey, I'm gonna hit you back, all right?
Okay. All right.
Bye.
Hey, Joel. That was great, man. That was beautiful AI. I honestly think that you did pretty good. So
That was not AI.
I have a
Bro,
question.
Go on social media. We all
no,
follow each other.
No, it was great. No, that was like really
There's
good.
like 10
that was like
there's like 10
beautifully.
black conservatives.
That was
They all
like
know
that was
each
great.
other.
No, that's dude. That was like great AI. Do you like what tool did you use to like emulate his voice?
Bro, that was not AI.
No, it definitely was.
If I go get a picture of us standing together right now, what will you do?
Well, I mean, you don't have one. I'd concede, obviously. I'd say that
Bro,
you
I
obviously
do
know.
have. Go on Instagram right now. See if we follow each other right now.
Oh, how much did you pay for him to follow you?
Nothing.
Oh, really? I don't believe you.
Dean, are you just like totally just trolling because you're
No,
bored?
no. That was definitely an AI voice, and you paid him to follow you.
Would you bet money on it?
Would I bet money on it? Well, obviously, you need to recoup the money that you paid him to follow you. So, yeah, I'll help you out.
Dean, you cannot be serious right now.
No, totally AI. No one knows you, little bro. Honestly, dude, I feel like if Terrence William like saw this live, he'd be like, dude, who is this guy? Why is he posing? Also,
You didn't even remember his name.
well, I mean, I remembered his initials, so.
But you didn't remember his name.
Well, because no one knows him either. Both irrelevant. Both you and him are irrelevant. Absolutely no one's.
You know we've both been invited to the White House, right?
You know who else has been invited to the White House?
Rock my socks.
No, her name's Savannah. Do you know who Savannah is?
Which Savannah?
Exactly my fucking point. She's relevant too, and she gets invited to the White House like every week. My point. Thanks.
Savannah. Yes, I do know who Savannah Craven is. Yes.
Savannah Craven. I don't even think that's the same Savannah. But anyways,
That is her name, Savannah Craven. Bro, there's like 10 black
Craven.
conservatives. We know each other.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm not sure if she's black or not.
She's black, bro.
But anyways, that point aside, I don't know if it's Savannah Craven. It might be another Savannah. I'm not sure.
Dean, can you name 10 liberal influencers right now?
Can I name 10 liberal influencers?
Name 10.
If you could count to 10.
Bro, you are so trolling right now. This is crazy. Especially since you
Of course. Listen. Of course, I'm trolling. Of course, I'm trolling you. Okay, dude, because you've been butthurt over like Santana calling you irrelevant for weeks now. So I'm just going with a bit. I'm just going with a bit. I'm just going with a bit.
I'm angry that you legitimized him. And you acted like you
dude,
believed him.
Because you're getting so mad about it.
I wasn't mad.
You were so mad. Listen, Joel.
I was not mad, bro. You have not seen me get mad.
I'll be honest. I don't believe that you've botted your followers because back in the day, years ago, you were huge. I remember seeing you everywhere. Okay, but like I'll happily tell you that I believe that you botted your followers. I don't know Terrence Williams, and AI'd his voice and paid him to follow you. If it like makes you really mad, which it seems to.
It just made me really confused because you asked for a standard of proof. I gave you the standard of proof, and then you just denied it.
No, I believe.
Okay, what was that girl? What was that girl that you did that interview with?
I believe.
What was the girl you did the interview with?
Emily Wilson.
Dean, what was the girl you did the interview with? It was a girl, and she like kept saying something that pissed you off. It was a white girl.
Emily Wilson.
And she was like conservative. Yeah, that girl's not really conservative.
Like, what do you say that?
Bro, she hates black people.
Oh, yeah, no shit, she hates black people.
No, bro, I made a video calling her out for something she did.
Oh, dude, yeah, she's very racist. And honestly,
bro, I made a video calling her out about something she did.
Can I be honest with you from my perspective?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When I see like a really racist white person, someone that really hates black people, the first thought that comes to my head is, oh, they're definitely not a conservative. But like, rather the first thought that comes to my head is, I bet they're a conservative. You know what I mean? Like, white conservative hates black people. Shocker. No, it's like,
bro,
come on. Dude, the KKK endorsed Trump.
I made a video for calling her out for making fun of women who stay at home. And I'm like, bro, how are you going to say you're conservative and you're making fun of people that are living out their conservative values by being a stay-at-home wife, right? And she makes this video and she's like, he's just angry he can't sleep with me. And I was like, bro, what are you smoking? Like, what are you on? Okay. And I like made a video like totally roasting her. And then you know who Xavier is?
Yeah.
Xavier.
Yeah, I know Xavier.
Xavier's like, you're just clout chasing her because she's more relevant than you. And I was like, bro, she's not more relevant than me. And I was literally just stitching a video like I do a million times to liberals. And this one, I was just like, yo, you can't say you're a conservative and then make fun of women who stay at home.
Well,
like that just doesn't work.
She's just ideologically incoherent. Now, I want to ask you, did you come up here to debate me on why you support Trump, or did you just want to talk about the fact that...
No, I came up here to debate you on why you support Trump. I just wanted to get that out of the way, and I was really confused.
Okay, well,
also,
we had a debate like not too long ago. Right?
How in the world... My gifts are turned off. Why am I getting gifted?
Why are you getting gifted? Well, because we have 14,000 people in here. I'd assume that a handful of them agree with you.
But I turned it off. I don't know why it's...
Oh, there's also resemble follows. So it's like possible that like a couple hundred like conservatives have followed you. But anyways, so tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, I support Trump in general because I believe his views more closely align to mine in policy. As an individual, I'm not the biggest fan.
Okay, well, I want you to know that his personable characteristics drive his policy views, okay? Right? You know, like the position of the presidency is a role of public service, not one of self-service. And when you have like personable characteristics similar to that of Trump's, okay, where you just seem to not really care about anyone outside of yourself, and life is just a game to get as much money, fame, glory, and power as you can, well, then that's going to be resembled within the policy that he sets forth from his position in the government. You know, like maybe if he like cared about women and girls, okay, because we know that he don't, you know, that he doesn't. A court determined he raped one. He's boasted about sexually exploiting little girls as well. Well, that maybe if he, you know, cared about women and girls, he wouldn't have refused to abide by a court order to starve 16 million American children just to like push the Democrats in Congress to roll over and in the government without renewing the ACA subsidy, which has now led to a premium increase for 45 million Americans reliant on the ACA for Medicaid. You know what I mean? So
Wait,
I
go
feel
back
like,
to what you said. He starved 16 million children. How did he starve 16 million children?
yeah. So on November 1st, around day 30, yeah, around day 30 of the government shutdown, SNAP ran out of funding. The USDA ran out of funding for SNAP benefits. Okay, at that point, they had no more money and they had to cut off SNAP benefits until the government shutdown was over. But then, okay, it was figured out, somebody figured it out, that SNAP actually has contingency funds for emergency use, totaling to around $8 billion. That was enough to continue SNAP benefits through November during the government shutdown. But Donald Trump said, I am not going to authorize these emergency contingency funds that the USDA has to fund SNAP benefits to keep 42 million Americans fed, including 16 million American children, because I just want the Democrats to end the shutdown, and this will put more pressure on them to do exactly that. Well, then a judge in Rhode Island said, fuck no, there's actually a legal requirement for you to do so. And then the judge ruled that Donald Trump had to use those emergency contingency funds to pay out SNAP benefits to feed 42 million Americans, including 16 million American children and like around 10 million disabled Americans. And then Donald Trump said, I'm actually not going to abide by this court ruling. I'm actually not going to authorize these funds. I'm actually going to allow these people to continue to starve just to own the libs and make it seem like it's their fault by then going on Twitter and saying this is the Democrat shutdown.
Yeah, so how long did he allow people to starve for?
He allowed people to starve until the Democrats rolled over because
But
the
how long?
message
Like,
that
how
he
many
was
days?
promoting was, one moment, because the message he was promoting was this is all their fault, and that was 12 days later. For 12 days.
So 12 days.
Yes.
So they starved for 12 days.
Yeah, and obviously, this is something I'm going to talk about not for much longer than 12 days, 12 months, 12 years, because it wasn't just one or two people. It was 45 million.
Okay. What does SNAP stand for?
It's just food assistance.
Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program.
Yeah, just food assistance.
So what does the word supplemental and assistance mean?
It's like supplemental nutrition. Like the government is giving money to people to supplement their nutrition because they're giving money to people
Giving
to buy
additional
food.
nutrition, right? Additional, right?
Yeah, to like
Which means you're
supplement
supposed to cover
nutrition.
some of it. Yeah, you're supposed to cover some of it yourself. So it
Well,
wasn't the
so
result.
that's not necessarily true. However,
whose
obviously, because
whose
there's an income
responsibility is it to
threshold.
feed themselves?
One moment. There's an
So
income
every other
threshold.
American
All right.
citizen has to feed themselves out of their own pocket. So just because these people were living off the government and couldn't live off the government for 2 weeks, that's not the end of the world, first of all. And secondly, those people realistically should have been better with their money management. If you died because you didn't eat for 2 weeks because you didn't have any savings, that's kind of on you.
Okay. Well, first point I'd like to make is I'm unaware if anyone died, but if they did die, then I do think that Donald Trump would be at some extent culpable for their death. I mean, you could like try to shift that burden to them as much as you want, but at the end of the day, this is a program that does exist. This program was guaranteed to them since they qualified and met eligibility requirements, and then Donald Trump did break the law to ensure that they didn't get those benefits. So you could scream and shout about the small fry, about the low-income Americans, single single mother of 5 children, and you could also scream and shout about the children, I don't even know how you could hear yourself and be confident in what you're saying. Oh yeah, the 12.
Because I don't think it's the government's job to feed
it was the 12-year-old's fault for dying because they weren't better at money management.
But it's not the government's
job. But then on
job
top
to
of that,
feed them. It's their parents'
continue.
job to
Just
pay for their
continue.
food.
Allow me to finish. Now you're cutting me off. Just continue to allow me to finish, and then I'll let you hop in here. But then on top of that, like according to our own country and the legal standard of this country, just, straight up, you're wrong. Okay? The government had an obligation, legally speaking, to pay out those benefits, and Donald Trump refused to do it. And by the way, it was absolutely the government's job. Regardless if you think that social programs should or shouldn't exist in the first place, in mere virtue of the fact that the government decided to implement that social program, they thereby had an obligation to fulfill the requirements through the payouts of SNAP benefits due to their implementation of the program. The government cannot promise something to you, give it to you for years, and then just randomly one day illegally stop giving it to you, and then have somebody like you argue that that's not the government's fault. That is weak.
So first of all, that's not weak. But secondly, you mentioned something very interesting. You said the government has an obligation.
Yeah, they had a contractual obligation to pay out those food stamp benefits.
Okay, well, I would even concede the government has an obligation to fulfill the food stamp people that they already had on food stamps. That's fair enough. But the reason that he was withholding the funds was to stop from food stamps going to people who were not here legally. The government has no obligation to feed non-citizens because they're not citizens of the United States of America.
That's a really
Those
bad
programs
argument.
are for taxpayers and American citizens.
Terrible
Not to
argument.
mention, you said that it's the government's job to feed you. Didn't you mention in the last live that you and your mother were beneficiaries of charity from many religious organizations, not from the government?
Not religious organizations. People at our church, though. Yeah, I'm surprised you even caught
Is your
that-
church a
caught on that
religious
one.
organization?
Yeah, but the people at the church were not a religious organization. It wasn't chartered or
Are
organized.
they
by the church.
religious?
Are they religious? Yeah, they were religious. So
Is
from
the
religious
church an
people.
organization?
Yeah, but they're not a part of the organization because it wasn't organized or chartered by the organization. Wait, this is like, I'll give you like an example of why your logic here is flawed. So imagine that you're a high schooler and then somebody at that high school like gives you a free pencil because you don't have one to take the test you need to take.
Oh, you're
Okay?
saying it was church people acting independently of the church.
Yeah. So like the analogy here would be if like some like
Now,
high
thank you for
schooler,
clearing that.
of
Okay.
course. So like if some
Okay, I
high
agree with
schooler
you.
at your high school
I
like
agree with you.
independently gave you the
Okay, I agree
pencil
with
to
you.
do the test.
But
okay,
as
well,
a
then the
Christian,
institution of the
I
high
believe
school
it's
would
the
have given you
job
that
of
pencil.
Christians. Yeah. As a Christian, I believe it's the job of the Christians to take care of the needy in their area. And I only think we should be taking care of widows and orphans. If you're not a widow or an orphan, you got to figure it out. If you're a grown adult man, go feed yourself. Bro, everybody out here is struggling. You're not special. Go figure it out.
Okay, so we shouldn't have any social safety nets for non-widows or non-orphans.
Correct.
So non-widows and non-orphans shouldn't be able to like drive on public roadways for free, call the cops for free, or call the firefighters for free.
Well, you can't do any of those things for free.
Actually, you definitely can.
You actually definitely can't.
Yeah, if you're
Call an
unemployed
ambulance
and you're
tell me
not
how much
paying,
it costs.
if you're unemployed and you're not paying taxes, can you call the cops and have them show up at your door for free?
Call an ambulance. Tell me how much it costs.
Well,
That
actually-
cost is passed on.
Well, I mean,
but it
actually,
wasn't
nowhere
free.
in my statement did I mention an ambulance specifically. I brought up the cops, firefighters, and public roadways. So please answer my question. If you're unemployed, not
Well,
paying
when you
taxes,
call the fire department,
when you're
an
unemployed
ambulance
and you're
shows
not
up.
when you're unemployed and you're not paying taxes, can you call the cops and have them show up to your house for free?
Can you call the cops and have them show up to your house for free?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
But that's not social. I can pay a cop to sit outside my house all day.
Wait, you don't think that calling the police or like the police organizations are like local social programs? They absolutely are.
No, not in the same way that I don't consider them a social safety net, I should say.
So define social safety net. So I understand exactly what you mean when you say that vast majority of individuals shouldn't be able to access these things.
Oh no, I didn't say that. I said that so a social safety net for me is where certain areas they won't allow you to shut off water or electricity to a dwelling if it's occupied for non-payment because they say that that's inhumane. But my whole thing is like it costs money to provide those services. So if somebody's not paying for those services, it's not fair that everyone else has to pick up the tab because somebody decided not to pay their bill.
Okay, well, I mean, wouldn't this also apply to the cops since it costs money to run those services?
Yeah, and we pay for those services through property tax.
Okay, and you don't think that individuals who don't own property should be able to access these benefits?
No, I didn't say that. I
Okay,
think
well
that
then what's the break?
because-
Well, the question that I'm
yeah,
asking
because
you
you're
is,
still
what's the
going to
break in
pay
the logic.
Yeah. So
like
if you're-
the specific question that I'm asking you here. Let me just
yeah, if
clear
your
it up.
town has a surcharge,
Joel, if I could just clear it up here. What's the break in the logic? Because you seem to be arguing, right, that if you are not like paying into the system, i.e., you're not a taxpayer, you shouldn't be able to access these benefits, except if you're a widow or an orphan. However, it is the case that you seem to just be like choosing and picking the benefits that you think they shouldn't be able to access, while still holding to like this universal axiom that there are still some base level of services that they should be able to access, regardless if they're paying taxes or not, even though there's no clear difference between the two systems. So just to make sure
there's
that I
very
have
clear
your,
difference.
so just to make sure that I have your argument recaptured here. So you would argue that if you're not paying taxes, you shouldn't be able to benefit from food stamps. And then the reason that you granted was that is a system that is paid for by the taxpayer. Well, that same fact, it's a system that's paid for by the taxpayer, could also be applied to your local police force. So seemingly your logic would entail the conclusion that if you're unemployed and you're not paying taxes, you shouldn't be able to access your local police force. So I guess the question I'd just ask you would be, what's the difference?
Yeah, but you're also assuming that the police respond the same if a poor person calls as they do if a rich person calls.
I don't understand how this quote-unquote assumption would work into the argument whatsoever. I'm not
Well,
quite sure where that
you're
assumption
assuming that people,
falls.
yeah, regardless of where you live in the United States, the police respond with the same speed and expertise as they would for the wealthiest among us.
Okay, well, I think that this is a red herring. I think that you're introducing an irrelevant data point into the argument, because regardless if they show up at like a lower speed for like a poor person than they would for a rich person, this doesn't change
No, there
the
are
fact
places
that
where the police like just won't
but
respond.
but this doesn't change the fact that in both scenarios, right, like it costs money, right, to have a police officer show up. Not to mention, I bet this also doesn't change the fact that in areas where the cops wouldn't respond to like a poor person, we could both agree that they should respond to the poor person. So ultimately,
Well, they know
still
they should,
would be
but
an
because of
argument-
the influx
yeah, exactly.
of calls
So because you think that
and
they
the,
should,
and the
this is
amount
still
of
an issue
violence
with
that
your
occurs,
logic.
that there's not enough of them.
But because you think they should, this is
I
still
am
an
glad
issue
to
with
see
your
that you are
logic.
pro-police, though.
Well, I'm just simply asking you a question. So because you said that they should, this would still be an issue with your logic. So please address the issue in your logic.
Actually, go back to what you said. I can't pick and choose what social programs that people get and what social programs they don't get.
No, my argument is that you have no clear difference between the social programs you don't think that they should be able to access because they don't pay taxes, and the social programs that you do think they should be able to access regardless of the fact that they don't pay taxes. So I'll just quickly repeat the argument. You said that if you're unemployed and you're not paying taxes, you shouldn't be able to access Medicaid, for instance, food stamps, for instance.
I didn't say Medicaid.
Okay, so you don't agree with the big beautiful bill kicking 10 million low-income Americans off of it by introducing a work requirement, ensuring that they're taxpayers?
Oh, no. Scratch that. I'm definitely in favor of that. Yes.
Yeah, so now that you figured out that it's something Trump supports, you're definitely in favor. So
No,
I guess
no,
the
it's
question,
not about something.
So the question
it's
that
not
I'd
about
ask
being
you-
something. No, you said they introduced a work requirement. I'm all about people learning to fish. I'm not about people being handed a fish.
Okay. Well, yeah, I don't know. Having Medicaid and ensuring that you don't go into generational debt when you break your arm isn't just handing you a fish, it's handing you a better life for you and your children, making societies all
Right.
better off. Therefore, something I support, regardless of the recipient.
In
is or is
theory,
not working.
yes, but in
the
practicality, no.
question I'm trying to ask you here is, why do you think someone should have to work in order to receive Medicaid, but you don't think someone should have to work in order to receive like the cops?
Oh, well, one is cost. The cost for Medicaid is astronomically higher than the cost of cops. And for two, I don't think it's fair that you make most people pay for something and then if you benefit, whereas with the cops, everybody pays equally. Everyone who owns property pays the same percentage of their income for the cops to come. Your property taxes, if your property tax is 7%, for example, per 100,000, everyone per 100,000 pays the same 7%. With Medicaid and Medicare, people who pay for their health care pay astronomically more than those people who get it for free. And it drives the cost of healthcare up because when you have a whole bunch of people on a system that aren't paying, the cost has to be picked up by the people who are.
Okay. So to respond to your first argument.
So hang on one second.
Can I just respond to that all?
No, can I say one more thing? It's like
Okay.
insurance in general, right? What is it? 25% of drivers are responsible for 90% of accidents. So the top 75% of drivers who don't cause accidents pay for all of the bad drivers that exist. The reason insurance is so high is because of all the bad drivers.
I'm just confused where this fits into your argument.
The same thing is true with welfare. The majority of 55% of income earners pay 93% of taxes.
I'm also
And
confused
I'm sorry.
how that fits into your argument.
I'm sorry, they pay 97% of taxes, meaning that half of the people in the United States that are on the bottom half of the income earners only pay 3% of the taxes.
Okay.
So they are a net loss for society. because they are draining a system to which they do not pay into.
And that's
And
kind of
the bottom-
so that's kind of the incentive for implementing more social safety nets for like low income Americans.
No, because it,
well,
no.
Well, you let me say 3 words.
Sorry.
See, that fact that you just shared is actually an economic incentive for these social safety nets. You just said, right, like the bottom 20% of like taxpayers are like a net loss for society. Okay, it costs society more.
Bottom 50%.
Bottom 50% are not net loss for a society, economically speaking. It costs the country more to fund them than they do pay in taxes. So if that fact is true, then what we'd argue here is from an economic perspective, this is actually one of the main reasons to implement more social safety nets for low-income earners, for the reason being that we know with more social safety nets comes more economic mobility. Think about it this way. When a low-income man or woman, okay, has access to Medicaid and they then break their arm and they're able to go get it fixed for free and they're all good and jolly, all of a sudden they get to re-enter into the workforce sooner than they would have if they didn't have access to Medicaid and had to deal with it on their own. That could have possibly made them disabled for life, and now they're not going to be able to work until the day they die. People with access to food stamps all of a sudden have more bargaining power to hold against their employer, right? Because if they're not employed, then they're not automatically going to turn around and starve for death, because they could, to some extent, be reliant on the government to help supplement that income so they can negotiate higher wages, or they could interview at a more competitive firm where they might not necessarily be as guaranteed to get the position as a less competitive firm that would also come along with higher wages, and they'd feel more confident in doing so because even if they don't get that position, once again, they're not going to turn around and starve. The same logic would apply to Section 8, then the same logic would apply to essentially all social safety nets. And we know that they work, over 56% of food stamp recipients are off of food stamps within the first 12 months because they just use them when times to get tough. And those recipients are actually significantly more likely to get on them again for like another 3 to 12 months at some point in their life in the future, which just demonstrates that these programs are used on average when individuals are in need as a little bit of a jump pad to kind of scale and grow their own income. I'll let you respond to that, but after you respond to that, I want to wrap back around to a point that you brought up earlier in the debate. I will be honest, Joel, it does kind of sound like you're spiraling, because when I asked you what the differences are insofar as why you think that a low-income unemployed American should be able to access the cops but shouldn't be able to access the Medicaid, you just said that Medicaid costs more, which was, a coherent reason that I could rebuttal. But then, like, the other 2 minutes that you were talking, nothing you said really made sense.
Wait, nothing about me saying that people who are 3% of taxpayers being 50% of the population doesn't make sense?
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
What was confusing about that?
I'll tell you. Like that statement, it doesn't.
How
really,
are they not a net draw?
Let me clarify.
Draw?
Yeah, that statement, it doesn't really make sense as a motivating reason why you think that low-income unemployed Americans should be able to access the cops but not Medicaid. Because that's not really like a difference that you'd be pointing out between cops and Medicaid.
No, I think they should be taxed more.
So you're saying, so in response, so that also doesn't make sense, because the question is, why do you think that low-income unemployed Americans should be able to access the cops but not Medicaid? Oh, they should be taxed more. Like, that's not an answer to the question.
No, they should be taxed more to pay for the services that they use, so they're not a net draw.
That's also not an answer to the question, because that doesn't tell me
How is that not an answer?
Because that doesn't tell me why you think that low-income unemployed Americans should be able to access the cops but not Medicaid.
Because Medicaid is effectively astronomically more expensive, and it's a net draw on society when 3% of the population, when 3% of the taxpayers are using 50% of the resources.
So just to clarify, to make sure that you're saying logically consistent, if it was the case that Medicaid costs the same amount as running cops and stations across this country, would you argue that low-income unemployed Americans should be able to access it?
Yeah, because then it's not a net loss. And plus, the cops aren't really for profit. The healthcare system is for profit, which is part of the reason why Medicare is so expensive.
Specifically,
because you're paying private companies to price gouge.
Medicaid's not for profit. Like healthcare, right, in America.
No. It's for profit
Medicaid
because you're paying for profit You're paying for profit companies.
Okay, but I understand that money is then going to another company that operates for profit. But actually, Medicaid helps them get less profit. Fun fact: because more people are on Medicaid than any single private health, any single private healthcare.
So they have a better negotiating.
They have more negotiating power. And like people on Medicaid pay like 50% of what people that aren't on Medicaid, but rather through private health insurance pay. Fun fact.
Correct, but this could be an argument for why we need to overhaul our healthcare system. But let's go back to what you said
Could I please
about
actually
how
respond?
people are not a net draw. No, let's go back to what you said about how people are not a net
Okay,
net draw.
I really want to make a point.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Okay, I really want to make a point about something you just
As
said.
a
So I don't want to
1%,
get.
you are a 1%
I don't.
income earner in
One
America.
second.
Would you agree?
One second. I don't want to get distracted away from what you just said. Can I please respond to the last thing that you said? Thank you, Joel.
Well, you're gonna let me respond to what you said, and
Okay,
then now you're moving
okay.
around
But this is
all the
like
time.
literally the most important point, because you said that if Medicaid costs the same amount as it costs to run, like, police stations across America, that you would be okay with unemployed low-income Americans accessing it for free, right? You said that. So here's the argument. It actually costs more to run all local police forces across America than it does to run food stamps. I just looked this up, so I made sure it was correct.
That's not Medicaid.
The total annual cost to run all U.S. police forces is approximately $135 billion based on 2021 data, and is now projected to be closer to $200 billion for 2025 data. And then per year, the annual expenditure for food stamps is around $100 billion. So I think you're fucking cooked. Because now if you are to stay
No, that's
consistent
not
within
correct,
your
Dean.
logic, right, in the
Dean, that's
same
not
way you
correct.
argued that unemployed
stamps is
low-income
40
Americans should be able to access food stamps, access Medicaid if it were to cost the same as like police stations across this country. Well, then
That's
what I'd
not what I
argue is
said.
in accordance, that is what you said. In accordance
That's
with
not what I said.
That is what you said.
You
One
said.
second, I'll play
you
back.
said-
I'll play it back. No. We're not even going to play this game. I'll just play the VOD.
Okay, Dean, are you gonna let me respond?
I need to play. No, I want to
How
play
are
the
they
VOD.
not a net draw?
No.
How are they not-
You just said that that's not. Oh wait, am I responding to you in the clip? Okay, my bad. Here, 1 second. Let's go ahead and play that clip. But let me clarify.
draw.
Yeah, that statement, it doesn't really make sense as a motivating reason why you think that low-income unemployed Americans should be able to access the cops but not Medicaid. Because that's not really like a difference that you'd be pointing out between cops and Medicaid.
No, I think they should be taxed more.
So you're saying, so in response, so that also doesn't make sense, because the question is, why do you think that low-income unemployed Americans should be able to access the cops but not Medicaid? Oh, they should be taxed more. Like, that's not an answer to the question.
No, they should be taxed more to pay for the services that they use, so they're not a net draw.
That's also not an answer to the question, because that doesn't tell me
How is that not an answer?
Because that doesn't tell me why you think that low-income unemployed Americans should be able to access the cops but not Medicaid.
Because Medicaid is effectively astronomically more expensive, and it's a net draw on society when 3% of the population, when 3% of the taxpayers are using 50% of the resources.
So just to clarify, to make sure that you're saying logically consistent, if it was the case that Medicaid costs the same amount as running cops and stations across this country, would you argue that low-income unemployed Americans should be able to access it?
Yeah, because then it's not a net. It's not a net loss.
So you told us that if Medicaid costs the same amount of money that it takes to, run the cops across America, you'd be okay with low-income unemployed Americans accessing it. But then when food stamps actually cost less than it costs
That's
to
not
run the
Medicaid,
cops,
Dean.
which is around around 2/3 less at $100 billion compared to
That's
$300
not
billion.
Medicaid, Dean.
All of a sudden, you're not okay
What
with
is the
accessing
expenditure
it.
for Medicaid,
Don't interrupt
Dean?
me, Joel, because what matters here is I understand that food stamps
Dean, I
isn't
just sat and
Medicaid.
listened to you
I
play a
understand-
recording for 2 minutes and didn't disprove what I said.
I did disprove what you said because
No,
you said
you're talking about Medicaid, not
Joel,
food stamps.
you
Bro,
said
you are tripping.
Joel, you're tripping.
No, you're tripping. I said
me know when
Medicaid
I have
cops.
the
You
mic.
said food stamps, not Medicaid.
Let me know when I have the mic.
It's your show. Do whatever you want. I don't care, bro. You're wrong, and I can disprove you in 2 seconds.
So the
Medicaid's
first
expenditures
thing-
are
I'm
$1
sorry.
trillion. The cops cost $180 billion. They're not the same. You're tripping.
So the first thing that you said that I disproved by playing that clip was when you argued that you did not say you would be okay with unemployed low-income Americans accessing Medicaid if Medicaid costs the same amount as the cops. Okay?
And it
Because in
doesn't.
that clip that we just played, you verbatim and explicitly said yes when I asked you, if Medicaid costs the same amount of money as it takes to run the cops, would you be okay with unemployed Americans accessing it? So I did prove you wrong because it is something
No,
you
I said yes, and then you said food stamps are the same as the cops.
I'm going to make that
and
connection
that was
now.
not what I said.
I'm going to make that connection now. Now I'm going to
Bro,
make that connection.
you're tripping. It's not
So
the
I
same.
understand.
Medicaid's more expensive than the cops.
You don't even know what you're arguing. You're so lost in the sauce.
I'm not lost, bro. You're trying to confuse me, but I'm not confused.
No one is denying that Medicaid costs
Does
more
Medicaid cost more than the cops?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
And did I say
Let me
that if
finish.
Medicaid
Joel,
costs the
you're
same as the cops, I'd be
interrupting
okay
me.
with it?
I want to be able to
Okay.
speak without you interrupting me. Just calm down for a second, bro. I promise everything will be okay. We're almost at the finish line. We're right there. So let's just recap. First and foremost, you're fucking lost in the sauce. No one is denying that Medicaid costs more than the cops. That one's that one's obvious. That one's a given. Medicaid is like the government's third or fourth largest expense a year. Okay, and then you have like the supplemental subsidies. Like Medicaid costs significantly more than the cops. But what matters here, okay, is the fact that you think unemployed low-income Americans should be able to access Medicaid if it were the case that Medicaid costs the same as the cops. And the reason why that matters is because your logic applies to food stamps. Not only, don't interrupt me, I sense it coming. Not only, all right, does food stamps cost the same as the cops, but it actually costs less. Once again, according to the numbers that I just gave you, costs around $300 billion per year to fund the cops and $100 billion per year to fund food stamps on the federal level. And I understand that food stamps are not Medicaid and Medicaid are not food stamps. But what I want you to understand is the motivating reasons behind why you'd be okay with unemployed low-income Americans accessing Medicaid if it costs less than $300 billion per year.
Can I
also
respond?
apply to food stamps.
No, it doesn't. Can I respond why?
Yes.
What percent of Americans are covered by that number that you just gave of the police? What percent of Americans have a 911 number they can call that will be responded to by police force?
100%. Make this
And what
argument. I
percent
hear
are
this
covered
all
by
the
food
time.
stamps? And what percent are covered by food stamps?
340 million divided by 40 million, around 20 to 30.
No, 12%.
Is 12% of 340 million?
41 million
I think that
is,
you're right.
is 12%
Yeah.
of 350 million.
Yeah, God. You're right.
So
Yeah, you
yes,
are right.
a
That is
service
12%.
that
That is 12%.
a service that's going to go for 12% of the population will cost less than a service that goes for 100% of the population.
Perfect. So
Just generally speaking.
perfect. So if every American had access to food stamps and it cost less than $300 billion per year, you'd be okay with it?
Well, that would be disastrous for our grocery stores because then we would have bread lines and we don't need that and nobody wants that. I also think that the reason that food stamps are specifically problematic.
Wait, then also, I want to add on this point here. Yeah, I understand that a really big reason why food stamps cost less than the cops is because only 12% of the population has access to it. That doesn't change the fact that I only think that it's essential for around 12 to 20% of the population, and it still nominally costs less than the cops. So if we could agree that food stamps are only essential for around 20% of the population, meanwhile the cops are essential for around 100% of the population, okay, well that doesn't change anything, and it's just simply not relevant to the secondary fact that, well, yes,
no, I don't
what?
believe that.
All of a sudden, right, it is the case that, yeah, it does cost less than the cops.
Yeah, I don't believe that food stamps are essential to 12% of the population. I don't believe everybody that gets food stamps, are they essential for them? I believe some people get them that are not supposed to get them. I believe some people get them that are undocumented, that are not supposed to get them.
Well, so did you know that undocumented immigrants don't even qualify for federal food stamps?
They can qualify for federal subsidies if they have legal children, and nobody's
So
no-
the
and
children
nobody.
can
Wait a
qualify,
minute.
they can't qualify.
Right, but the children can't drive or go to the store, so they're going to use the food stamps they got because of their legal immigrant children to go to the grocery store. And it's not like they're just going to be like, "Hey, let me make this food for you tonight, child," and because I can't legally eat it, I'm not going to. They're still eating.
The thing is because they're not legally endowed to the parents, but only the legal children. Okay, the payments are not going to include, like for instance, a significant amount that would also cover the parents. It'd be specifically
No,
for
because
two
it's
people.
based on the number of
Listen,
people.
In the same way, right? That like I could go spend $50 at the grocery store and I could split that between a meal with like me and my girlfriend. You know, could also eat a little bit less and maybe fit in one of our friends, or eat a little bit less than fit in like, you know, 3 other couples. Okay.
Right, but it's not.
But like,
but it's
but like,
circumventing
for
a law
instance,
that's supposed to stop them from getting access to it. They are getting access.
Could you please just allow me to finish speaking? Like, because I'm trying to make a point here, and I feel like you just really have an issue with listening. I appreciate that, Joel. That's very kind of you. So the point that I'm trying to make here, it's very clear and it's very obvious. No, because the legal children of undocumented immigrants do qualify for programs because they're citizens, that doesn't mean that their undocumented immigrants qualify for those programs. In the same way that you're trying to say that because the legal citizen children of undocumented immigrants qualify for food stamps, that therefore we could also consider their parents as a beneficiary. This is like me saying that if I'm a low-income American and I'm reliant on food stamps in order to like eat, if I like hang out with friends and I'll sometimes give them something that's in my pantry that I bought with food stamps, all of a sudden, in virtue, they're also a beneficiary. So using your logic, I'd actually argue that it's not true that 12% of the population is reliant on food stamps, but rather a significantly higher proportion, because under your view, anybody that would in some circumstances benefit from the product of the food stamps paid out to individuals, they are in turn beneficiaries themselves. Okay? And I also just want you to
So
know.
then you recognize that illegal immigrants do have access to that program.
No, because I just deny your logic. I don't think that a friend of mine that is, giving me some of the food that they bought using their food stamps, that's not an example of me accessing the food stamp program. That's an example of my friend giving me some of their food.
But if they did it every meal, would it?
Yeah, exactly. Even if it happened every meal, that wouldn't be me accessing the food stamp program.
What if you lived under
that would
the
be
same
my
roof?
friend giving me some of their food. Yeah, if my roommate was on food stamps and they used those food stamps, okay, that they specifically got for themselves, okay, with an allotted amount of expenditure that the government has concluded reasonably covers one person and one person only, to then share some of that food with me, that is not me accessing food stamps. That is me accessing some of my friends' foods. Okay, because keep in mind, I want to make this at this point incredibly clear here, that it is in accordance with the law, particularly the Personal Work Orders and Responsibilities Act of 1996, right, that undocumented immigrants do not qualify for any federal system benefit of welfare in non-emergency circumstances.
Can I ask you a question and you
which was
promise
then
not to get
changed by
offended?
EMTALA. Oh my God, for sure.
Dean, do you own a car?
Yeah, I own a car.
Okay. Dean, have you paid taxes yet?
Yeah, I've paid taxes yet.
Okay. Do you know what it means if you write off a business expense as a business expense, but you use that expense, say the vehicle, for both personal and business expenses, but you write it off 100% as a business? Do you know what that's called?
That's called tax fraud.
Okay. So if you're using a government program for an unintended purpose intentionally, are you telling me that that is not also fraud?
It's not fraud. I can explain why. This one's like really easy.
Is the system
Here,
of food stamps?
I'll explain why. This
Is the
one's,
system of
listen,
food stamps
I'll explain why. This one's really
designed
easy.
to feed people who are not citizens of the United States?
Federal food stamps are not designed to feed individuals.
So
that are not
if
here
they are
legally.
inadvertently feeding people who are not citizens,
but that's-
is it fraud?
No, it's not fraud. I can explain how. Let me know. Let me know you want me to explain how it's not fraud.
Okay, explain it.
You only need to have around 40 IQ points to understand the difference between falsely labeling personal miles on a vehicle as business miles, thereby getting more back from the federal government, and then an individual making the personal and conscious choice to give some of the food that they bought on food stamps to like one of their friends or family members. Because the difference here is when you like personally choose to give some of your property that you got from the use of food stamps to a friend, you're not taking anything away from the government. In fact, you're just taking something away from yourself and giving it to one else. But the reason why this is different from falsely labeling personal miles on a vehicle as business miles and getting more money back from the government is because in that circumstance, you're not just taking something away from yourself to give to one else. You are taking away from the government under the false proposition that is only specifically designed and targeted towards business miles.
Okay. So
Also, not to mention, it's just simply not illegal.
If somebody gave.
It's also just not illegal.
Wait, what happened?
It's also just not illegal to take some of the
Wait,
food
why
that
are
is
you
your property and
glitching
give
like
it to
that?
somebody else.
Hang on one second. Something's glitching.
I don't think anything's glitching. I think that this is probably where you run because that last point was so stupid.
I never run. You know that. I've never run ever. You've never seen me run anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Your screen is legitimately frozen.
Okay.
Bro, why would I make that up?
No, I believe you.
Okay, so going back to what you said about how they're not doing it intentionally.
You just said that the legal use of food stamps is fraud. Brother.
The illegal use of food stamps is fraud.
It's not illegal to give your property to
It's
someone
not designed
else.
for illegal immigrants.
It's not illegal to give your property to someone else.
It's
Can you agree?
illegal. No, but it's illegal to benefit from a government subsidy you are legally barred from having access
Oh my
to.
God. That's not true at all because everyone benefits from government subsidies. Every single person benefits from government subsidies, regardless if it's directly or indirectly. So, an example of a legal citizen receiving food stamps from the government, then out of the kindness of their heart, giving some of that food to a family member or friend that's an undocumented immigrant, would be the undocumented immigrant indirectly benefiting from that system of benefit, the same way you and I indirectly benefit from all systems of benefit designed for low-income Americans by propagating a higher socioeconomic standard for the average American and inspiring a better and more productive economic environment as a whole. So if you think that it is the case that undocumented immigrants are benefiting directly from food stamp programs via the indirect exchange of property from a citizen to the undocumented immigrant, well, then you'd argue that you are benefiting directly
that's
from
not indirect. It's direct
systems of
exchange.
benefit designed for low-income Americans as a member of
It's
the
not
top
direct,
1%.
indirect.
Therefore, you are somebody that
It's
is
direct,
committing
it's not
fraud.
indirect.
It is not direct because in order for let me
There's
let
one
me
level
explain.
of there's one degree of separation. That's direct.
No. The only way to directly benefit from food stamps is if you are receiving food stamps, okay, in your name to turn around and spend. That is a direct benefit. An indirect benefit from food stamps would be somebody else receiving food stamps and then spending that on food and then having you get some of it.
So Dean, you're probably not old enough to have experienced this or know, but there was a time before they were cards. They were physical notes, kind of like dollar bills. And that's when they were food stamps. Now they're not food stamps. Now it's a card. When they were food stamps, the indirect note, the note, people would actually sell them for money. So if you had $350 in food stamps, you would sell it for $100 cash because you couldn't buy alcohol or drugs with the food stamps. So people would sell it. So you're telling me that the people that took the food stamp notes and went and bought food with them, that traded those for cash, were not directly benefiting from the food stamp program and benefiting from food stamp fraud.
Okay, so first and foremost, that is specifically called fraud. It is illegal to sell your SNAP benefits. So what you're describing is not a direct benefit from that system, but it's a rather indirect benefit, and it's an indirect benefit because it's fraud.
Dean, it is also fraud to eat off of someone else's food stamp card that doesn't have your name on it.
It is not, because the difference is that the person is first using those food stamps to buy food, which is then their property. Okay, the food stamp. Let me make this one clear. The food stamp.
How is the kid using the food stamp card to go to the store if they don't have a driver's license?
Let me clarify here. The food stamp card, okay, and the food stamps on it are technically not your property in the same way that the food that you buy using the food stamps are your property. And that one is really easy to understand, right? Because if the money on the food stamp card was your property in the same sense that the food is that you use after you spend the money from the food stamp card, then you'd be able to do whatever you want with it. Okay, well, you can't do whatever you want with it because you can't sell it. Therefore, it's not your property in the identical sense. But see, the moment that you exchange the money...
So would you say it's government property?
Listen to what I'm saying here. The moment that you exchange the money on that EBT card for food at the grocery store, it is then your property. Okay? So that's what I'm trying to describe to you. The moment that they use the EBT card to buy food, okay, it is then their decision if they want to eat that food or eat that food with someone else and share it. Joel, this one's really fucking easy. I want you to concede on this specific
Okay, so
point.
then you're...
I don't want a question. I want a concession. I want you to concede that it is not fraud when you use your EBT card to buy food, then you share that food with other people. Say, Dean, I concede. We will not hear any more questions. I will not entertain any other deflections. I need this explicit concession from you right now.
Would you accept a government website as a source?
So you're not going to concede?
Usage or sale of any SNAP benefits is strictly forbidden and is a violation of federal law.
The SNAP benefits would be the money on the EBT card.
Unauthorized usage, sale of said goods are legally defined on the website as fraud.
Yeah,
How are you arguing with this?
I'm not arguing on that. I'm explaining it. The unauthorized usage of the money on the EBT card, the sale of the money on the EBT card, not of the food that the EBT card is used to buy. Like, for instance.
So you're telling me that
like,
if I
for
use my
instance-
EBT card to buy food and I happen to go sell the food that I bought, that's legal?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's legal. Yes.
It's horrendously illegal. And those food vendors, the street vendors get busted all the time for it. What are you talking about?
Okay, so A, if they get busted as a food vendor, who are they getting busted by?
Well, most of the time they're violating so many laws and codes and stuff.
Yeah, some like code to have like a business license. Sure,
No.
I'm okay to concede that that exists in some states, but we're talking
not the
about
business
federal
license code.
law. Show me. I want you to give me one case of this being prosecuted. I want you to identify a private citizen that used their food stamps to buy food, then turned around and either shared that food with someone else, okay, or resold it. That was illegal for the reason, okay, right, that they used the EBT card to buy it. I'm just curious because
So
I
this
know
is
that there's
the-
a lot of
this is
really
the official-
complicated. I know that there's a lot of really complicated food laws about like how some food isn't labeled for resale, all right, and that it's like illegal to like sell anything. But like I'm pretty sure, right, that what's illegal would be like selling the benefits. Also, right, like the children of undocumented parents, they're not selling the benefits to their parents; they're sharing it. So I actually want to ask you here.
No,
give me
they're
a
not sharing it
circumstance-
because they're not in a position to share it. The parents are probably the ones cooking the food.
Give me a circumstance, okay, if somebody's sharing the food that they got using their EBT benefits, that was illegal.
Yeah, there was a lady who stole like $900 million of EBT chicken, and she was selling it and making plates for people, and she got busted.
Oh, yeah, so stealing food and then turning around and selling it is definitely illegal and definitely not an answer to the question that I asked you. Because the question that I asked you give a single instance of a scenario where somebody got food using their food stamp benefits, and then they turned around and shared that food with other people.
Wait,
and
wait,
that was
wait, wait,
illegal.
wait. Dean, are you using the appeal to knowledge fallacy?
Are you accused? Oh my God. I'm just asking you.
Because
for
I don't
corroborating reason to
immediately
find it
have
to
a
be the
case ready on deck. It
wait.
somehow means it doesn't
Oh,
exist.
oh, that's fine, Joel. Go on pause and find one.
Okay.
Like I don't have like immediate knowledge of like one person that's ever been murdered in New Jersey, right? That doesn't mean that no one's ever been murdered in New Jersey. But like if I were to go scour the internet and I couldn't find any evidence that anyone's ever been murdered in New Jersey, I'd say it's definitely likely that no one's ever been murdered.
Okay,
in New Jersey.
I got one for you.
Okay,
I got
and
one.
keep in mind that
2 seconds.
specifically the question that I'm asking you isn't for an example of somebody using food stamps to buy food, then turning around and selling that food. Okay.
Correct.
The question that I'm asking you here is, I for a circumstance of somebody using food stamps to buy food, then turning around and like sharing that food with someone else.
No, you said selling food.
No, I said sharing food.
No, Dean, you just said that if people buy food with their EBT card, it's their food, and so therefore what they do with it at that point does not concern the government.
I'll literally replay it. Listen, I'll replay it.
Okay.
Question
You're
that I
gonna
asked
replay the one
because
from 10
question that
seconds
I
ago,
asked
not
you,
the one
give
from
me-
2 minutes
give
ago.
a single instance of a scenario where somebody got food using their food stamp benefits, and then they turned around and shared that food with other people.
Wait,
and
wait,
that
wait,
was
wait, wait.
illegal.
Yes. Dean, are you using the appeal to knowledge fallacy? Okay, right here. High Point, North Carolina, a federal prosecutor says 2 High Point sisters have pleaded guilty to conspiring to defraud a federal nutrition program to help stock their restaurant. Rebecca Ingram and Mary Frances Ingram, who run Becky's and Mary's restaurant in High Point, pleaded guilty in federal court to conspiracy to defraud the United States government.
Yes, because they're turning around, giving that food
Both
to a
women will
restaurant to then be
face up
sold
to
for a
5
profit.
years in prison
That
and
makes sense.
$250,000.
Also, I understand the first time I asked you this question, was to turn around and sell that food. But while I was asking you that question, I did do a little bit of research on my own, and in some circumstances that is illegal. But then also your original statement is that it was specifically illegal for like a child recipient of food stamps to share
It's
the food
always
with their
illegal. You
parent.
can't sell food
One
stamps.
moment. It was illegal for the child recipient of food stamps to share that food with their parents. Obviously, that child wouldn't be selling it; they'd be sharing it. So your original statement was that it would be illegal to share it, and you in fact reaffirmed it in the clip that I just played. So the question that I'd ask you is to please give an
No, I said it was
example
illegal to
of
sell it.
somebody. Okay, well, so
You
then
said it
it's-
was their
so,
property.
So then I just want to
Dean,
clarify.
did you or
It's-
did you not say
so
that?
then I just want to clarify here that it is not illegal
just
for a
clarify,
child
did
that
you say it was
benefits.
their property?
I just want to clarify here. So then it is not illegal, okay, for a child that is receiving food stamp benefits to turn around and share some of that food with their parents, right?
It is illegal because you just verified that you cannot.
Wait, but they're not
you said
selling
that-
it.
Dean, didn't you just say that?
Oh
it
my
was their
God!
food once
Wait,
they buy it? Dean,
wait!
did
No,
you
no,
say-
no!
did-
Why won't you engage in this proposition? Because
Did
you
you
know
or did you
no,
not
no,
say
no,
that
no.
it was-
You know that the original proposition that you were arguing is specifically that it was illegal for a child that's receiving food stamp benefits to turn around and share some of that food with their parents. And then you did a really good job at sneakily shifting the conversation into selling, not sharing. I actually want to applaud that for you. That was very good. But now that we understand that your original proposition that you are still defending right now is that it is illegal for a parent to get food using food stamps, then to turn around and share it with their parents, that's what I'm asking you for an example of. And by the way, if you don't think that's illegal, just let me know, all right? If we're in agreement that it is not illegal to share the food that you receive from food stamp benefits, then let me know right now. But that was the original proposition that you're arguing. In fact, let's just go ahead and clear this up with one very easy question.
Actually,
Is it
I
illegal?
have something for you that will actually help
No.
you out.
Answer my question. Is it illegal for somebody to get food from food stamps, then to turn around and share that food with other people, like a child with their parent? Yes or no?
So I just looked it up, and food stamps are actually only for a household. So your household could qualify if you have documented children and undocumented parents. However, you can only count the members who are documented. So a family of 5, if you were all legal, you could apply for enough benefits for 5 people. But a family of 3 legal immigrant children and 2 illegal parents could only apply for enough benefits for 3 people.
Yeah, this is what I was fucking telling you from the start. Thank you for the
No, it
concession.
wasn't, because you should have led with that. If you had known that, you would have led with it.
That is exactly
Dean,
what
there's
I've been
no
saying
chance
this
you would have
whole
let me go that
time.
long without you knowing that.
This is
I knew it, you
exactly
didn't.
what I've been saying
I
this whole
researched
time.
it and you didn't.
You
I
weren't
did your
even
work for you.
tracking. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm happy that we have 20,000 people watching the conversation right now
Dean,
that have
you
been
never
listening
brought that
to me
point
this
up.
whole time. Yes, I have. I told you specifically the very first time you brought
consent
up
that I was misinformed, but I reinformed myself.
Joel,
You did not
this is
reinform
the
me.
first thing I told you. So the
No, it was
moment
not.
I'll just literally repeat.
You didn't know that. I
did,
educated
and
you
that's
on
what
that.
I told you, Joel.
you didn't.
Dude, listen to
didn't.
me. The very
didn't.
first time, Joel, are you gonna listen? Or are you gonna keep screaming no I didn't and throwing a tantrum so you can't be proven wrong?
You didn't know that.
I
Dean. You
did.
would have started
Okay.
with that.
I literally did start with that.
You did not. You never mentioned that.
That I've never
You
run
never
ever.
mentioned the
You've never seen
household
me
and the
run anywhere.
numbers.
Your screen is legitimately frozen. Bro, why would I make
Propagating a higher socioeconomic standard.
that's when they were food stamps. Now they're not food stamps, now it's a card. When they were food stamps,
Be able to do whatever you want with it.
I'd never run. You know that. I've
We're
never run
literally
ever.
just
You've
gonna go
never
back
seen
to
me
the
run anywhere.
original
Your
start of this
screen is
conversation.
legitimately frozen.
Okay.
Bro, why would I make that up?
No, I believe you.
Okay, so going back to what you said
also,
about
just
how
said
they're
that the
not doing
legal.
it
You just said
intentionally.
that. You just said that the legal use of food stamps is fraud. Bro, because the legal children of undocumented
There we go.
immigrants
Can I
also
respond?
apply.
We're really
to
close,
food
Joel.
stamps.
No, it doesn't. Can I respond why?
Yes.
What percent of Americans are covered by that one number? What
Argument. I
percent
hear
are
this all
covered
the
by
three
We're really close,
grocery
Joel.
stores? Because then we
You having fun?
dramatic.
stamps cost less than the back bill.
Am I having fun? Yeah, having a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
I don't
Having a
believe that
blast.
food stamps are essential for them. I believe some people get them that are not supposed to get them. I
There we
believe
go.
some people get them that are undocumented that
Oh,
are not supposed to get them.
Well, so did you know that undocumented immigrants don't even qualify for federal food stamps?
They can qualify for federal subsidies if they have legal children, and nobody's
So
no-
the
and
children. can
nobody- wait a
qualify,
minute.
They can't qualify.
right. But the children can't drive or go to the store, so they're going to use.
The children can qualify. They can't qualify.
But that's
was
not
the
what I said, and
first
you know, Dean.
sentence that came
No.
out of my mouth the moment you
Dean,
brought the
that is
topic
not-
up.
that is
Joel, you are listening to me now.
Dean.
Now is your time to be quiet.
No, Dean, you've been talking to
He's gonna
doubly as much as-
go on the rant. He's gonna go on the
No,
spiel,
I'm not going on-
and he's gonna go on the long, never-ending speech because he just got fucking deep fried.
I've never
Joel.
had a long, never-ending speech. Cut me off every 2 seconds, bro. Literally cutting me off right now.
You're cutting me off right now, actually.
No,
Shh.
you're
Hush, little.
Dean. Do you know how debate works? You have to let the other person respond. Otherwise, it's just an argument.
I'm not done with my statement yet, though. I just
Dean.
played the clip from earlier in the live. Now I want to unpack it.
You didn't
before
get the number of
respond.
household members. I came up with that. You did not. You also would have led with that point, and you
Oh
didn't.
my
Dean.
goodness.
Acknowledge it.
The only thing I'll acknowledge is that you're a fraud. Because 2 minutes ago...
I'm not a fraud. I am genuinely consistent in all of my
Joel?
arguments. I don't change my mind.
Can I speak?
Can I acknowledge that you're a fraud, Dean?
Can I finish speaking?
Dean, if you weren't a fraud, you would let
Oh.
other people talk.
You just cut me off. So therefore you're a fraud and you're
Dean, I was literally speaking and you cut me off.
You finished speaking. You stopped talking. I started responding and then you
Okay,
interrupted
I
me.
would like to finish. Give 30 seconds.
He's absolutely losing his shit. This is unreal. Go ahead.
I'm not losing my shit, bro. I'm literally not. Why do you say
Yeah.
that? I'm not losing my shit.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, first of all, you said verbatim, illegal immigrants don't receive food stamps. I gave you a scenario in which illegal immigrants receive food stamps, and at first you're like, no, they didn't, and then you're like, well, they do, but it's okay. So you moved the
Also
goalpost
not
initially with the initial point. Okay, now you're cutting me off again. Wow. All right, you know what, Dean? You say what you were gonna say.
Good.
You
good,
definitely
good.
have moved the goalpost 4 times
good.
in this debate.
You're like, it's so ironic because you're moving the goalposts as you speak. Because
No, I'm not. Because Dean,
Joel?
I could literally say up is down and down is up,
Holy
and you would
cow.
go, well, actually,
Joel,
you would debate with me.
can
You would
I-
debate with me.
Can
on
I
it.
have you mute yourself?
Dean, has Donald Trump done anything in his entire existence?
Can
Has Donald Trump done
I
anything in
can I have you mute yourself, please? Like,
10
dude.
seconds. 10 seconds. I promise I'll be done in 10
no,
seconds.
No, you said that you promised
there
you'd be done
anything
after
that
the
Donald
last
Trump has-
statement, and then in that last statement, you promised that
Is
you'd be
there
done before the
anything
first
Donald Trump has
statement.
done in his entire life that you agree with?
Oh my god.
Dean, is there anything Donald Trump has done in his entire life that you agree with?
So before I address your new question, which is there anything Donald Trump has done in his entire life that I agree with, I want to address your second statement, which is that I shifted the goalpost 4 times. After I address your first argument, which is that I never brought up earlier in the conversation, that inside of a household with undocumented parents, only the citizen children would qualify. So I'm now in charge of the microphone. You are now listening, and holy cow, for the 17,000 people watching on TikTok and the 5,000 people watching on YouTube, right now, we are watching one of the largest crash outs, okay, of all time. Because what we are witnessing is Mr. Fraud Joel standing 10 toes down on the claim that earlier in the conversation, I never made it clear that only the citizen children of undocumented parents are eligible for food stamps. In fact, what we are going to do right now is we're going to listen back to Joel's original crash out, an accusation that I never stated that earlier when he called me a liar. So let's do that now. If that's illegal, just let me know. He's going to go on the rant. He's going to go into equality. I have. You weren't even
Food stamps are actually only for a household, so your household could qualify if you have documented children and undocumented parents. However, you can only count the members who are documented. So a family of 5, if you were all legal, you could apply for enough benefits for 5 people. But a family of 3 legal immigrant
have. I told you specifically the very first time you brought
consent
up
that I was misinformed, but I reinformed myself.
Joel,
You did not
this is
reinform
the
me.
first thing I told you. So the
No, it was
moment
not.
I'll just literally repeat.
You didn't know that.
I
I
did,
educated
and
you
that's
on
what
that.
I told you, Joel.
you didn't.
Dude, now we're gonna go back to earlier in the conversation, making the personal and conscious choice to give some of the food some of the food that they bought on. Oh my god, for sure.
Dean, do you own a car?
Yeah. Government has please just allow me to finish speaking.
To 12% of the population. I don't believe everybody that gets food stamps right children to go to the grocery store. So not supposed to get them.
Well, so did you know that undocumented immigrants don't even qualify for federal food stamps?
They can qualify for federal subsidies if they have legal children, and nobody's
So
no,
the
and
children
nobody.
can qualify,
Wait a minute,
they can't qualify.
right? But the children can't drive or go to the.
So what you just heard was Joel say that only the children of undocumented immigrants can qualify, not the parents that are undocumented immigrants. I then told Joel that this is the first thing I told him in the conversation 20 minutes ago. Joel crashed out, said, "No, it's not, Dean. That's not true.
Dean, I
I'm
said
now
that, not
informing
you. You're being
And
manipulated.
then I went back
That's
20
what I said,
minutes
not
in the
you.
conversation and replayed the clip. We all just heard it, where Joel made the
You heard
claim
me say it, not
undocumented
you.
immigrants can qualify for systems of benefit. And then I corrected
No,
him.
I said they can benefit.
And then I corrected him and I said that it's actually
No, you
only
didn't.
the case. Oh my God. Why are you trying to debate the facts? We just listened to it, Joel. And
Dean,
you're
you
still
always debate the
interrupting
facts.
me.
You're literally
You're having a
misrepresenting
really
the
big
facts right
issue
now.
with interruptions, Joel. This is not a productive dialogue when I can't speak. Can you recognize that you have not let me speak at all in the last 5 minutes? Sure, you've let me
Dean,
play
that's
the
a
clips
lie.
for my
I've
computer.
absolutely let you speak.
You're doing it right now. You're trying to argue that you're not interrupting me with an interruption.
You just spoke for another 30 seconds.
No, that was literally 2 sentences. I want to be able to speak with no interruption, Joel.
If you want to speak with no interruption, don't host debate lives. That's idiotic.
Then it's idiotic for you to join a debate live and not let the other person make a point when they're frying your fraud ass. That's the only thing idiotic here.
I do let you make points.
And by the way,
you don't
now,
let me respond.
And by the way, now you're trying to burden shift your responsibility for your interruptions just to the premise of a debate live as a whole. You're a weak-spined little bro who just simply can't take personal responsibility. Very embarrassing.
Dean, I'm physically bigger than you.
The only thing physically bigger about yourself than me is maybe your height, not the size of your brain. Alongside,
I'm
many
bigger
other
than you in
things.
every way, Dean.
But you came up here telling me that I was significantly bigger than you. Said I was the second liberal influencer.
As
gone
an
from
influencer, not as a.
But I'm still trying to make my point.
Not
Okay,
as
I'm
physical
gonna start
person.
making my point now. I'm just gonna be honest, Joe. If you interrupt my point, I'm gonna kick you. So anyways, you made the claim at the end of that 20-minute conversation, right after doing research, that it is the case that only the undocumented children inside of a house, only the citizen children inside of a household would benefit from systems of food stamps from the USDA, so on and so forth, and that if they have parents that are undocumented, and then inside of that household, only the children can benefit. You then went on to describe that if there's a household of 5, 2 parents with 3 children, the 2 parents are undocumented immigrants, but then the 3 children are all citizens, that there will only and specifically receive benefits for 3 people, not all 5, those 3 people being the legal children. I then told you in response, Joel, this is something that I've been telling you since the beginning of the conversation. This is something that I've repeated to be the case. And then Joel, you responded by saying, actually, no, Dean, you've never said this. If you did say this, you would have opened with it. You've never said this whatsoever. And then I just literally replayed the clip from the beginning of the conversation when you brought up the fact that undocumented immigrants benefit from food stamps. And then I responded to that by just being like crystal clear and saying that no, the undocumented parents of citizen children cannot benefit from food stamps, as those food stamps will only be paid out to the citizen children, which is identical to what you said I never said by arguing if there's a household of 5 and the parents are undocumented, then the children are citizens, that those benefits will only be given to the 3 children. So what I want is a specific concession from you that is a point I brought up in the beginning of the conversation surrounding the eligibility of undocumented immigrants from benefits. And if you don't want to concede because you think you have a counter argument against this claim, feel free to give a counter argument against this claim. But in giving a counter argument against this claim, I don't want you to pivot. I don't want you to deflect. I don't want you to talk about anything other than the fact, right, that you either concede that I told you that undocumented immigrant parents don't qualify for food stamp benefits, although their children might, or give a counter argument against the audio clip that I just played you of the VOD from 20 minutes ago, where it was clear that's explicitly what I said. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I have 5 minutes since you just took 5?
Are you going to need 5 minutes to concede?
Yes.
Sure, Joel.
All right. I'm starting a timer. Just
Yeah, take 5 minutes to concede. If you go off topic, I'm going to mute you.
Okay, cool. All right. So first of all, you said that I didn't recognize that illegal immigrants could receive government benefits.
And I gave you a very clear example of how illegal immigrants could receive government benefits. What
I told you if you went off topic, I'd mute you. This is not the topic. The topic is you accusing me of lying and accusing me of not bringing it up at the beginning of the conversation. I told you if you went off topic, I'd mute you. The topic is you accusing me of lying, and you said that at the beginning of the conversation, I didn't bring up that this undocumented parents don't qualify, meanwhile the citizen children do. That's the topic. Hop off mute. Mic and floor is yours.
That's not what I said. That's not even remotely what I said.
Here's the clip. Here's the clip of you saying it. Here's the clip of you saying it. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm happy that we have 20,000 qualify. Also, I understand the first time I asked you this.
Documented children and so your household could qualify if you have documented children and undocumented parents. However, you can only count the members who are documented. So a family of 5, if you were all legal, you could apply for enough benefits for 5 people. But a family of 3 legal immigrant children and 2 illegal parents could only apply for enough benefits for 3 people.
Yeah, this is what I was fucking telling you from the start. Thank you for the
No, it wasn't, because you should have led with that. If you had known that, you would have led with it.
That is exactly what I've been saying this
you would have
whole
let
time.
me go that long without you knowing that.
This is
I knew
exactly what I've been saying this whole
researched
time.
it and you didn't.
You
I
weren't
did your
even
work for you.
tracking. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm happy that we have 20,000 people watching the conversation right now
Dean,
that have
you
been
never
listening
brought that
to me
point
this
up.
whole time. Yes, I have. I told you specifically the very first
I
time you brought
consent
up
that I was misinformed,
Joel.
but I
Dean, you never brought that point up. Dean, you never said that. Dean, you didn't know this. Wow. Concede. You have no other option, Joel. Your only
I
two
literally
options
said
are either
I
to concede
that I was
or change the
misinformed,
topic of
but
the
I
conversation.
reinformed myself, and you had nothing to do with it.
That's
Those were
not
my exact words.
that. You're very sneaky, Joel. That's not the concession that I want.
Dean,
I
that
don't want you
is
to concede that you were
absolutely-
misinformed. I want you to concede that you were wrong
was
when you argued
misinformed.
that this
You
wasn't
did not
something I
educate
told
me.
you from the beginning.
It was not something you told me from the beginning.
I have already played the clip twice of me
Then
saying
play
it at the beginning.
Play it. We're listening.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
Play the clip of
This is
you
so
giving the
crazy.
number of people who could receive the number of eligible people in the household. Play it.
Medicaid if it costs. Yeah, God.
So
Yeah, you
yes,
are right.
a service that is left,
Perfect. So if every American had access to
and nobody wants that. I also think that the reason that food stamps are specifically problematic.
Wait, then also I want to add on this point here. Yeah, I understand that a really big reason why stamps are only essential, simply not relative.
Yeah, I don't believe that food stamps are essential to 12 people get them that are undocumented. That are not supposed to get them.
So did you know that undocumented immigrants don't even qualify for federal food stamps?
They can qualify for federal subsidies if they have legal children, and nobody's
So
no-
the
and
children can
nobody. Wait a
qualify,
minute.
they can't qualify.
Right, but the children can't drive or go.
Oh! Dean says, quote unquote, the children if citizens can qualify, but they, referring to the parents that are undocumented immigrants, can't qualify. Oh! Concede.
Can't qualify or can't receive.
Concede. Can't qualify.
Can't qualify or can't receive.
Can't qualify is the same
But they
thing as
can
receive.
receive. No, they
Qualifying
can
is
receive.
receiving.
No, it's not.
Concede. No. Specifically concede
It's
that
not
I
the
didn't.
same.
Now you're changing the topic of conversation. Concede, Joel.
changing the topic.
Concede, Joel. You are. You made the claim that I never told you.
I made the claim that
You
they
made
can
the claim.
receive.
You made the claim that I never told you that the parents.
I said they can
can't
receive via their
qualify.
children who are documented.
No. You're switching the conversation. I don't understand. Like, what the fuck are you doing,
Actually
Joel?
not.
This is legitimately fucking embarrassing. Keep that last clip in mind, then listen
embarrassing.
to this first clip again. I just
Dean.
played the clip from earlier. This is actually so embarrassing for you, Joel. Where somebody got
Goalpost
moved.
They
They
asked
asked
you
legal to sell. Foremost, prosecuted. I want you to stamp benefits. And then they turned around and were
that if people buy food,
and like sharing that food with someone else.
And you-
I don't want a question. I want a concession. Something away from yourself and give. I just realized I've been trying to get this concession for the last 30 minutes, and because I've played the clip so many times, now all of a sudden it's paradoxical, and going back through my VOD is like it's a big fucking mess. Joel, do you affirm or deny that you said I never said that the parents don't qualify but the children do? If you don't concede, I'm just gonna kick you.
Can you repeat that? What the heck did you just say?
Do you affirm or deny that you argued after reading off of your computer, talking about the household and only the citizen children will qualify, but the undocumented parents don't, and then I responded by saying that's something I told you at the beginning of the conversation? Do you affirm that you argued that I never said that?
I affirm that I argued that you never came up with the exact points that I came up with reading from my computer.
Oh, yeah, no, I did. I just played it to you.
No, you didn't. What you said was something different.
No, it was the same.
You said because they don't qualify, they don't receive. There's a
No,
difference
no,
between
no, no,
qualifying
no,
and
no, no,
receiving.
no. The point that
Yes,
you read
you
off,
did.
the point
Yes,
that
you
you read
did,
off,
Dean.
Joel, the point that you read off of your computer is if that there's a household with parents that are undocumented and children of that are citizens, that only the children will qualify, right?
No, the point that I read off. Well, yes, but also in addition, I read
Okay,
off.
yes,
the point
that was the point that you read off your
people
computer.
receiving
Can
those
you
food
affirm?
stamps-
No, stop talking. Stop
No, the
talking.
people
You just
receiving
affirmed,
those food
Joel.
stamps,
If you
it's
don't
not
stop
illegal
talking,
for it.
you just affirmed that is what you read off of your computer. Joel just affirmed that what he read off of his computer.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you just said
Play it
yes.
back. Play it back.
You just said yes. Not even 10
wouldn't even
seconds
let me
ago.
finish, Dean.
Oh my
Dean,
fucking God. Get out of here, Joel. You are so gross. You are just such a gross cult member. You just explicitly said yes, that is what I read off my computer less than 10 seconds ago. And then 10 seconds later goes back to saying, no, that's never what I read off of my computer. So Joel is a very small, tiny man with no spine and no brain that just likes to try to take the pathway of least resistance. He will just lie to all of our faces if he thinks that it will benefit his arguments. That's what he read off of his computer. Everyone can see it light as day, even the Trump supporters. There's so many Trump supporters in the comment section that are saying Joel looks like shit, Dean W, because it's true. You made the point that I never told you that only the citizen children qualify, but never the undocumented parents. And then I replayed you the clip from the beginning of the conversation when I said only the citizen children qualify, never the undocumented parents. And then you just got fucking stuck because that is something I told you and you just objectively lost. Yo, dude, honestly, y'all, I've never seen a worse destruction on my life ever. He got absolutely just destroyed. Completely insane. Completely destroyed. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I'm sorry for joining. I genuinely don't support.
No worries. Only up instead of that cube, you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. God damn it, bro. He's sold. I feel bad for him. That's like honestly his worst performance ever. So we're going to move on to his next guest, you guys. Only up instead of that cube, you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Literally worst destruction I've ever seen. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. The floundering little fish going crazy. He got full box though. That's all right. Moving on to the next guest, we got Reese loading up in. By the way, we have a bunch of people to thank for donations over in Venmo and PayPal. I haven't read any off for the last hour and a half, which has been the time that we've been live because we're talking to Joel the whole time. So we're going to go and get that next Trump supporter up here, but then I am going to go ahead and thank quite a few people. Hey, how old are you?
I'm 23.
How old are you?
23.
23, and do you support Trump?
No, I just watching it like I don't support it.
Okay, you don't support Trump. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. We got Landon loading up into the box, guys. Completely fucking destroyed. Holy cow. Holy cow. All Joel's credibility is gone. The little that he had, right? The little that he had. Yo, over on Super Chat, thank you so much for NRM. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, Happy New Year, Dean. This caller has all this passionate outrage for SNAP recipients who may or may not be sharing them with hungry people and not a peep about the corrupt executive office doing far worse. Disgusting. Yeah, I mean, I think that, your point's incredibly clear. More outrage for, like, the small fry, but then when the big fish is, like, sending 40 trill to Argentina, it just doesn't care. Full Brand, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. He says, is this the absolute moron with a gigantic forehead that Parker keeps posting videos of him embarrassing? I don't know. It could be. Thank you for the $20, Full Brand. And then Full Brand with another $20. So Full Brand, thank you for the 40 in whole. Let's get 500 Full Brand W's down below. Hello, do you support Trump?
Hey, how you doing, Dean? I was on the other day for just a brief moment because you had to go spend some time with your sweetheart, which is very understandable. I voted for Harris, but I'm swinging more towards Trump now, so I can need you to convince me to get back on the Democrat side. The reason for that is I'm having a really hard time dealing with the hypocrisy. And do you have any idea what I'm speaking of when I say that?
Nope. And you're happy to share with us. Wow, I definitely want to talk to you because you're saying that that you want to, that you voted for Harris. Now you're swinging towards Trump. When we've just seen a nationwide trend of everyone swinging away from Trump over the course of the last year because of how bad he's been. Do you mind if I thank a handful of people before we hop into the debate?
No, I don't mind at all. As long as they don't beat me up too bad.
Okay. Jacob, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate that. And then Elena, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. That is ELENA. Y'all show some love to Elena down below in that chat. I really appreciate you for the big 50. That is absolutely insane. I want to see 500 Elena W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the $50. And then also, thank you so much, H for the $5, Athena with the $5, and then Yo Colton, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that love. That is crazy. That is so much kindness and generosity. I want to see 1,000 Colton W's down below who says, if it's illegal to feed someone else using food from your food stamps, then why is it legal to donate said food stamps, said food to pantries and charities? I'll guess. Love you, man. Love you too, Colton. And then Claire, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo who says you can generally give food you bought on Snap to someone else. Thank you so much for the $10, Claire. Michelle, thank you so much for the $10 who says parents came here as refugees. My family and I worked very hard for years to get off food stamps. My parents are now retired and my siblings and I are educated and earning six-figure incomes and my sister's a multimillionaire. We are an example of how the system works. Yes, that is awesome. And then Tyler, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Tyler. Let's get 100 Tyler W's. Kay, thank you for the 5. Harmony with the 2. Brandon, thank you so much for the $10. Show some love to Brandon down below. And then Jessica, thank you for the $25. Who says this guy probably also supports forcing women to carry out their pregnancy because once a child is born, they don't give a fuck if it starves or not. Because apparently it shouldn't fall on the government to feed them, but it should fall on them to make that choice for the women. Oh yeah, no, he's definitely pro-life. Thank you for the $25. And then Zach, thank you for the $25 as well, who says being the most popular conservative influencers is being like the shiniest turd. Who gives a shit? Dead ass Zach, thank you for the 25. Irene, thank you for the 10. Jacqueline, thank you for the 10. Justin, thank you for the 10. And we are all caught up over on Venmo. I appreciate y'all for all of the love. Let's catch up on PayPal too. Maylene, thank you for the $20. That is MALIN. Maylene sent $20 saying such a good deep fry. Yes. Thank you so much for your kindness. 200 million W's down below. Sean with a 5, Ansgar with a 2, CC with a 5, Dwayne with a 10. Thank you so much for the love, Dwayne. And then Keenan, thank you for the 50, who says, OMG, does Joel not realize that includes the disabled and the elderly, whose only ways to eat is with food stamps. So happy that I found your channel from Key. Well, thank you, Key. That is Kee for the $50. Show some love to Key down below. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And yeah, we're all caught up. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and top of the phone screen. Mike is yours. Tell us why you've been supporting Trump. What's
Hello?
up? Hi.
Yeah, quick thing, Dean. I'm gonna do my first live on TikTok at the end of the week. I create AI music, and I've gotten a lot of followers in a short time. So I'm gonna try going live, and hopefully within a couple of years I can make $250,000 like you do. Even though
I wish.
even though I don't need the money.
Okay. Well, shameless self promo. You know what? I don't think you're gonna have many people show up from here. But tell us why you're MAGA.
I told you I voted for Harris, but now I'm swinging towards Trump. And you were gonna bring some people up on the panel?
Well, I'm asking you why you've been swinging towards Trump.
Because I hate the hypocrisy. Like, they will complain about Trump with most of what he does, but yet Democrats in the past have done the same thing. Whether it's not wanting people over the border without doing it right, like Obama and Hillary said many times. I mean, the list is endless, so maybe you can help me understand why it's not hypocrisy. Maybe I'm missing something.
Could you repeat that? Sorry.
Maybe you can help me understand why it's not hypocrisy.
What's not hypocrisy?
What Trump does that the Democrats have done and said of the same, but yet when he does it, it's
Can you give me an example?
totally wrong. Yeah, the border. When Obama stated, "You got to come over. You got to come over. You're right. We're going to do things right." On and on. And Trump basically said the same thing. Hillary said the same thing. We're not going to allow people to come over our borders, and on and on and on. And then Trump does it, and all of a sudden he's a bad guy. You know, when he stops them from coming over. The list is endless on the hypocrisy.
Okay, so anyway, so I don't really think that there's anything hypocritical about like a single Democrat just suggesting that maybe it's like wrong to deport people illegally with no due process to Sica and El Salvador, where they're then beaten, tortured, and starved for 3 weeks, but then like turn around and say that we should have common sense reform in our border policy. Like I would actually argue the one thing that Donald Trump isn't doing is implementing common sense reform to our border policy. Obviously, what we should do is we should expedite all legal pathways to residency and citizenship and allow them to access them as fast as possible, because I think the main motivating factor for undocumented entry is how slow, neglected, and depraved our legal means of entry are, while then simultaneously only deporting undocumented immigrants who are guilty of like pretty insane / hideous criminal offenses. And
I agree.
So that's why I don't think it's hypocritical, because I think what people are really outraged about right now is the Trump administration breaking the law, is the Trump administration sending people to terrorists in El Salvador, is the Trump administration like engaging in like human rights abuse, is the Trump administration falsely labeling undocumented immigrants as like violent gang members who are here to like like grape your wife, kidnap your children, and eat your family pets and dogs, cats and dogs. And I don't really think that's hypocritical, because I've never seen a Democrat do that.
But you're a pretty smart guy. Do you think what he did in Venezuela was wrong?
Well, we could talk about Venezuela as soon as you can see that point.
I see your point. I get it now.
Okay, well,
you help make it more clear.
Perfect. So then if you don't see any hypocrisy on the behest of like Democrats, and that's the reason why you support Trump.
Well, also because I feel even what he says he's going to do, he does.
Oh, that's certainly not true.
Okay.
Okay, like I could give you many examples. He said that he's going to pass an infrastructure bill almost every week for his first 4 years. And did his 4-year term without one. He said he was going to build a wall between America and Mexico, then stick the bill to Mexico. Never happened. He built less than 30 miles. He said that he was going to drop the price of groceries on day one so fast your head would spin. Never happened. He said that he was going to end Russia's invasion of Ukraine on day one. Never happened. He said that he was going to bring prosperity back to the American economy. Never happened. And keep in mind, the reason why I don't say it hasn't happened yet is because he said it already has happened. So he lied to you. Almost every single macroeconomic variable is worse off today than it was a year ago. And this is just, kind of like the first layer of his false promises. Another layer of his false promises is what he's promised his base by incarcerating the Democrats that stole the election or unfairly prosecuted him or were like committing fraud, which Doge was going after. There hasn't been a single Democrat found guilty of any of those things. Not to mention the fact that he said he was going to release the Epstein list. Never fucking happened until he was forced to sign the Epstein Files Transparency Act into law that he's actively defined by not releasing all the files, breaking the law to do redactions that are illegal, and then breaking the law to not explain those illegal redactions. So, yeah.
Do you think in this second term that, in all honesty, he should have at least 18 months before people start judging? And do you personally have anything he's done that you like or have agreed with?
What's that?
Is there anything he's done that you've liked or agreed with? And do you think that people should give him 18 months before they start forming an opinion on either way?
So, I think that it's okay for us to judge him for the negative outcomes of his policy. And if those negative outcomes make themselves clear prior to like this 18-month retainer, then it's obviously fair to judge him before this 18-month retainer.
Okay, and is there anything he's done that you agree with or like? Anything?
If there's anything that he's ever done that I agree with, sure.
In this term?
Like smaller descriptive things, but I don't really find them like too meaningful to talk about, considering the fact that I don't know how they're relevant to the reasons why you support him.
Well, I'm not positive I do anymore. I'm leaning towards it, but you're starting to possibly have me turn back to where I did when I voted for Harris.
So what can I do to help change your mind?
Huh?
So then what can I do to change your mind?
Just tell me what he's done that you have liked in this term, if anything.
I enjoy his push to reduce the price of pharmaceuticals. Ultimately, I don't think that effect is going to be felt by the end American. It's only going to be felt by like some level of minuscule savings on behest of Medicaid. That's pretty similar to like policy that maybe Kamala Harris ran on. That's not terrible.
Okay, and you're very intelligent for your age, so I have this question: is what Trump did to the president who really wasn't of Venezuela, was that legal or not legal? Because I've heard.
Yeah, I think that like killing 80 people, bombing them, then going in and grabbing Maduro was definitely illegal. I think that is a significant act of war, meaning it would require congressional approval under Article 1. Like, not to mention like other like circumstantial facts, such as the fact that it's incredibly reckless, because even if it doesn't qualify as an act of war under Article 1, under the Wartime Powers Bill of like 1994, 1974, Congress has to approve the military being in Venezuela within the next 60 days, or the military has to pull out.
Now you could teach. I heard you could teach me. I heard that supposedly under Article 2, and because he was sending so many deadly drugs to the U.S., that it was okay for him to go and do what he did without, anybody's approval but his own. Is that true or false?
What part of Article 2 authorizes the president to start a war?
I have no idea.
Okay, well, I mean,
that's just what I heard. I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
So
well,
I'm asking.
I'm not familiar with the argument that you're providing.
Well, what is the article where if someone like him in Venezuela is killing, unaliving Americans with the fentanyl he
Okay, I gotta ban you just for saying the name of the after UG on live, but fun fact, that actually isn't something that is coming into America from Venezuela. The only thing that's coming into America from Venezuela is like the CDRUG on top of like the WDRUG. Also, like, not to mention, I thought I'd clarify here, right, that it's not about the drugs, okay? Because then if it was about the drugs, why would he be threatening to annex and invade Greenland? Okay, Greenland's not sending any drugs into America. Not to mention that he also pardoned an ex-Honduran president that trafficked 400 tons of the sea drug into here. It's not about the drugs. It's also not about liberation, okay? Because we know that he's certainly not going to allow, I forget her name, the Nobel laureate, to be the duly elected leader of Venezuela. And we also know specifically why. The New York Post is reporting that he thinks that Maria Machado committed the ultimate sin of accepting the Nobel Peace Prize instead of, denying its acceptance and then telling them to give it to him. So it's just about oil. I mean, it's about oil. That's why he wants to now control Venezuela. That's why he wants to invade Greenland. They also have a lot of natural gases and oils. So I don't know. I think that those are all really good points for consideration. And I apologize if that debate was a little bit lackluster. I was multitasking that whole time. There's like weird people in the Discord that like unironically think that I'm a grifter. So I'm starting to crack down on them, jailing them if true. But if meme, all right, if just messing around, it's fine with me. By the way, I'm sure that there's some Discord mods tuned in. I'm going to stop multitasking. If you determine that person was joking, feel free to take them out of jail. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
2007. And do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Why?
For two reasons mainly. One, I think he's really good for the economy, and for two, I think that his immigration policy is like really good.
You think that? Okay, well, let's start off with the first
part
point
about his administration.
Yeah, I want to start off with your first point. Ooh, that beeping in the background is really gonna annoy me.
Huh?
The beeping in the background.
I'm sorry. It's really broken right now.
It's okay. It's like going off every 5 seconds. Bro,
it's like
I'm sorry.
It's like
I'm sorry. It's
really
it's like literally going off. Not even every 5 seconds, every 3 seconds. I'm not even gonna do that to myself, man. I gotta disconnect you.
Hey, what's good, Dean? Long time.
What's going on, man? Give me one moment here. Harmony, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube, who says, "Hey, Dean, my best friend came into America on asylum, self-deported in November after being detained for 3 months and is now back to Venezuela, sadly. Happy you educate those who demonize immigrants." Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Harmony. That is incredibly kind of you. As well as F, thank you so much for the $5 over on YouTube. And it looks like we're all caught up. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal.
Send Dean more money, man. He deserve it. Hey, Dean,
I
we
don't know about
debated
that.
a couple times. I want
Really?
to tell you something. You don't remember NASA from Arkansas? We debated a couple times, more than a few
Um,
times.
I don't know if I don't know if I remember you, but do you support Trump?
Um, I did.
You don't anymore?
Yes, that's why I wanted to come up here and tell you. It's
Hey,
because of you, and I know you usually don't get this. I don't want to take up your time,
wait, really?
but yeah, because we debated a couple times. Some people, I think one time you got mad at me. Your own supporters, like most of my followers, are your supporters. Because I guess I won like a part of the debate. You got mad at me, and
Okay,
like
so remember when I told
my
you?
inbox was full of your supporters because they said I could tell that you teetering, but Dean kind of got mad at you. Some of your supporters in my inbox was like, yeah, Dean kind of shouldn't got mad at you, but Dean, this is to your credit. You don't get flowers up here. The things you've been saying have been coming true, and I was one of those guys who was like, the gravitas of Trump, right? The way he make us feel, the some of the social issues I agree with because I'm independent. I lean liberal, but Trump was more so of like, hey, I'm with this right now, right? But then it's not a game no more. The invader other countries, the dictator stuff, you see it. It's not funny no more. It's not entertaining. It's not about social issues or nothing. This is beyond like an argument about what we think about pronouns or what we think. This is about the well-being of our country, the way that we need to. This is for the future, like the way that America want to be viewed for the future. We are doing things that we used to clown Russia for doing, other countries for doing. We're turning. I don't want to be a part of a country that is like countries I dislike. We are more North Korea than America right now. We are more Russia than America right now. And you've been saying this. You've been trying to warn us this whole time. People like me who were fooled. Oh, he's not going to take it that far, right? He's just talking. He's just trying to get elected. No, he's for real. And it's dangerous. It's not funny. Real people are being hurt. Real people are being violated in our country and other countries. I'm scared what he's going to do to Greenland. In other countries that when somebody can openly say that they're sending, when people say they can openly send force for oil.
Oh shit, he cut out. Listen, NASA, you're back now. So listen, we're only looking to talk to Trump supporters, and that's not you. So I'm gonna move
My bad.
on.
You deserve flowers, though.
Before I move on, I want to say this to
it.
you. So like 30 seconds ago, a minute ago, when I told you that I don't remember you, I was lying. Okay, NASA, because I do remember you. In fact, I remember a vast majority of my guests, especially the ones that really stick out. And I remember having 2 or 3 conversations with you. And I'm going to be honest here. This isn't to insult you, but this is actually just to, give you your flowers. In the 2 or 3 conversations that I had with you, I remember you being particularly annoying. I remember you being like particularly dense, a particularly like hard guest to communicate with and to have a conversation with. So I am like really fucking proud of you for like changing your mind and, going from the pro-Trump side of history to the anti-Trump side of history in just a matter of months. Thank you for opening your eyes, opening your ears, opening your brain, and, being more mindful of exactly what's going on. But we are only looking to talk to Trump supporters, so I'm going to go and move on to the next guest. But I hope that you have a great fucking
but you
rest of
deserved
your
your flowers. You don't need to. Hey, let me say this one thing. You don't need to always deal with the stress of just debating people. Sometimes it's good for your guests and you to hear flowers from people who minds you change. And I'm a battle rapper, so that part just comes. But you deserve it. Allow yourself to have this. Allow yourself to have this moment. You're going to debate 1,000 people after me. Be happy. You're a great guy. I think you're great. You could be the president one day. Really. And that's not fun. That's not me being joke. You're a very influenced. You're important, Dean. Keep being you, and I love you, and I love what you do. Keep doing, Dean. Salute to you. I'm gone.
Well, I'm even prouder of you, man. Yeah, I'm seriously. I'm really proud of you, NASA. Thanks for popping up here. I appreciate you, for coming up here. I think that was good. That was needed. And I'm just super proud of you. I'm incredibly proud of you, bro. You don't even know it. You don't even know it, NASA. When I come across, like some of the guests that I've spoken to in the past and debated on why they support Trump, and like they were like memorably like, insane. And then they end up changing their mind in the future. I'm just like so proud, it really just makes what I do worth it every step along the way. And I will say it one last time. You were awesome. And I'm super duper proud, and everyone else should be too. Before we hop into this next debate, I want to thank Shula. Thank you for the $13 over on PayPal. That is SHULA. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Show some love to Shula down below for the $13. Who says, I just watched the recent Jubilee Surrounded episode, and the point that annoyed people was saying that Trump's not a fascist. He hasn't committed genocide yet. These people are forgetting that dictators don't just spawn out of nowhere in high office. It starts with rhetoric and laws. Learn history, please. Plus, you could be like fascist without committing genocide, you know? Then, Brianna, thank you for the $2 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for that, love. We're all caught up. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find that Venmo in the PayPal and link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, top of the phone screen. Hello, are you MAGA? Your mic is muted, my friend.
What you know about this? I got about 50 of them right now.
Cool, dude. Are you MAGA? Oh, you left? I'm going to go ahead and send you an invite back, B-Top. Okay, I just sent you an invite. Hop back inside of that queue. Did maybe he meant to leave? Maybe that was like his whole thing. Was that his whole thing? Did he mean? Oh, dude, that's embarrassing. Okay, no, that wasn't his whole thing. He's back. Okay. I was gonna say, was that like his whole thing?
Yo, do you really not remember me? I just changed my name, but my name is BJA.
Yeah, no clue who you are, bro. You support Trump?
No, man, but my Cash App is in my bio, though.
So you're not MAGA?
I'm not MAGA, sir. I can tell you.
Okay. Well, I guess not everybody that is cringe is MAGA. Moving on to the next guest. Only up instead of that queue. If you happen to be an American adult that's pro-Trump, please follow our rules. We got Ashton loading up into the box. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Are you driving?
Yes.
Okay, can't be driving on TikTok Live. You have a good rest of your day. Moving on to our next guest. We got Lexi loading in. Follow our rules, everyone. Follow our rules. Be at least 18. Be MAGA. Be also here to debate. Be here to debate. All right. We got the next guest loading up in here right now. She dropped out. Moving on to Ali. And then, oh my goodness. Looks like we got a couple people to thank over on Venmo. Yo, real quick.
Yo.
Dan, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Dan with a $20 donation just says, keep being awesome. I appreciate you for that, Dan. Thank you for your support for what we do here. I want to see 200 Dan W's in both of those live stream comment sections. Howdy, Ali. How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2003.
Wow, you are like notably bad at math, Ali. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hayden's loading up in. Okay. Alrighty. Here we go. Hey, Ashley, thank you for the $10. Who says, not sure if you've heard of the term comfort creator, but you are minding. Thank you for making the political world tolerable. Oh, thank you, Ashley. I'm happy that you enjoy the streams. I'm happy. I love the community that we've built. Hayden, age?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, and are you MAGA?
I had a question. Are you like leftist or just like liberal? Like how far on the spectrum?
So I'm like a progressive liberal. Are you MAGA?
No, I just had that question.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not a leftist. I'm like a progressive liberal. But I'm not like, I'm not like an institutional Democrat, establishment Democrat, What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
20.
And, okay. So that's a cross. Are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Ooh. How could you possibly be a Christian and support Trump? He's running one of the most anti-Christian regimes we've seen in modern American history.
Explain, please.
Dude, okay. Can we agree that his mass deportation is one of the most notable strongholds of his platform so far?
Yes.
Okay. Let me make sure I have the right images loaded up here. That's the sound of my computer glitching out, so just give it a second. Okay. I don't have the right image loaded up here. Give me a second to get these unlocked. Perfect. So do you support his mass deportation?
No, I don't.
Okay, and neither does God. Because this is what the Lord said in Leviticus 19:34 and 33. When a foreigner resides among you in your land, don't mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. And so Donald Trump is definitely mistreating the quote unquote foreigners and definitely be not treating them as the native born. I mean, he's stripping them of their human and constitutional rights, trying to infringe upon the 14th Amendment rights of the children born to undocumented immigrants on our soil, just so he could turn around and deport them with no due process, where they're then beaten and tortured in CCOT. I mean, I think that this is a terrible anti-Christian trend that we see. And of course, that's definitely true. Something else I'd also like to add on here is that his economic policy is incredibly anti-Christian. I mean, his economic policy hinges on the exploitation of the low and middle class. He's defunding social safety nets and kicking people off them just so he has more money to put back into the pockets of him and his rich friends. According to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the Big Beautiful Bill is reducing the purchasing power of half of this country while increasing the purchasing power for the top 1% by 3%. And that his character is anti-Christian as hell. He's a 34-count felon. He's hit on his own daughter. He sexualized a 10-year-old. He's boasted about sexually exploiting women and girls at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. A court held him civilly liable for rape. He can't even open up a charity in the state of New York because he defrauded the one that he did run. He also defrauded a university. He broke the law and intentionally concealed classified documents, then lied about it. He told over 30,000 confirmed lies in his first term alone, on top of the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told with his denial of the outcome of the 2020 election, and more like racism. In the 90s, he said that all black people were lazy. In the 70s, he was sued by the New York State Justice Department for not renting to black tenants. Oh, and then his Islamophobia. I mean, like, Jesus would sit down at the table across from everyone. Donald Trump certainly wouldn't. If you're a Muslim, guess what? He doesn't even want you to be able to come into the country, regardless of the fact that it's unconstitutional. If you're an undocumented immigrant, all of a sudden he's going to unfairly villainize you, call you a violent gang member that escaped to prison, just so he could then strip you of your rights to deport you to CCOT. This is just, not to mention he's cheated on all three of his wives and one with a porn star. So definitely not a Christian man.
God.
And he's not implementing Christian policy either.
Wow. I feel like I just need to be educated. Most of my life I've just been told from like higher ups in my family to like believe in this, believe in that. I haven't gotten a chance to like, grasp and understand, everything that's been going on. It's hard to get a clear picture when you got so many other voices and opinions saying different things. It's hard to, know what's right and what's not right, But based on what I have known from Donald Trump, I've heard that he supports our Second Amendment right, the right to bear arms. And where I live, we do a lot of hunting, and we hunt for our food. It's hard around here. I live in Canyonville, Oregon. It's a very, very unpopulated area. It's we're in the barrens out here, but yeah, we mostly hunt for our food. And I've been told that the Democratic Party is a threat to our Second Amendment right to be able to bear arms, and that's why I mostly lean towards the right side, because we use our guns as tools and not to threaten anybody or do anything wrong with them, other than to provide for our families and to put food on our table.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Real quick, by the way, everyone, so the chat has been liberated. The chat has been liberated. I just saw that inside of my comment settings, no one had the ability to say any word that included an R. So any word that included the letter R isn't something that anyone has been able to say in the chat until now. So that's awesome. And by the way, I know that for like the last couple days, I thought, it's a decent time to bring this one up. The Trump supporters have been becoming like increasingly insane. If you're on YouTube, you certainly haven't seen this. Now, if you're on TikTok, you certainly have seen this. But the Trump supporters have just been like flooding my chat with like incredibly grotesque shit. The Trump supporters are exposing themselves as people that think like child rape is funny. Like right now, the Trump supporters are spamming this copy and paste saying that Dean raped a 9-year-old behind an Arby's. They'll also expose themselves with like posting pictures of penises or like, Nazi flags. So If you ever see that, just know that, the mods are working on it and it'll be gone pretty soon. Like for instance, like right now, everyone in the chat, you could stop spamming that Dean did not grape a 9-year-old girl behind Arby's because
They're saying
it is,
you raped a 9-year-old girl?
it's just a copy and paste that really
That's
shitty people
horrible.
do. Yeah, it's just a copy and paste.
Yeah, it's awful, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I just, it doesn't affect me. The only reason why I care is, just because I don't like, like the novelization of like child grape. But
Yeah,
so
that's awful.
you guys could stop commenting the Dean did not comments because now all the Dean did comments are gone, and we're gonna continue to remove those, of course. But just maybe like a little bit of a PSA to the 20,000 people watching right now. If you want a really good reason to leave the MAGA cult, look at how I'm acting compared to the way the Trump supporters in the chat are acting. And this actually goes to the guests as well, because you sound like you're a little bit more of an open-minded, honest guy. The way that Trump supporters will come in here and act is incredibly immature and grotesque, okay? Well, like I'm sitting up here like trying to have good conversations. They'll spam like the Nazi flag in the chat. All right. So that's just a really good like juxtaposition and comparison of the way that maybe like liberal holds themselves to the way that like a Trump supporter holds themselves. But anyways, guys, I do want to respond to the claim that you made, and then I want to be able to go ahead and actually give you some other reasons why you shouldn't support Trump, because I think that they'll work on you. So first and foremost, you said that you've been grown up and you've been told that the Democrats are a threat to your Second Amendment. No. So Democrats like support the checks and balances that this country has to offer. Democrats want to honor the Constitution. And this is why, although Democrats do want gun regulation to reduce the unnecessary death of children, right? They don't want to just take your Second Amendment away. And in fact, in the last 10 years, can you guess the only president that has legitimately infringed on your Second Amendment rights?
I couldn't know.
Well, I'll tell you, it's Trump. So Donald Trump in his first term passed a bump stock ban. And then that actually ended up being ruled as unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. But the real thing, the meat on the bone here, the really bad thing that I really care about is in a second administration, he's just been straight up advocating for termination of the Second Amendment. So what he's been advocating for is for his DOJ to find any way to ban any and all gun ownership for trans Americans that are law abiding. And the big reason why that's such a big problem is just simply because of how unconstitutional it is. Even the far right NRA publicly spoke out against the Trump administration for trying to achieve that end. Right? He is actively launching an attack on the Constitution, including the Second Amendment. Okay, but he's also launched an attack on the First Amendment by saying that it should be illegal to criticize him in the media. He's launched an attack on the second article of the Constitution by attempting to circumnavigate around the supremacy clause. He thinks that he holds more power than that document. He's also launched an attack on the 14th Amendment by trying to ban birthright citizenship for the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil. He's launched an attack on the 22nd Amendment by saying that he maybe wants to run for a third term. And quite frankly, he's just launched an attack. Yeah, he's quite frankly just launched an attack on the Constitution as a whole. Okay, right? Because he, in December of 2022, said that, what happened in 2020 would allow for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found within the Constitution.
Oh my God. I heard that he was going to try to run for vice president while JD Vance runs for president. And he will take place vice president.
Yeah, exactly. He's just trying to find a way to violate
a loophole through it.
Well, that's not even a loophole because that's just a violation.
He couldn't run for vice president after being president?
Then he couldn't hold on to the office of the presidency ever again, point blank, period, no loophole.
Wow. Okay. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, I feel like that's a really good reason maybe why you shouldn't support him. But then honestly, do you mind if I just like ask you a couple quick questions?
Absolutely. Yeah,
would you support Donald Trump as president if he had pardoned both domestic and narco terrorists?
No.
So he has pardoned domestic terrorists. He pardoned 174 of them. There's 174 Trump supporters that rioted and insurrected the Capitol in J6 2021 that in the process tried to kill the police officers defending the Capitol, and they were all sent to jail for like multiple years. A good example of this is DJ Rodriguez. DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun into the neck of Officer Fanone on the steps of the Capitol after Officer Fanone was beaten over the back with metal rods, and he gave Officer Fanone a heart attack, almost killed him, and then Officer Fanone was, obviously taken to a hospital. He was then sentenced to 12 years in jail for, the attempted murder of a cop. Then
And he pardoned him for that?
Yeah, and on
Oh my
January
God.
21st of this year, Donald Trump gave him a full and complete presidential pardon, let him out of jail, cleared his record, and called him a patriot.
Wow. See, I just need to be educated. That's all. I need to understand which side I should lean towards and why, and the information leading to where I can get an understanding of which side's good. Because it's foggy. It's all a mix of words and different things and different beliefs and different opinions.
Yeah.
It's all opinionated. It's just like, it's a ton of obstacles to get around, and I just need a clear understanding.
Can I just leave you with something to go research on your own?
Yes, of course.
Go research Trump's fake elector plot. Okay? I swear to God, if you're being genuine, okay, which I think you are, if you go and research Trump's fake elector plot, okay, right, you will never be a Trump supporter again a day in your life. In fact, after researching Trump's fake elector plot, you'll probably be more radical than me. Okay, it's the craziest shit ever. Go research Trump fake elector plot. Funny enough, okay, I'd only ever say this about Donald Trump's J6 scheme. The best compiled resource that I've found for research on the topic is the fake elector scheme Wikipedia page. Now I understand that Wikipedia isn't reliable because anyone could go on there and just add anything that they want. Okay, right? But I've done independent research for years now, and what I've seen is that Wikipedia page is always been accurate in my experience. They give their sources, and it's just a really good way to compose all of that independent research into one article. So go check out the Wikipedia page for Trump's fake elector scheme. All right, but I'm going to move on to the next guest now. You have a good rest of your day. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, guys. By the way, guys, this is just the right attacking me, everyone. We see the comment section. We see all the Trump supporters spamming that host raped a 9-year-old behind an Arby's, host is a sex offender, host sells CP. I see it all, guys. That is the right attacking me, because what I'm doing is I'm standing up for this country and its future by detesting the tyranny of the administration. So many people on the right don't support Trump because they think it's a reasonable worldview for the furtherance of our country in a positive direction, but rather because they share his bigotry, they share his hatred, and they share his disdain for common sense, okay? Right? And then when individuals speak up and out against that tyranny, very loudly, by the way. I mean, right now we have over 20,000 people tuned in to just rolling conversations about it, changing minds in the process. We just changed a mind on live less than 5 seconds ago. We had NASA come up and tell us that he had his mind changed too. Okay, that's the reaction that they give. It is the insanity, it is the ludicrousy, and it is the reaction, right, that people with loud voices on the left get for speaking out against Trump. I mean, think about what, I'm not comparing myself to this, by the way. This is just the largest scenario of it. Wanted to clarify, I'm not comparing it to myself. Think about what happened to E. Jean Carroll. After she came out, right, and she said that Donald Trump raped her and then proved it in a court of law, what happened to her? Okay? She was then demonized, villainized, turned into a monolith of the left, and then Donald Trump, the president of the United States of America, used that position, used that platform to then turn around and say that she should be imprisoned. And then for everyone in the comment section saying, turn the comment off. No, we're not going to turn the comment off. We'll just keyword out for the ludicrously insane messages. So if you notice that now the whole chat is just saying, turn the comments off, and no one in the chat saying, host is a sex offender, host LCP, so on and so forth. It's because they can't even send it in the chat. Moving on to the next guest right now. We got J Daddy loading up in the queue. Make sure if you are inside of the queue that you happen to be an American adult that is at least 18 years of age that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, but I have a talking point for you.
I'm sorry, bro. We are just looking to talk to MAGA. You take care. Yo, thank you so much, V, for the $20 over on YouTube. I appreciate you for that love, VV says. Hegseth is moving forward with taking away Mark Kelly's retirement pay by reducing his grade, and there's an explicit threat to bring up criminal charges if he continues to use his free speech to reaffirm the oath that he took. Fucking disgusting. It's tyranny, okay? It's tyranny 101, okay? The silence of the dissenters, consequences for speaking out, okay? And repercussions for having common sense. Tyranny 101. Thank you for the $20 V. I want to see 200 VWs. As well as Renee, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. By the way, tomorrow is the 5th anniversary of J6. Audrey, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo, who says, Dean, I want to apologize for copy and pasting the mail member last night in the chat. I was just bored and didn't really know it was a spam thing. I got banned on TikTok and don't know why. Now I do. Well, it's okay, Audrey, but like, yeah, unfortunately, like that will get your account banned from the live. But I mean, it looks like you found some way to watch it, so that's awesome. Thank you so much for the $25. Show some love to Audrey down below. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Then Meg, thank you so much for the $13 over on Venmo. Says, needed to tell you, your hair looks amazing today. Yo, thank you, Meg. I appreciate that. Show some love to Meg down below for the $13. Seriously, I appreciate everyone so much for the love. And then Irene with the $10 and Katie with a $5. What's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
What's good, Dina? Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, how could you call yourself America first, then support the president that's apparently putting Venezuela, Greenland, Iran?
Okay, well, I do.
Well,
I want to know if this is still eligible for me to be able to speak about, because you know how you can support a leader on certain things they do, but not fully support them. You get where I'm coming from? I did vote for them though, but still.
So what I'm asking you is, all things considered, if you're teleported back to last November, would you still vote for Trump?
I would. Based off, I think he's a better candidate than Kamala was.
Yeah. So then obviously the next question would be, what is your argument that if Kamala Harris was elected, things would be worse off in America today, considering the fact that before Donald Trump's inauguration, every single macroeconomic variable was doing better than it was today and only changed course with Donald Trump's inauguration?
Well, I mean, Kamala Harris, she has no accomplishments as vice president. I believe Trump has way more accomplishments than her, or than even if she did run,
Yeah, I think that's a bold-faced, disingenuous argument. So your argument is that Kamala Harris had no accomplishments as VP. The reason I find that to be disingenuous is because I don't think the average American even knows the things that vice presidents do. So if you made that argument against the average anti-Trumper, they wouldn't be able to prove you wrong by naming the things that she did do. And let's see if I could prove this. Name one thing that Mike Pence did as VP under Trump in Trump's first term.
Got a point. I couldn't name one.
Right. Name one thing that Biden did as Obama's VP under Obama in his 2 terms.
Not really a lot.
Right. Can't really name them. So then why are we all of a sudden supposed to go, oh my God, right? Because the average American can't name one thing that Kamala Harris did as VP under Biden. But I'll clarify, she did do a lot. In fact, she was one of the most successful VPs in American history. Point number 1, she passed the most tie-breaking votes out of any VP ever in the Senate. Point number 2, she worked alongside the Biden-Harris administration, alongside Biden, to pass some of the best legislation we've seen in modern American history, like the Infrastructure Bill, Chips and Science Act, like the, let's see here, what else? The American Rescue Plan, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the PACT Act. Okay. And I think that she was significantly more qualified to be president, unlike Trump, who I think only possessed disqualifications. Like, only one of the 2 candidates in the race was an adjudicated rapist. Wasn't her. Only one of the 2 candidates in the race was a 34-count felon. Wasn't her. Only one of the 2 candidates in the race had sexually exploited the naked bodies of women and little girls. Wasn't her. Only one of the 2 candidates in the race told the largest lie that any sitting president has ever told, okay, by denying the outcome of the 2020 election. Certainly wasn't her. And on the inverse, only one of the 2 candidates in the race had economic policy to benefit the working class. Wasn't him. Only one of the 2 candidates in the race had policy to reduce childhood poverty by over 40%. Wasn't him. And only one of the 2 candidates in the working class had policy to limit the amount that any American citizen could pay for private pharmaceutical drugs to $2,000 per year. Wasn't him.
Okay. Well, I mean, like I was saying, you know how you support, you know how I can say I can support just little pics of what his accomplishment, like little pics of stuff that he did, not fully support him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because
but because
him
you're
as,
saying all things considered, if you're teleported back to last November, you'd still vote for him. You're saying that all things considered, he's a preferable candidate. So let's start
I
there.
mean, I do like what he did with Venezuela. I did like what he did with that because I mean, I did my research. I did find out that the statements that I believe the Democrats came out with, that they were talking about that it was bad that Trump went over there and got him, you know. But I remember seeing something that the Biden-Harris administration did place like, I'm not sure if this is the exact number, but $25 million bounty on him.
Yeah. How about this? I'm just going to go ahead and give you, right, I'd say the most updated argument why you shouldn't support what Donald Trump did in Venezuela. It's because it's creating a permission structure to allow for American imperialism. Okay?
Yes, sir.
2 days after Donald Trump dropped the bombs on Venezuela, killed 80 people, and took Maduro, okay, he is now saying that he wants to do the same thing or something similar to Greenland, Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, and 2 other countries. Let me think of them real quick. Iran, and I forget the last, but there were 5 others. Okay. In the last 48 hours, he said that Mexico really needs to get their act together, or we might have to go in. He said that he may annex or invade Greenland, that the U.S. really needs Greenland and that the EU knows it, all right, prompting the Danish prime minister to respond to Trump by saying, you can't annex or invade our country, plus our country is a member of NATO, so if you did, Article 5 would be invoked, okay? About Colombia, he said that, you know, he may do the same thing to Colombia that he did to Venezuela, bomb them and oust their president. Then Cuba, he said, well, we may want to invade Cuba unless their government falls on their own first. And then Iran, he said, well, unless they stop, killing protesters, we're going to definitely go in there and do the same thing. So the reason why you shouldn't support what he did to to Venezuela, is because it is now creating a permission structure for the allowance of American imperialism and the overthrow of foreign sovereign governments.
I mean, don't you agree that those places that you name are very, very, very corrupt?
Saddam Hussein was one of the most corrupt men that's ever lived. And Iraqi individuals celebrated.
I mean, if people love them.
And Iraqi individuals celebrated when we killed him. But then what did that lead to? That led to destabilization in the region. That led to a 20-year endless war where millions of Iraqi individuals were killed. So many American troops lost their lives, and then inevitably led to a pullout, in which then led to the overthrow of Afghanistan by the Taliban and other authoritarian regimes in neighboring countries.
Okay, but I mean, I believe those places that you did name were really corrupt, and I understand what you just said.
Wait, Greenland's not corrupt.
I mean, not Greenland.
Okay.
I just said,
like him or not, Colombia's president was duly elected through democracy. Okay.
Okay.
Same thing is true of Mexico.
But like Venezuela, though, that his people are celebrating, that he is gone. I mean,
they're celebrating that he's gone. They're not celebrating that they're under new management of a man that's very similar to Maduro.
I don't see anyone complaining yet. I've seen multiple videos of multiple Venezuelans, and I also have a Venezuelan friend that also says that he's going back home because he's happy that he can go back home to.
Okay, well, listen. I stand with all the Venezuelans celebrating the fact that they no longer have Maduro as a dictator. Okay, but I think that everyone that is celebrating that fact is doing so while also being short-sighted of what's to come in the future. Okay, Donald Trump is sending American oil companies and safeguarded by the military to extract and take their oil, to steal it from them. Now, honestly, Donald Trump said that Stephen Miller may be the sole leader of Venezuela now during this transitionary period, and Stephen Miller is a goddamn textbook fucking fascist. Okay, he doesn't want them to have their duly elected leader, Maria Machado. In fact, he said that she's not going to lead the country because she committed the ultimate sin. Yes, of course I do, because she committed the ultimate sin because
he's the farthest from a fascist.
Dude, okay, but see, the thing is that I'm in the middle of giving you a counter argument against the claim that you made a minute ago, and now you're interrupting that counter argument by making a new one. What are you doing?
I apologize, sir. Go ahead.
So I've given you, honestly, I think that I've given you incredibly compelling reasons why his invasion of Venezuela was wrong. Instead of just repeating that the Venezuelan individuals are celebrating it, could you please specifically respond to the reasons that I gave you?
I personally just believe that Trump is a better candidate. He's pretty much, I don't see anyone complaining but Democrats about
But so this is not a specific
Yes.
response to the reasons I gave you insofar as why it's wrong. Basically, what you're trying to say, Dean, is I cannot critique your line of reasoning why you think it was wrong for Donald Trump to illegally annex Venezuela, but I think many other people agree with me that it wasn't wrong. Therefore, I'm going to appeal to the populace and just believe that you're wrong in virtue of that fact. So imagine that you were an insanely intelligent scientist alive 1,000 years ago, and you discovered that the earth was round and you had proof. And then you try to go tell all the boards, all the other scientists, all the religious leaders, and all the people that the earth was not flat, the earth was round. And then in response, nobody could refute your damning evidence. And instead they just said, well, because 90% of people think that the earth is flat, therefore you're wrong. We'd obviously look at that and call it a logical fallacy. So I think we're going to say the same thing to you. Think for yourself, engage in critical thought, and either critique the reasons that I granted insofar as why it was wrong for Donald Trump to illegally invade Venezuela, or concede.
You know, talking fast doesn't make you intelligent.
I don't
You
think I'm
understand?
talking fast. I think that
I
you're
mean,
listening
you know,
slow.
I'm just pretty much you just blabbering on about you denying the fact that this is a good thing for a country that's been under a dictatorship for 20 something years.
So I'm
You're-
absolutely denying that this is a good thing, and I've already given
I
you
mean,
my reasons why.
you're sitting here complaining about y'all find every little thing to criticize President Trump about every single thing. And the thing is, me not fully supporting him and still saying that is crazy because it's facts. Y'all complain about every single thing he do, if it's good,
Listen,
bad, or
can
but
you
it's the
deny
same
that this
thing.
has created a permission structure for illegal American imperialism with the overthrow of sovereign and foreign governments? Can you deny, right, that because of his invasion and annexation of Venezuela, now Donald Trump feels more emboldened, which has led to Donald Trump saying that he wants to also do the same thing to Greenland, telling the EU that we are going to do it, that we want it, leading to the Danish prime minister saying, well, if you do it, guess what? Greenland is a part of NATO, which would invoke Article 5 and likely start World War III, right? Like, this has gotten Donald Trump increasingly closer, okay, to pulling the trigger on a third world war. We don't want the permission structure that's going to lead us to the third world war. We don't want the permission structure that's giving the president of the United States of America the position and platform to turn around and say that he wants to invade our neighbor of Mexico. He wants to overthrow the duly elected president, although he might be bad, of Colombia, to say that he wants to go in and start another war in the Middle East by, couing the Islamic Republic of Iran, so on and so forth. Okay, American imperialism is bad. It leads to the destabilization of these regions. It leads to the further overthrow of even more authoritarian regimes in the future. And like, this is what history has proven true time and time and time again. Okay, right? It's like, I don't know why the American people just get like this sense of amnesia. Every time we do a new regime change, every time we destabilize a new region, it's like we fucking told you that what was going to happen is a permission structure to allow for imperialism, and the destabilization of these regions and the rise of authoritarian regimes.
Well, let's be realistic here. Even if it was a Democrat in charge, you think this would have went any differently?
Well, I first want to point out that historically there's been Democrats that have engaged
Let's not
in
forget
similar
about
actions.
the bounty that they put on its head
But
also.
B,
Let's not
no, I
forget
don't
about
think
that.
if Kamala Harris won the election that she would have invaded Venezuela in violation
right,
of
we would be
Article
in
1 of the
deeper shit than that.
in Article 1 of the Constitution. But
You're right, we
literally,
would be in deeper
one
shit than that.
moment. Have you responded to a single argument I've given you this whole time, or have you just brought
I've
up
been listening. I'm not going to respond to it, but I've been listening.
Yeah, so can you respond to a single argument I've given you the whole time you've been up here?
I'm making a statement. Currently, I don't believe that we would be in a better position if Kamala Harris was in charge.
Okay, but see, the thing is that isn't a specific response to the argument.
And
that I
then
gave
you
to-
and the thing about this is that
Can you-
we're not
I was in the middle of
we're not
saying
making
something.
no progress.
I was in the
at
middle.
all
I was in the middle of
because-
saying something. That's not a response to the argument I gave you to demonstrate that what Donald Trump is doing is bad. So please respond to the argument I gave you. To
I don't believe
demonstrate-
he's doing anything bad.
Okay, but I gave you an argument to entail that conclusion. Can you respond to the argument, or can all that your brain do is go nuh-uh? Which is very embarrassing, by the way.
It's not very embarrassing.
It is, because you can't even give a counter argument. You're basically acting like
Because
a
it's
toddler.
ignorance.
Chloe's,
It's because it's ignorant. I'm not
the only thing that's ignorant here is you. Okay, ignorance is defined by a lack of knowledge, and you are willfully define, right, an increase in your own like knowledge database by not listening, not addressing, and not responding to the arguments that I'm purporting to you. Critically think for the first time in your life. Stop being a little baby loser chud maxing incel and just address the argument I'm giving you. What is your response to my argument that Donald Trump illegally invading Venezuela is creating a permission structure allowing for American expansionism, increasing global tensions, not only increasing the likelihood of the overthrow of legitimate governments like the one in Mexico, Colombia, and Greenland, okay, but rather, but also increasing the likelihood of like a potential third world war.
So you're gonna start it off by insulting me?
Yes.
And you think you're any smarter?
Yes.
Because you can yap all day and pretty much can't reason with anything, that you think that you're right about everything.
So it's the words that I'm saying in my quote unquote yap that make me know I'm smarter than you.
Oh no, you yap a lot. You yap a lot. I've seen plenty of times where people actually put you in your place and you still found the way to just laugh it off and hurry up and kick them because you don't agree with what they're saying. What you're doing as a Democrat voice, your speaker, political speaker,
so you
is
have
how
big
I look
emotions,
at you,
but no
is that you
counter
sit, no. Is that I look at you as a person who's not doing anything to bring the people together in America so we can be united. You're a part of the group that, hey, pick my group. We're right about everything. Pick my group. That's all you do. You're not even trying to change people's minds. What you're doing is you're separating people from different everything by insulting them, treating them like trash just because they support them. I understand that you try to sit there and bring people together, like to bring them to your side. But guess what? The Democrat side is corrupt. The Republican side is corrupt. We're not going to forget.
I love your crash out, okay, right? But it's just simply not a response. By the way, inside of your crash out, you contradicted yourself. The first thing that you said is that I'm dividing the country. Then the last thing that you said is that I'm bringing people together. So thank you so much for demonstrating your own incompetence by crying, crashing out, acting like a grown man-child, then contradicting yourself by ending with the fact that you think I'm bringing the people together. Additionally, right, don't assume a position of me to be true that you don't know. You're saying that I think everything the Democrats ever say is right. No, I'm further left than the Democratic Party. Okay, I wish that they could revise a lot of their policy. Okay, I fall more so to be like to be a supporter of like social democracy, progressive values, not establishment democratic ones, all the way 100%. And I understand that you just like, listen, here's the meat on the bone, folks. You can't respond to the argument I gave you. I gave you a valid and sound position to demonstrate that Donald Trump is allowing a permission or creating a permission structure to allow for American imperialism, which is leading to an increased probability for the annexation, invasion, and coup of legitimate governments like the one presiding over Greenland, which then, in tangent of that, increased the likelihood of a third world war because Greenland's a part of NATO. In response, you just want to call me a crybaby, say I'm causing division, you're weak, okay, you're dumb. And you have
so I'm weak.
Argument.
So okay, look. Let me say this, and then I did not say that you're bringing people together. I said
everyone check this out. I'm about to pass him the mic. I'm about to let him speak as much as he wants. You will not hear him respond to my argument to entail that Donald Trump did a bad thing by violating Article 1 of the Constitution with his invasion of Venezuela due to the creation of the permission structure to allow for the illegitimate expansion of American imperialism. He will not respond to that. Listen very closely. Go ahead.
Well, first off, I want to say that you sit there, you insult me, and I'm going to respond to that. But the thing is, I did not say that you're bringing people together. I said you're bringing people to your side and saying that your side is right about everything, which it is not. That is a fact right there. The Republican side is not, because both sides does nothing but kiss the Jews' butt, man. It's all the facts right there. Let's not forget about that. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that we're going to pretend the Democrats are always right about everything. The Democrats, y'all all are Jew.
Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. What an embarrassment. What an absolute embarrassment. No response, just straight to anti-Semitism.
Hey, I gave.
It's fine to criticize the state of Israel. I'm anti-Israel. It's not fine to criticize all Jewish people. That's anti-Semitic. So real quick, are you one of those people that believe Jewish people are like all like PDFs, predators, right? Like, do you believe
No,
that?
sir. I don't believe all Jewish people are, but I believe that most of the things that I've seen pretty much on Israel based, they're not.
How old are you again?
18.
Okay. All right. Well, you follow minor you do follow minor little girls on your account, so I would just suggest unfollowing
I
them
don't
due to the fact that
actually.
they're
I
adult.
actually have.
Yeah, I'm looking at the screenshot on my Discord right now, okay? I will only ever make that accusation on a live when somebody drops a screenshot of it in a private ticket on my Discord. That's exactly what somebody did, right? So I know that's exactly what you're doing, okay? I never make that accusation baselessly. Never, ever, ever, okay? It's very wrong to baselessly accuse people of following kids, but I'm looking at a screenshot of it on my computer right now. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
45.
Cool, man. Well, before we hop into the debate, let me thank a couple of people. Lola, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube. Lola, you are awesome. Thank you so much for your kindness. Lola with the 50 says, if Kamala Harris were president, we certainly wouldn't have invaded anyone, nor try to annex allies. We'd be building reliable, renewable energy resources and creating jobs. Crazy ideas, right? Oh, yeah, but guess what? The right is going to fight tooth and nail to deny. Thank you for the $50, Lola. You are awesome. And then Renee, thank you for the $10, who says, since J6 is tomorrow, 4 officers who responded to the events of J6 unalive themselves in the days and months following attack. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that a lot tomorrow. Thank you for the $10, and thank you for bringing that to the mind and the attention of everyone watching. Let's go ahead and check on Venmo and PayPal real quick. Ben, thank you for the $10, who says, even genuine foreign success would not absolve abuse. Power does not launder depravity. Thank you for the $10, Ben. Ari, thank you so much for the $10. Tom, thank you for the $5. A with a 1, and then Ben with another 10, who says, people are not brought together by pretending grave wrongdoing is negotiable. Yup. Thank you for the $10, Ben. You are awesome. We are all caught up over on Venmo. Then Vanessa, thank you for the $5, saying Redacted is doing a live right now on you, asking, quote unquote, why do you support Dean Withers? Lamau, 8 viewers, keep doing the good work. Oh, I fucking love that for Redacted. That's great. And I'd share his name, but I don't want him to have any more than 8 viewers. Adam, thank you for the $25 over on PayPal. He says, Dean, thank you for all that you do. I love watching your lives and your debates. Please never stop. Oh, trust me, Adam, we are never going to stop. We're going to be doing this for the next, lifetime and a half. Thank you so much for the $25. Let's get 250 Adam W's. And then Jeffrey, thank you for the $5 as well. If you guys are watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, I like what he does, you could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on that YouTube stream, and top of the phone screen with a handle. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go right to me. You could attach your name in a message, and I could read it off on live. As well as I thought that I'd also put it out there, these super chats on YT, I only get around 30 through 60% of those proceeds. Meanwhile, I get 100% of the proceeds on the V and the P. So consider it if you do want to support me. That's the best way to do it. Take it away, man. Why do you support the worst president of your, 50 years of life?
Well, I mean, you just aged me 5 years, Dean.
45.
Hey, first off, I just want to say, I love what you guys do. You and Parker, I watch you guys all the time. It's great having people on there. These conversations are important.
Cool.
And it's just really nice. Good job. Now, why I support Trump? All kinds of reasons. I love the border policy. I love the fact that he's actually doing things that are going to make the country better years from now, not just what makes him look good right in this moment. The thing with Venezuela is sketchy, but still support it. The Greenland thing, not so much. I don't know, the thing with the abortion going back to the States, I think is a good thing, I guess, in a way. There's several reasons, but let me just concede that right now I do not have the knowledge base that you do. I don't have the policies. I don't have that memorized. I bow out to you in that automatically off the start. Just wanted you to know that.
Well, I actually appreciate you for coming up here and seemingly being one of the more open-minded guests of the night. So, which point do you want to start on?
You pick.
No, you pick.
All right.
I want to start wherever you want to start. Well,
We're just talking about Venezuela, right?
Yeah, it's something that we're just talking about. I think it's bad because it creates a permission structure to allow for American expansionism and the illegal and illegitimate overthrow of legitimate governments, and I think that's a bad thing.
Well, that is a bad thing. Anything illegal and illegitimate overthrowing governments, that's definitely bad. But in this particular situation, that's not exactly what I think happened. Now, if you look back at the situation a little bit, look at the late 70s. when those groups run by the same organizations that he's a part of today stole the American equipment that was put down there by Mobil and Exxon. I think it was around a $4 to $5 billion investment that they took, seized, and then started producing their own oil, which was what Venezuela's oil being sold to the world is today, coming from those companies, those investments done by Americans, and nothing was done about it for a decade. And I believe they got $1 billion in compensation for it, so they lost $4, and nothing was ever done. Now that's bad. Okay, then you look at Maduro himself. He's done a number of very, very nasty things, and I think both sides, the right and the left, can agree to that. I don't think anyone would want him in power. I think Trump is just the first one who said, "Okay, that's enough." Now the going into Greenland thing, I don't know anything about that really. That's beyond my expertise. But
I don't
the
think
Venezuelan
that
thing,
I
support.
don't think that like a $1 trillion industry losing a couple $1 billion worth of profit like justifies having a fascist like overlook like the conquest of said oil companies safeguarded by our own military, then stealing and extracting that oil for profit for this country. And by the way, the fascist I'm referring to there, Stephen Miller. Apparently he's going to take charge and take control of the oversight of Venezuela during this transitionary period. Can you agree that Donald Trump's intention is not the liberation of the Venezuelan people?
Oh, absolutely not. I completely agree with you.
Yeah. Okay.
That
So
I
let's
believe his
see.
intention.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Let's see if I could like try to change your mind on this then. So we agree that his intention wasn't the liberation of the Venezuelan people. We also agree that it's good that Maduro is like no longer the leader of Venezuela. Okay, we probably both stand with the Venezuelans like celebrating his removal because that is something to celebrate. But I think where we disagree is if overall, right, it is justified to infringe on our law, break Article 1 of our Constitution, recklessly go in there with our military, kill 80 people, drop bombs, coup Maduro, don't coup the regime because now we have his VP serving as president, and then threaten to bomb Venezuela again if she doesn't, beckon to the wish and call of the United States of America and do whatever we want and give us anything that we need. And then we also don't agree that this ultimately isn't justified if it creates a permission structure to allow for statements on Greenland, to allow for statements on Mexico, on Iran, on Cuba, on Colombia, and many other countries. Okay, right? It's wrong to break the Constitution, wrong to circumvent Congress, wrong to recklessly go in there without approval from Congress, right? Wrong to steal their resources, wrong to continue to uphold an illegitimate regime in power by not installing maybe somebody like the Venezuelan, let's see here, Nobel laureate that's duly elected by the people because she committed the quote-unquote grave sin of not denying the Nobel Peace Prize and telling them to give it to Trump. And that's where our disagreement lies. So why do we disagree there?
Well, that's a complicated question. So, yes, installing someone duly elected would have been a far better way to go. Now, is there by chance a plan in the works to do that sometime soon? That I haven't heard. I don't know if they're planning to do that or not. But just installing what was already there, yes, I agree with you, that is bad. But also completely turning over the power structure of the country could be more disruptive than helpful. Like installing a completely new regime all in them, there might cause too much problems. So you're
well, I mean, I think that's
this,
where you're wrong. Like installing a new regime. I don't think that the Venezuelans deserve a regime. I think that the Venezuelans deserve a duly elected president.
Completely agree.
Okay, and it doesn't really look like that's what the Trump administration wants to give them. Okay, because the Venezuelan people didn't duly elect Trump as their president. The people of Venezuela, all right, didn't choose to have the Trump administration stealing their oil. Like Trump's not a king, right? He can't just do whatever he wants. But I think permitting him to invade Venezuela as he did is treating him like a king and almost saying that he can do whatever he wants. He could just break Article 1 of the Constitution and circumnavigate around Congress. He could just invade whatever country he wants, bomb them, and steal their oil. Which is then, of course, the permission structure, right, that is now leading to statements on Greenland, Mexico, Iran, Colombia, Cuba. Plus, history teaches us that this will end in disaster. There's a lot that we could learn from history here. What about all the Iraqi individuals that were celebrating Saddam Hussein's, execution? What happened after that? A 20-year endless war where 1 million of them died. And if you ask, the average Iraqi citizen today what their thoughts are on the U.S., they're holding a little bit of resentment against us because of that.
Well, I'm sure they hold a great deal of resentment against us for that.
But
I
guess what?
also
Guess what?
believe
That resentment
wholeheartedly-
started with celebration because of the execution of Saddam Hussein.
Right. And I think if you ask them right now, would you still want Saddam Hussein in power? They would all say no.
Right. No, exactly. And that's why the nuanced take on this matter is not one-dimensional. It's not every outcome of every action that Donald Trump took in the sense is wrong, because we could all acknowledge in one dimension it's good that Maduro's no longer the dictator of Venezuela, but we're just introducing the nuance, well, that in consideration of the potential future repercussions, the actual creation of this permission structure for imperialism and the illegal basis for the invasion and grabbing of Maduro in the first place, alongside all these other facts, that it's wrong, right? They don't deserve Maduro, okay, but they also don't deserve, nor do we as American people deserve, a president circumventing Congress, breaking Article 1, stealing their oil, creating the permission structure to allow for more of this imperialism in Greenland, Mexico, Cuba, Colombia, and Iran.
Yeah, I guess right there is where we're finding our disagreement. Because it is my belief, I might be incorrect, and if I am, I'll be the first to admit it. But it is my belief that what happened is Trump and his administration obeying the Constitution. They couldn't go in and attack a whole regime. They couldn't take everybody out of control because all of those people weren't proven enemies of the United States, where Maduro was. It was absolutely, without a doubt, factually known that that man and the people he was connected to did all kinds of bad things, and they were enemies of the United States. And there were what do you call that? When they issue a warrant for your arrest or whatever. The court in New York ordered a warrant for him. They wanted him as a criminal, so they went in and got him specifically.
Well, I don't think it's not about crime or being an enemy of the United States. I mean, Putin is an enemy of the United States, okay? Right, but then you see Donald Trump walking down a red carpet with him, holding his hand. Like, fuck. I like, you know what I mean? And if we want to talk about enemies to the United States, it seems like you hold a lot of resentment against enemies of the United States. So then why do you support one as president? Like, we're talking about the guy that tried to install himself for a second term in 2020. You know that, right? We're talking about the guy that installed FAQE votes for himself in Congress, saying that he won states Biden won. Okay, then he sent them back to Congress, pressured Mike Pence into certifying them as real, had his followers insurrect the Capitol, smear their shit on the walls inside. They killed cops, okay, or tried to kill cops, and then he gave them full and complete presidential pardons the next time he was president after admitting to Congress and the Supreme Court that he did try to steal and RIG the election. I mean, fuck, if that doesn't make somebody an enemy of the United States of America, then what does?
Those are valid points. Those are not points that I'd really care to argue.
Well, but like all that I'm saying
really
here,
like.
but
Listen, I'm just saying you kind of got me on that one. All right, the whole January 6th thing, that was kind of a mess.
It was.
I kind of like to distance myself a little bit from that.
Right, like if you're willing to like allow for American imperialism to be the case to like capture an enemy of the United States. All right, if you're going to allow for like this permission structure that could like potentially lead to like a war in between the countries in NATO, because like the fact that so many people are okay with what he did to Venezuela is now why today he's like, well, we might do the same thing in Greenland. Well, we might do the same thing in Mexico. Well, we might do the same thing in Cuba. Well, we might do the same thing to Colombia. Well, we might do the same thing to Iran. Okay, well then at the bare minimum, okay, you'd have to be okay with like not supporting an enemy of the United States that tries to attack and end our democracy and constitution from within.
Well, see, okay. Now, true, absolutely, you got those correct. But to what degree? Now if we just kind of spitball this for a moment, it looks more like dirty politics than more an act against the country and overthrowing the country. It really is. And dirty politics has been basically accepted by our country for many, many, many years. before I was born, it's known that politicians lie and politicians are corrupt and they don't keep their word, and those are just kind of things that are said and known and accepted. And I don't know what happened with the thing on January 6th and all of that. It's not really, in my opinion, him trying to overthrow the country. It was just him trying to stay in power and retain an election that he didn't actually win.
Bro, him staying in power and going against the voice and the vote of the people would be an overthrow of our democracy.
I understand. That's why I'm trying to like.
Okay, so basically
I
what you're
don't
saying,
support that.
what you're basically saying is you're saying, well, it wouldn't have been an overthrow of our democracy, but it would have been an overthrow of our democracy.
Like I said, you got me on this one. You got me painted into a corner. That's a bad situation. But I mean, it's
So
not
why isn't that,
enough
why isn't that your final straw for just not supporting Trump?
because I like what he's doing. I really do.
Okay, what's a
so
red line?
he's-
Okay, I need to ask you a really legitimate question. What red line would you hold against Trump? What is something that Trump could do that would make you stop supporting him?
Oh, all kinds of things.
Okay, like what? Give me an example.
All right, so if he were to pass a number of or have his elected group, okay, pass laws or do things that were only in his benefit, not for the benefit of the country. And if he were to make some backwater deal with a foreign country that made him filthy rich, but it undermined the American people, things like that. You know, the things where if he was really acting in solely his best interest. I mean, the man's clearly a narcissist, no doubt about it.
Okay,
But
yeah, I could give you an example of him solely acting in the best interests of himself while undermining American institutions. Do you want it?
Absolutely.
Denying the outcome of the E. Jean Carroll Grape case and denying the outcome of his 34 felonies, and then denying the outcome of Jack Smith's prosecution, while also denying the outcome of 2020. Him denying the outcome of 2020, J6, everything that we just talked about, was solely for his personal enrichment at the expense of the degradation of the civil and electoral institutions and people of this country. Okay? Him denying the outcome of the Grape case and 34 felonies was only for his enrichment at the expense of the degradation of our criminal justice institution and the respect and trust that the American populace has within it. Okay? Right? Like, you're telling us here that you hold this red line, but in all reality, he's already crossed this red line multiple times. Okay? Or, like another example, define Congress and breaking federal law by refusing to release all the Epstein files by the legal deadline, then releasing some Epstein files that are heavily redacted much beyond what is legally permissible, and then not explaining his illegal redactions. Even if you don't think that he's personally in the files, which I absolutely do, all right, it's either him and his friends or not him, but his friends, meaning that he's either enriching himself and his friends or just enriching his friends at the expense of upholding law, adhering to the wish of Congress, which is thereby the wish of the people, because our Congress represents the people, and not seeking and holding justice for the survivors of these heinous crimes, in virtue of that fact of protecting the P3DOs, the rapists, the predators, so on and so forth.
all right, so I guess my response will be in the order that it was the latest delivered. We'll start with the Epstein thing and then work our way back. The Epstein files, the heavily redactions, okay? Now, when the order was given to Trump to release the files, his administration to release the files, there was an order saying he must comply. He said he would comply. But in that order, there was very clearly stated that anything having to do with a current, ongoing, or open investigation would be held back. Now, listen, I absolutely support getting justice for all of those children who were abused, 100%. Now, but that might be, in fact, what's going on. We don't know. I mean, ultimately, when you look at the facts, we don't know for sure why those files are being held back. And eventually, no matter what, those files are going to come out, right?
Come on. We absolutely do know why. Give another explanation outside of either Trump's protecting himself or Trump's protecting his friends.
All right. So you've got Epstein, okay? We'll call him person A. his close buddies that come to the islands that we've already heard about, Trump, the Prince, or whatever, all the famous people. Those are people B. Well, people B came to the islands and hung out and did their little thing, but they brought a person with them. That's person C. Now, the American people and the populated people and the public don't know who person C is yet. And right now, the Criminal Justice Department is trying to make connection between person B and person C so they can put person C in prison too. But it isn't all hammered out yet, and it isn't quite done, and they're still investigating, and they're still working on it. But as soon as those files come out and person B is publicly known and person C sees that, they're going to go and they're going to erase any connection between C and B that ever existed. They're going to deny knowing him. They're going to erase emails and delete files, and they're going to do everything they can do to muddy the waters and make that connection harder to find, which is more likely going to let person C or D or E or however far you want to go down the line off the hook for what they did.
So then why would Donald
4
Trump
years
even
from
promise
now-
to release the files in the first place? Why would Donald Trump tell Pam Bondi to release all of the grand jury testimony from the Epstein files? Why would Donald Trump tell the Republicans in Congress to vote for the release of the Epstein files, then defy that by not releasing any of the grand jury testimony, defy Congress because he was forced to do that by ultimately not releasing all the files by the deadline, or, on the other hand, like protect himself because we know that there's pictures of Trump's in the files that have been deleted. We know that there's pictures of Trump's in the files that have been redacted, and we know that there's just absolutely no way that every syllable of every word of every line of every page of grand jury's because of the grand jury Epstein testimony is talking about this person B. Listen, at the end of the day, you are speculating. Okay, this is all incredibly speculative, and there is no
100%.
evidence to demonstrate that it's true. This is a very impressive gymnastic routine, but I'm not speculating when I say that Donald Trump is not releasing the files to protect himself and his friends, because I have a lot of evidence that that is true. So much evidence.
Okay, that's a valid point, but that evidence doesn't solely include why it's been redacted. Just because Trump is protecting his image, or the image of his friends, or their culpability, doesn't mean that that's the only reason those files are held back. That's also speculation.
Okay, but that's the only
I mean-
reason that we have evidence for.
Right, but that's because we're still uninformed.
Okay, so then you admit,
The-
as it stands, the only reason that we have evidence for that they are holding the files back is because they incriminate Trump and his friends. So you're basically telling me that even though that's the only thing we have evidence for, you're still not going to believe it, and you're going to disregard it, and you're still going to support him as president.
The way I look at it is like this. Those files are coming out. Whether it's 4 years from now.
Wait,
with a new-
I have a
new-
question. If we only have evidence to believe that the Earth is round, will you believe that the Earth is round?
Well, of course I'll believe the Earth is round.
If you only have evidence to believe that I'm a real person, not like, like an AI algorithm on your phone screen, will you believe that I'm a real person?
See, I see where you're leading me.
Right. Because then if you
I
only
get
have
the point.
evidence, if you only
but-
have evidence to believe, okay, that the reason why the Trump administration is not releasing the files is because they're incriminating towards Trump and or his friends, right? Then would you
Well-
believe that they're incriminating towards Trump and or his friends? By the way, this is the hardest I've ever seen anyone fight, okay, to like conceal documents that prove their innocence. And by the way, also what you're forgetting about here is Occam's razor, okay? Philosophically or logically more so, what is simpler is more likely to be true. Okay, and the simplest explanation insofar as why he's not releasing the files is because they're incriminating towards himself and or his friends. Okay, so operating off of the basis of no evidence, but merely Occam's razor, it's already more likely the case that the reason he's not releasing the files is because they incriminate him and or his friends. All right, but then on top of the usage of Occam's razor here, we have a shit ton of evidence that they incriminate him and or his friends because the files that have already been released incriminate him and or his friends.
Well, I guess in my personal opinion, I always want all of the information before I come to a conclusion. I know people in my own personal life that have been wrongly convicted of crimes and done time in prison, and it took years for them to get out of prison for something they didn't do, absolutely had no connection to, but there was evidence to support that they were there at the time and they were present and So just because we have some evidence doesn't mean we have all. And until all is present, I don't believe an opinion should be formed. Now, us out here as people who don't have access to that information that they have, and we're not the ones investigating those cases, it's really, I'm sorry to say, but we need to wait until it's all said and done.
Okay,
Those smoke
yeah.
clears.
At this point, I am just going to move on to the next guest because I think that you're just demonstrating like a willful ignorance. You already have enough evidence to believe that it is the case, right? That Donald Trump is incriminated by the files. Okay, we had a letter released by a subcommittee in the House of Representatives that Donald Trump had sent to Epstein in 2003, depicting the naked body of a girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." We have another letter that seemingly Epstein sent to Larry Nassar, another convicted child sex pest, saying that Donald Trump shares their affiliation for young, quote unquote, nubile or sexually attractive girls. Okay, we have an email where Donald Trump told Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 that, of course, Donald Trump knew exactly what he was doing with those girls. Okay, and on top of that all, we also know that Donald Trump has a proclivity to engage in very similar or the same actions that Epstein did in, because he boasted about sexually exploiting the naked bodies of little girls to Howard Stern on his radio show in 2005, and then later in 2023 was held civilly liable for raping E. Jean Carroll. This is the character of a man who would be involved with someone like Epstein. And then the furtherance of the additional evidence that demonstrates that involvement, Epstein's letter to Larry Nassar, Epstein's email to Ghislaine Maxwell, or the letter that Donald Trump had sent to Epstein in 2003, okay, definitely gives you more than enough evidence to believe that he's incriminated by the files. And that doesn't even begin to touch on the inductive argumentation that, well, he doesn't want to release them, therefore he's incriminated. That's a whole other level on top of everything that I just shared.
That's true. Before you boot me,
well, I mean, how about let's
things.
see. Let's see. Like, I just want you to respond to that. Let's see what your thoughts are.
Well, you're not gonna like them, so just wanted to say, hey, thanks for letting me talk.
Scott,
I appreciate it.
What
But
are they, Scott?
here's my response. Like before, the Epstein thing and his connection, absolutely. There's his connection to doing things that are more than questionable, more than subjectively wrong with young women, and,
not just
and
young
older
women, girls.
for that
He
matter.
sexually exploited the naked bodies of kids, and he boasted about it. Why is that not enough?
Okay, now hold up. I looked into the thing that he said to Stern. He was talking about the Miss Universe pageant when he was talking to Howard Stern, which those are not underage girls.
He was talking.
Him walking backstage.
He was talking
that
generally.
He had the right to.
So point number one,
Right.
he was talking generally. He didn't specify a pageant. But because we have corroborating victim testimony from Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, we should believe that it happened at both.
I honestly do believe it happened to both.
Okay, so
I
then you
honestly
believe
do.
that he sexually exploited the kids at Miss Teen USA.
No, I believe you walked backstage inappropriately. But also, in Miss Teen USA, hold up. In Miss Teen USA, I believe they were there with adult representation. And I don't think Trump walked into any rooms where there were girls and parents. And if you look at the rules, it says you cannot be alone, period. When you're in the Miss Teen USA thing, you must be with your chaperone at all times, even in the dressing rooms. Your parent or your guardian has to be in there with you.
Mariah
So I
Delgado,
don't think that he made.
Mariah Delgado, alongside three other teens in which wish to remain anonymous, said that he would walk into their dressing rooms when they had no clothes on, look at them, and say, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before."
Yeah, I got nothing for that one. I was going off of what I looked. I didn't see anything about her statement. I don't know anything about her statement. I was going off of the Howard Stern stuff and the stuff that I looked up. And the only things I looked up were pageant rules. And I was just going off of that. I have nothing on her statement. I don't know that.
So
it existed.
are those the current pageant rules?
No, those were the rules in 96, 97, and 98.
Actually,
those are the ones that.
Could you give me your resources? I just want them for future reference. Where can I find the pageant rules?
No, I mean I just used Google. I just punched in Google, and then I ran through, and I brought the site that said Miss USA, Miss Universe, and then I looked up that pageant.
I've been looking.
specific
I've been looking for specific documentation surrounding the rules and regulations of the Miss Teen USA and Miss USA pageants in 1997 for ever now. I've never been able to find anything. So truly, I would love it if you could share those resources with me. What do I have to look up in order to find? What do I have to look up to find those resources?
I just put in Miss Universe pageant 1996 rules. And then I put another one. I did a search for backstage layout, backstage rules, dressing room rules. I went through like several looks to find to get what I found, but I'll be happy to look through it tonight, Dean, and send it to you somehow.
Yeah, I'd love that because like the first thing that pops up is like the current rules of Miss Universe, a Wikipedia
Yeah,
page.
you
on
gotta
Florida
you gotta
Physics.
look a little bit. You gotta look a little bit.
Well,
It took a minute. Listen, it took a minute. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, all right. Well, yeah, you should go find this, Scott.
I will. How do I drop them to you? How do I like send you something? I don't know what
Re-request.
to
Re-request.
re-request.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you know what? Thank you so much for having me on, Gene. I really appreciate what you do, and I'll be happy to discuss other topics at other points. And I will. I request. Thank you very much for having me, brother. Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
take care, Scott. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Jesus Christ, man. All right, hop inside of that queue. By the way, if you want to like have a good laugh, you should go look at like the recent comment section of my TikTok video. It was like breaking the news, and it didn't include like any opinion of mine. It just went over the facts, and like, dude, holy crap! Wow, the Trump supporters are so pissed off in the comment section. Like, y'all gotta let me read some of these. Like, let me read some of this copium to y'all. The first comment says, Dean is obsessed with Trump, lol. Well, I mean, he is kind of the president of the United States of America, and I'm a political commentator for and in the United States of America. And then the second comment says, no way you guys are hating on Trump for Venezuela. Well, if his takeaway from the video is that I'm hating on Trump for Venezuela by just sharing the fact, okay, that 2 days after it, he's now threatening an invasion of these other 6 countries, well, then you're basically saying that these 6 facts give good reason to hate on Trump for Venezuela. So that was kind of crazy. The fourth comment, I think that this is from a fake account. They say, as a Democrat, Dean is low-key wrong here. On what? You know, like the top comment says he didn't even express an opinion on it. This is just subjectively what is happening right now. And that's true. There was no opinion in the video. Just like the fact. And then the next comment with 210 likes says, this dude just fear-mongering. Oh my God. They're calling me a fear-mongerer because I'm verbatim like just repeating what Donald Trump said from Air Force One yesterday. Jesus Christ, dude. I don't know, man. We have seen a massive increase within the amount of like people on the right really coming at me strong. Like, apparently I'm a fearmonger for just like repeating what Trump said verbatim. Got it, dude. I'll make sure I keep that one in mind. MAGA Soppy, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Cool, give me a second here. Darian, thank you for the 20 euros over on YouTube, who says Danish troops died fighting alongside American troops in the invasion of Iraq when the USA invoked Article 5 of the NATO treaty after the World Trade Center. Now the USA wants to pay back Denmark by stealing part of Denmark. Yeah. Thank you for the 20 euros, man. I appreciate you so much for the support. And then Angela, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much, Angela. Show some love to Darian and Angela down below in that queue, as well as Ben for the $10. Thank you so much. Jenna with a $5, who says, didn't Trump also say something like, if I shot somebody on the street, they'd still support me? I'm tired. Yeah, and he's proven right every day. The one thing Trump's ever been right about. Ben, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you for the love, Ben. Show some love to Ben down below. Jenna with another 5. Ben with another 5. Then Mia with a 10, who says, hey, Dean, I just want to be able to thank you for what you do. Hey, well, thank you so much, Mia. Thank you. Then Ben with another $20. Thank you so much, Ben. Dude, let's get 500 W Bins for all of the love. And Ben, I absolutely agree with all the messages that you've been attaching to your messages. Thank you so much, man. And then Michael, thank you so much for the $20. He says, much like PBS, longtime listener, first-time donor, thank you for your energy and ability to do this every day. I go by Snap over on TikTok, where I watch almost every day. Cheers from the other side of the divide in Colorado. Oh, dude, shout out to you. Shout out to you, Michael. Appreciate you for the $20. And that's cool that you're on the other side. Front range, baby. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Michael W's. Over on PayPal, Matthew, thank you for the $20. Who says, I'm celebrating because my grandma has been has been supporting Trump since 2015. She told me today that she feels like he's fooled her and now she hates him. God being real confirmed. Dude, based liberal grandma. Give her the best wishes, my best wishes, okay? And if you're watching and you want to support me, guys, you could find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio over on TikTok. Pin message in that YouTube stream. I get 100% of those proceeds. They go right to me. You get a notification on my phone. I get shout you out and read any and all attached messages. Take it away, bro. Why are you MAGA?
I look towards Trump as a symbol of power. I think he displays the, while it may have some dictator tendencies, I believe we sort of need someone like that right now because we are in a place in the
Someone
world.
with dictator tendencies. You are going to have an awfully difficult time justifying that premise.
Justifying the premise that we need someone in power.
No, that we need someone who wants to be a dictator in power.
Okay.
Justify that premise, sir.
Well, the premise I'd like to start up with first is that it displays to other countries that they won't be able to mess with us.
Okay. Well, I mean, didn't we just like mess with a country because they had someone who wants to be a dictator in power? So I don't know if that's necessarily true. Right?
Well, you may be right. You're not wrong. We did mess with them.
Right.
But I think it's more so of a wolf putting down a wounded other wolf.
What?
You don't get it, Dean.
No, I don't get it.
We need to be at the top here, at the top of the food chain.
Again, you need to be banned, dude. Moving on to the next guest. Oh my god, man. What are we doing? What are we doing, guys? Come on. Moving on to the next guest, bro. Come on, gang. Come on, gang. Well, it's so cringe. Edgelord.
Hey, what's up, Dean?
Yo, what's up, man? You support Trump? Chicken noodles?
What's up, Dean?
Do you support Trump? Chicken noodles?
Yeah, I do.
And how old are you?
Yeah, I do. I just answered. I'm 19.
Can I get a quick...
So, hey, Dean, can I ask you something really quickly?
You have a little
Could I ask
bit
you a question really quickly?
You have a delay. You have a delay. Turn on and off your internet real quick.
I do. Do I still have it?
Test.
Yeah, what's up? Do I still have it?
Definitely. How old are you?
Oh shit. Hold on. I'm 19. Could you drop me and let me back up real quick? It's probably just a glitch because I wasn't on TikTok.
Sure. Yeah, or it could just be a shitty connection. We'll see. I'll try to drop you and let you back up again. That's fine. If you're screen recording, that also might be what's causing it. So.
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay. What year were you born in?
2003.
19, born in 03. You're terrible at math.
No, I'm 21, dude. I'm just kidding. I just wanted to ask you a question really quickly, Dean. So.
You can't even be 21 born in 03. The youngest you could be born in 03 would be 22. He got it wrong both times. You want to be 19 or 21. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, these are the people we're up against, folks. Hello, do you support Trump? Teflon Don? Yeah, homie's still in 2025. It sounds like he's driving, so we're going to go ahead and drop him and move on to the next guest here, y'all. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Yo, Annette, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you so much for that, Annette. Thank you so much for the $20. Seriously, fucking Annette, that is so fucking kind of you. I appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Annette down below. That is Annette. And I actually just went and I checked out Annette's donation, and I noticed that there was no message attached. So just, hey, thank you for the love. As well as Alina, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube, who says, please cover Epstein and Israel links as discussed by Dropsite News. I haven't really looked into Epstein and Israel links. I'll get around to that eventually. Thank you for the $20. Thank you for the $20. This guy's name is Anti-Liberal. Okay, all right. Well, hello, Anti-Liberal. I think I've, excuse me, seen you on Parker's Live before.
Yeah, man, you kept calling me somebody else.
Okay. All right, so you're not a big fan of liberals?
Nah, dude, I hate them.
You hate them.
That's right.
Why do you hate me for not wanting to be on the side of the grapist supporters, on the side of the people that overlook and attack and assault on our Constitution? Overlook a wannabe dictator trying to circumvent the power vested in Congress to amend the Constitution, or power vested in SCOTUS to reinterpret it by passing illegal EOs, trying to make the law of the land something else than which is explicitly guaranteed by the law of the land, aka the Constitution. If you hate me for having those patriotic, constitutional, and common sense values, I think that you're just a very emotional, evil traitor.
No, I hate the fact that you think that everything that you just list makes you a patriot whenever the actual truth is you hate everything about this country. You wish that you lived in another country. I'm pretty sure you probably wish you were black. I mean, you're probably not even secure within your own skin. Whenever we look at what happened, especially here recently with Trump actually removing a real dictator, right, like Maduro, and then now all of a sudden you're like on pro fucking Maduro team. Like, buddy, like, what are you doing with your life? Like, 1 minute you're all this humanitarian, I love the people and all this stuff, and then the next you're like, oh, actually fuck all that. I actually like that guy Maduro because fuck Trump. Like, if Satan was a real person and was like on the planet Earth, right? If like
Yeah, it's
Satan was
cute.
a real
It was
guy,
a good try.
and then Trump went and captured and unalived Satan, you'd be like, oh, justice for Satan, because like, fuck Trump. Like,
Well,
that's
I
like
mean,
your whole
I
life.
wouldn't be talking about support for Satan if I was you. You kind of made a Satan
I think you
reincarnate
would.
president. Now, anyways, let's just go ahead and address that all. I'm laughing in your face. So at the end there, you posited that I'm pro Maduro. No, I'm definitely not pro dictatorships. Unlike a lot of the Chud Maxing incels on the right with Trump ignoring the fact that he tried to install himself for a second term. Definitely hate Maduro. I also just hate, like circumventing Congress or like breaking Article 1 of the Constitution and creating a permission structure to allow for imperialism, which has now led to Donald Trump saying that he wants to invade 2 of our allies. Like, holy fucking shit. But I also want to address the first thing that you said.
Article 2
One moment.
gives him that
I'm not
permission,
done.
though, bud.
I'm not done. I want to address the first thing that you said there, because you said that you hate me because you think everything that I said in the beginning was right. Yeah, everything that I did say in the beginning was right. So I'm just going to repeat it. I want you to tell me what's wrong, okay? Right? One of the things that I said is that Donald Trump has launched an attack and assault on our Constitution and has been circumventing Congress to amend the Constitution and circumventing SCOTUS to reinterpret the Constitution by launching an illegal attack on it and trying to argue that rights in which which are guaranteed by the Constitution are not actually guaranteed. Like, do you think that's true or false?
Why are you pivoting away from Venezuela?
I'm not pivoting away from Venezuela. Actually, if anything,
You are, actively.
No. I'll describe how I'm not. So a linear dialogue would be one in which where we address the first points, and then the second points, and then the third, and the fourth. In like a linear order, your first point was saying that the first statements I made were false, and then your second point was stating that you think I'm pro Maduro. So if we are engaging in a linear dialogue, we would first want to go through the first points in which you made, and then the second points. So we'll talk about Maduro and Venezuela once we're done just addressing the first points that I made, which then warranted the first counter response that you made.
Got it. So your idea of the debate is whatever one person says, I'll just pivot to another topic, and then I'll say, well, it's not a pivot, it's a linear debate. So I want to debate on several topics at once. Why can't we stick with the original topic? I mean, I'm okay with running a linear dialogue, but I'm also, like the same way that you do everybody else. Like, why are you pivoting? You know what I mean?
Quickly, can you define pivot?
Moving from one point to the next because you're losing the current point.
Okay, so yeah, even if you take a pivot to be moving from one point to the next, you can't argue that I moved from one point to the next because the first point, right, was the fact that you said I was wrong when I accused Donald Trump of infringing on the Constitution. That was just simply the first point I made.
Article 2,
wait. Then you also said
of the Constitution gives him the right to go.
Then you also said,
hold on.
Just hold on. So you also said that like we should just talk about the original point. What was the very first point brought up on this live? Be honest.
You asked why I supported Trump.
No. I asked you if you hate liberals, and then you said, yeah, I hate liberals. And then I was like, so why do you hate me for being a patriot and not liking Trump because he's launched an attack on the Constitution? And then you
Well,
responded to
but
that
saying that is
point.
a lie, though. But what you replied with is a complete lie. He never one time infringed upon the first Article 1 of the Constitution. In fact, he acted within 100% of his bounds within Article 2 of the Constitution, which gives him full leadership, as in Commander in Chief of the United States military.
So
Gives
the
him the
specific
acting order
infringement
to
that I
go.
was
Hold on,
referencing. Okay,
which
that's
gives
fine.
him the active. Which gives him the active ability to go not only beyond the borders and international sea level of the United States, but it also gives him that ability to go within other countries and do things such as, I don't know, maybe remove fucking dictators.
Okay.
As in we saw whenever George Bush was in office, the same thing that we saw whenever Obama was in office. You just didn't have a problem with it until Trump did it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I could definitely address all those points. But I mean, I actually already clarified the violation that I was referencing, and I don't understand why you're pivoting away from it. Because the violation that I referenced was one of the 14th Amendment. And I'm just honestly going to use your own language against you here. You said that a pivot is moving from one point to another, and that we should just stick on the original point. So the original point that was
I
made...
stayed on the original point. You didn't.
How about we just like listen back to the conversation so we could see what the original point was? Was that fair? Is that fair?
You have to go all the way to the beginning.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right? Like
Yeah, it's
Satan was
cute.
a real
It
guy.
was a good try.
And then Trump went and captured.
Edgelord.
Hey, what's up, team?
Yo, what's up, man? You sports the youngest you could be eventually. Thank you for the $20. Thank you for the $20. This guy's name is
You could have left it there.
Anti-Liberal. Okay, all right. Well, hello, Anti-Liberal. I think I've whew, excuse me, seen you on Parker's Live before.
Yeah, man, you kept calling me somebody else.
Okay. All right. So you're not a big fan of liberals?
Nah, dude, I hate them.
You hate them.
That's right.
Why do you hate me for not wanting to be on the side of the grapist supporters, on the side of the people that overlook and attack and assault on our Constitution? Overlook a wannabe dictator trying to circumvent the power vested in Congress to amend the Constitution, or power vested in SCOTUS to reinterpret it by passing illegal EOs, trying to make the law of the land something else than which is explicitly guaranteed by the law of the land, aka the Constitution. If you hate me for having those patriotic, constitutional, and common sense values, I think that you're just a very emotional, evil traitor. So I don't mean to be rude, but like objectively, what we just listened to was the original first point made on this live between the conversation with you and me. Like there's just like simply
my
there's just
personal
simply
opinion
like
of you.
one moment.
Hold on. My
One
personal
moment.
opinion.
Just like undeniably so, the first point made on this live was, why do you hate me for not wanting to stand with a president who raped a woman and is attacking the Constitution with unconstitutional EOs? Can we just agree with a yes or no? Objectively, was that the first point made on the live?
You know, I mean, I guess if you want to use my opinion as what I open with of your question of like why I hate liberals, then I mean, sure. Like if we're using you know, opinion, you know what I mean, like a person's opinion as a talking point in a debate.
Yeah.
However, if we talk about the first actual debatable
Okay. I'm just
topic,
gonna cut you off there then, because I do want a question to that I do want an answer to that original point. So answer it. Why do you hate me for not standing on the same side of history as the guy that has been attacking our Constitution with an illegal executive order?
finish the clip. I spell it out for you pretty well, actually. Just finish the clip. No, I hate the fact that you think that everything that you just list makes you a patriot, whenever the actual truth is you hate everything about this country. You wish that you lived in another country. I'm pretty sure you probably wish you were black. I mean, you're probably not even secure within your own skin. Whenever we look at what happened, especially here recently with Trump actually removing a real dictator, right, like Maduro.
So your response to that was to say what's actually true is something else than what I said, and then to bring up Maduro. So okay, I guess we'll just go back to that point.
You said dictator.
We'll just go back. We'll just go back to that point. Okay, so the way that I would address your response there is point number one, right? Like Donald Trump's actions towards Venezuela were like not relevant towards the question which I asked you. Of course, like me asking you why you hate me for not standing with a guy that's launched an attack on our Constitution wouldn't like warrant any relevant conversation surrounding Maduro. Like I'm not saying that's a reason why you can't support Trump for sure, right? But it's just not relevant to the original point. So that's actually a pivot. But then also the response that you did give, right, was saying, well, that's not true, Dean, and these other things are true, right? So, like, can
No,
you
because
agree
you called
that
no, because you called Trump a dictator, and my rebuttal was no, Trump's not a dictator. In fact, you have a problem with him going and removing an actual dictator.
Okay, so then
Instead
I'll
of
respond to that. I do believe that Donald Trump is a wannabe dictator for his circumvention of Congress, circumvention of SCOTUS, with an illegal EO that he used to attack and assault our Constitution. That EO was specifically number 14160 when he tried to repeal birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil. I could go over the specifics if you'd like.
No, I'm familiar with the 14th Amendment. And I'm also familiar with the implications and the cost that comes behind that whenever you have massive people in the tune of, north of, say, 1 million people a year that come here, even if half of them have a baby. Well, now the United States is literally responsible for all of those children, not only financially if those people are deported and those children are put into group homes, but also the education and the health care. So there's not just like, oh, hey, we hate you, we don't like you because you're skin. That's not what it is. The actual point that he's making is you can't come to our country because you don't like it where you are. Come over here and then decide, oh, well, I'm gonna have a baby here, and now I should be able to stay here because my baby's here. Like, no, actually, the truth is we're gonna remove you, right, and we're gonna remove your child. Like, you can go over there and request citizenship legally the right way. There's plenty of ports of entry to do it at, and collect your visa followed by a green card. You could marry into the country. If you have children here, you could marry somebody and obtain a green card that way. There's very numerous ways for people to do it the correct way. Instead, though, right, people like you, they're like, no, I would rather that you guys just come over here however you want. We don't need to keep a record of anybody that comes in, and it's okay. But then whenever asked the same question of, would you allow some random person you've never met on the side of the road, call him a homeless veteran, right, that just is on the side of the road, he's obviously a little bit crazy because he's been on the side of the road for 6 years, are you going to let him come and sleep on your couch? Obviously no, right? Well, it's the same thing as our country. We need to protect our country as if it is our home.
All right, got it. So would you say, in a nutshell, your argument is that you think it's okay for Donald Trump to play wannabe dictator and violate the Constitution by taking birthright citizenship away from the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil because you just think that undocumented immigrants have a negative impact on this country?
I don't think that undocumented immigrants have an entirely negative impact on the country. I think that's the first misconception.
A net negative?
I don't think they have an entirely negative.
Do you know what the word net means?
I didn't say net. I said I don't think they have an entirely negative. Okay. Right? That's what I said.
I'm just trying to get your argument down to one sentence. So
okay,
is a fair representation of your argument in one sentence?
That's another problem. If you're trying to fit everything down into one sentence is wild. Like,
well, I mean,
no,
I think I've done it successfully. Let me know if you need to add more on. Is your argument that you think it's okay for Trump to violate the Constitution and infringe upon the 14th Amendment because you just think undocumented immigrants have a net negative impact on America?
No.
Okay, so then what's like the correct representation of the argument? What do I need to add on to that?
Okay, perfect. Well, the first thing you have to take the entire beginning off because it's not even conceptually true. And then whenever we look at the actual facts of has Donald Trump, hold on,
what's the argument there? Wait, no. We need to start there. I need to know the argument that it wasn't illegal. What's the argument that EO was not illegal?
First of all, what drafted document has Donald Trump drawn to remove the the 14th Amendment?
Yeah, well, the order here that I'm calling illegal would be number 14160.
What was that?
Number 14160 is the order that I'm calling illegal because it infringes on the 14th Amendment.
Okay, now what was that drafted in? What bill was that drafted in?
It's an executive order. So executive orders aren't.
Okay, what executive order?
I just told you, number 14160.
14160?
Yeah, that infringed on the 14th Amendment.
Okay, give me one.
That's fine. While he's doing that, real quick, Julian, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. I appreciate you so much for the love, Julian. Dude, I want to see 200 Julian W's down below in that comment section for the big 20. And even more W's. I want to see 1,000 Colin W's for the $70 over on YouTube Super Chat, who says, I enjoy your show. I know that you know what the amount means. Well, thank you so much for the love, Colin. Show some love to Colin for the $70 and Julian for the 20. Thank you both so much for supporting the show and for supporting what we do here. Like, seriously, I wouldn't be able to do it without y'all. Just know that I really appreciate it. And it's not something that I deserve, and I'm just so incredibly grateful for y'all. As well as Claire, thank you for the $5, who says thank you. Well, thank you for the $5, Claire. Grace with a 1, and then Claire with another 5. CC, thank you for the $3, who says, yeah, sounds like a supervillain. Honestly, I just think he kind of sounds like a loser. Matthew, I actually already did thank you 20 minutes ago. And then Emily, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Says, it's time for my after work iPad games and TikTok teen time. Dude, Emily, I hope that you are enjoying the stream today. It's super duper good to hear from you. And thank you for the $20. I would also like to thank Denise for the $40. I appreciate you so much, who says, shortly after our invasion of Iraq, in the short-lived celebration, a civil war broke out, and a hat idiot Bush Jr. said, quote unquote, let me go ahead and read this message, quote unquote, I thought that they were Muslim. He had no clue. What the fuck? That doesn't even make sense. Iraq had nothing significant to do with 9/11. Why don't we go after the main culprit, Saudi Arabia? Dude, holy shit. Thank you. Thank you for the $40, Denise. Show some love to Denise down below in that comment section. Show some love to Colin. Show some love to Emily. Show some love to Julian. Thank you guys so much for all the love and support. So, did you do the necessary research on that, EO?
Yeah. Hey, I just want to go ahead and take this time to thank my supporters, right? Dark Funk, thank you so much for the 1,000 coins. Brittany, so thank you so much for the 404. I'm just kidding. That's just lame as fuck. Why do you do that?
Why do
Why
I
do you
thank
sit on
people that
here?
donate
Why
to
do you
me?
sit? Hey, I do want to say this though. Honestly, genuinely,
Weirdo?
I do. Hold on. Genuinely, I want to say thank you to all of Dean's supporters that are sending him money. This guy literally needs this money from the bottom of his heart. Like, without you guys, without Trump as his backbone, without Trump as a daddy for him to look up to.
Emily,
every
thank you for the
single day,
$5 on
he
Venmo
would
saying
not
guest is
have
mad.
the ability to do this. He would be sitting up here like the dork that he is, the castaway, the wannabe, the guy who never made it, the guy who peaked in high school. Right here he is, front and live.
Miles,
Thank you
appreciate
so
for the
much for
galaxy.
supporting this guy. We really, really, really need you guys to continue the support for him so that he can continue to live the lavish lifestyle and drive around in his Tesla and live in his nice, beautiful home while you guys are in poverty and on food stamps and, and you're sending him your last dollar. So thank you so much for everything that you do. I just wanted to throw that out there, man.
Dude, why are you crashing out?
That's
like what? Wait, I'm so sorry. I'm just so confused. Wait, one second. No. I'm actually really confused why you're crashing out and you're so fucking mad. Like, I haven't even said anything crazy to you this whole time. Honestly, like, I've been chilling. Like, I literally, like, one moment, I literally, like, wrote down your argument. I broke it down into a premise by premise position. You rejected that the executive order was illegal. I was like, yeah, no, it's certainly illegal. I like gave you clarification insofar as what EO it was. And then you went on pause to go do research. I haven't said like anything rude or mean to you. And the next thing I know, I just think like 2 people for their donations. And then you lose like 35 brain cells because of the cortisol maxing that you're engaging in because of how jealous you are of me. By the way, I just want to let you know that it's actually contradictory to call somebody a man that peaked in high school, but then to go on and accuse them of living a lavish lifestyle with a massive home. And second of all, I know that was like all a big rant because you're jealous of my income, you're jealous of the donors, right? But I do want to make it clear that actually only incentivizes more people to donate to me. The more you talk about the donations that people send me on Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio, by the way, right? More people will. And in fact, we actually only have a couple people to thank now because of that. So thanks for the crash out, dude. You just made me more money. Nicole, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Who says, "Oh, Todd, I can't even read that." Nicole, thank you for the $5.
Did you not even
1
hear
minute,
me?
Emily, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you so much for the love. Who says another one? I'm not in poverty or in food stamps. I am well off. That's mad. Morgan, thank you for the $3 over on Venmo saying that guess has a small PP. Emily with the $5 saying that the guess is mad. Caitlin with the $5 who says guess is a massive loser who's jealous of your income. Thank you guys so much for all the love. I'd also like to thank Adam for the $6 and the 66 cents on PayPal. He says, fuck this bootlicking Chud Maxer. Keep it up. Heather, thank you for the $10 who says, MAGA man knows when he lost when he starts attacking you. They always do because they know that I'm better. Thank you for the $10, Heather. And Kiri, thank you for the $25 on PayPal saying here's another $25 for your lavish lifestyle. Thank you for the $25, Kiri. Emily, thank you for the $10. Sarah, thank you for the 1. Chance with the 1. Let's fucking go, dude. Thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. Giannis, thank you so much. YG, thank you for the $10. Who says he's crying on those baby beta MAGA tears. And then Jason with the $10 as well. Thank you so much for the love, Jason. And then Wyatt, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Holy shit, show some love to Wyatt, who says, I don't know how you do with these chuds every day, dude. Thanks for it. I'm getting good at it. And then Danielle with the $20 as well, who says, fuck this guest. Keep going strong, Dean. Let's get 200 Danielle W's. 200 Wyatt W's, and 500 Lisa W's for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy crap. Lisa with the 50 says, here's 50 for the guests crash out. And Allie, thank you for the $20. She says, this is my last 20. It was between this or food for my 18 children. Love you, Dean. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. And Kira, thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. He says, donating again because he's so jealous. Keep up the good work, young man. Thank you for the $50, Kira. You're the fucking goat. Danny with the $10 saying, low Kirkuinly, tell this chud guest to shut the fuck up. Kimani, thank you for the $10. She says, here, Dean, take my very last 10. AJ, thank you for the 5. Appreciate you so much. Emma with the 2. Jack with the 8. Ben with the 5. Jessica with the $2 from the DNC. And then Taisha, thank you so much, Ty, for the $50 over on PayPal. Oh my God, that is TIA. Show some love to Ty down below. Who says, here's Ty's last $50 to donate to the Dean Foundation for the Wealth, Supercars, and Lavish Lifestyle. Let's go, dude. Thank you so much for the $50. It is going to be so great to pay for let's see here, a gallon of my E85 racing fuel that I'm going to put in my Demon 170 on the way to my second house in the Caribbean. And don't worry, I will be hitting the PJ to take $1 million in a duffel bag on a private jet to Louis Vuitton in LA, by the way. Brandon, thank you for the $5 on Venmo to tell the guests to shut the fuck up. Aubrey with the $5 on Venmo for your time talking to this idiot. Cynthia with the $5 to educate MAGA. Alexandra, thank you for the $10. Who says, guess is MAGA lunatic that is jealous. Fuck this guess. Oh my God, he's so jealous. Thank you so much for the love. And then Brandon, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Luna with the 12 pounds. I appreciate you so much for the love, Luna. And Justin, thank you for the $25. Who says, brother guy made me laughing so hard it was worth paying. I appreciate you for the $25, Justin. And then Caitlin with the $5 to fund my new car collection. Would you like to say thank you to all the donors? Could you just say thank you for donating?
Yeah. I got you, man. So, hey, all of the donors that are giving to Dean's funds for his lavish lifestyle, and when I say lavish, let me explain to you guys. He has a
make sure you also add on Ella. Thank you for the $13. 1 second, another one just came through. Ella, thank you for the $13 over on PayPal. Who says, I find you so psychologically stimulating. I'm happy that you enjoy the lives. Thank you for funding the very lavish lifestyle. Thank you for the $13, Ella. That will be spent on half of a crepe.
Make sure you say thanks for the box. Thanks for the box.
Oh, Carrie, thank you for the $9. Thank Carrie too. Thank Carrie too. Thank her. Say thank you, Carrie.
Thank you for funding the box in which he holds dark secrets.
Good boy. Say thank you.
Dean,
say thank you, Ella.
I have a genuine question for you.
Say thank you, Ella.
I said thank you.
Oh, you did. Good boy. Good boy.
I did.
Very good boy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Hey, I have a genuine question for you. Have you heard of the list that's been circulating around like on TikTok lately?
Like the creators list?
Yeah, the creators list.
I saw something about it on Reddit. I don't know what it is.
Man, you don't know what it is?
No clue.
You should find out, dude. This has some nasty shit in there about you and Parker. Like, you know how like you're saying, like, all these guys are coming in my comments and they're posting all of this stuff. Well, that's what is being alleged in this list, right? And then this list that is made by victims. So let me ask you a question, Dean.
Can you show us this list?
I mean, I don't have access to it. They took it down, but you can do
Wait. I mean, because what I saw about the creators list on Reddit actually didn't include me or Parker.
I included both of y'all, and also some guy named Johnny.
I'm not actually sure that that's true.
Some guy named Johnny. There was several of you guys actually. Some girl named Brittany. Some kid named Sam. There was a bunch of fucking Republicans.
I'm not actually. I don't
here,
actually
too.
think it's the case that's accurate.
I mean, then why else are all these guys alleging this?
I mean, I don't think that they are, right? Like, not even.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Like, once again, I have no clue. No, 1 second. I have no clue what the creators list is, right? Like, I'm just not really tuned in. But I did see, right, like a screenshot of it somewhere. I think it was either on Reddit or in like a random video posted by like Olive. No, it didn't include me or Parker.
Well, one screenshot would not cover the list, but like you're talking about one from a phone or a computer.
Did
Either
you get
way,
a screenshot of it?
it's a long
Wait,
list.
So you
dude.
saw
It's
it?
like
You saw it? Did you get a screenshot of it?
Yeah, the server's now private. You can't join the server anymore.
Okay, then why is this the first time I'm hearing about it?
It's
Like,
not. They've
you're
been blasting it in your comments, but you've been saying that
I
they're like
who's
lying or
blasting
something.
what in my comments? Oh, saying that
All of the allegations.
saying that host graped a 9-year-old behind an Arby's. Do you think I graped a 9-year-old behind an Arby's?
Do I think that you did? No, I think that somebody that
This
was
is so
spiteful.
fucking
I think that
disingenuous of you. They've been doing that in my comment section for the last 2.5 years straight. Just because I beat you in a debate and then you got pissed off, all right?
No, you
And then you
didn't.
started raging about my donations.
I started
And then
thinking
you
you're
got sat down by the donors, okay? Right? That is like super, very bad faith, disingenuous, and harmful to real victims for you to then echo a copy and
So are you saying
paste
the victim?
by
Are you
9-year-olds in the comment section
calling
that
the
support
victims
Trump,
liars?
saying that the host scraped a 9-year-old behind an Arby's. And no, I'd like to clarify, I'm not
Are
calling
you
a
saying
victim a liar because there's no victim in the first place. Like that host scraped a
so? Then are you
9-year-old
saying
behind
that
an
the
Arby's.
victims are lying?
That's not a victim. No victim is
You're saying that
saying
they're
that.
lying.
Show me
So
the
then you're saying they're
victim that's
lying.
saying that. What victim saying that? Show me the
Isn't
victim.
it true? Isn't it true that victims usually remain anonymous?
Well, show me where an anonymous victim said
You
this
want me?
even.
So hold on. You want
Show
me to
me
go?
where
You want
an
me to? You want me
anonymous
to go
victim said
publicize?
this.
You want me to go publicize a victim who
No,
hasn't
I'm even
yet
asking you. Show
uncovered
me
their
where an
identity?
anonymous
Hold
victim
on.
said
You
this.
want me to go publicize a victim, bro? Do you hear yourself right now?
You're not hearing me. I'm asking you to show where one
You're
specific individual
all of
even
the
anonymously made this claim against me.
all of the things that you say, like, oh, Trump did this to E. Jean Carroll, and E. Jean Carroll said all this, and he's in this
God.
Epstein list, but like
This is
you're
crazy.
alleged in this
Stop pivoting. Show me
in a
where.
similar
Listen.
list,
Show me where
and then
even
all of a
an
sudden,
anonymous victim said
and then all of a
this.
sudden the victim.
Answer my question.
It's not.
Show me
You're
where
victim
an
blaming.
anonymous victim said this.
Stop victim blaming.
Show me where somebody anonymously alleged that this happened to them.
Stop victim blaming.
Show me where an anonymous victim said this
Stop
happened to them.
victim blaming.
It's not even victim blaming. I'm asking you to show me where somebody anonymously alleged that this happened to them. I don't even think anyone anonymously alleged this happened to them. Show
Listen,
me.
I'm telling you why they're saying this in your comments as of
Wait, it's not a victim saying it in my comments. It's like 5 billion
That's the people who
14-year-old
saw the-
Trump supporters copying pasting, right? Like a very deviant and evil, right? Harmful to real victim copy and paste because they think child rape is funny. Show me where somebody claimed that they were a victim anonymously.
I told you it's privatized server now. Like unless you have access to the server, which I'm sure you do because you're in that community.
Wait. Show us proof that you were ever in this server. Show us any screenshot. Show us any join logs. Show us anything. Right now, anything.
Every single person ever that logged into the server, you think that everybody just screen recorded it?
No, so no one screen recorded it?
I mean, I went through there, I read a couple things, I thought it was a bunch of crazy shit.
Wait.
And I moved on about
You
my
just made a
day.
good point because there's a lot of people in the server, so somebody screen. All that I'm asking you for is just to show us that like an allegation exists. Prove that an allegation exists.
Again, like if you have to go over this like over and over
Oh
again,
my
you can.
God!
If you're unable to understand
Wait, so
or
yes or no?
comprehend
Yes or
basic
no?
fucking-
Yes or no? Can you prove that even an allegation exists?
Sure.
Do it.
I'm actively making an allegation.
Oh, so you're alleging that I
Oh
raped
shit!
you?
Damn! That's crazy.
So wait.
Now,
So
what do
I
get
just
for
want to be
proving-
clear.
What do I get?
I just want to be clear. So you're proving me wrong by
do I
alleging
get
that
for
I raped
proving
you.
an allegation
So I just want to be clear. Are you alleging that I raped you?
We all seen all of the allegations that were in your comments earlier. I can name thousands of fucking.
Wait, those weren't allegations made by people calling themselves victims.
Well, people saying that you did such and such things is indeed an.
To who? To what victim? Where's the victim?
I mean, the victim is still anonymous at this
Okay,
moment.
but then identify them even if it is anonymous. I want to see a source of somebody anonymously saying
Then
that Dean
identify-
raped
then
them when they were
identify-
9 behind an Arby's.
I mean, again, if you would let me finish like what I'm saying without muting me every 2 seconds, then you would hear exactly where I was going with this. And the point is, the same that goes for these alleged creator lists, right, that are making allegations in front of everybody. And honestly, some of the shit that I saw was fucking completely ridiculous that probably had no possibility of even happening, such as some guy named Johnny, which I'm sure you've seen him, was in a completely different state and like allegedly lured some 14-year-old boy to a motel or something, right? Like there's a bunch of crazy shit that's within it. Now, with that being said, it's probably propaganda that was drafted, and I can wholeheartedly admit this, by, if I had to guess, I would say a Republican who dislikes you, dislikes Parker, dislikes these other leftist ideologists, and frankly, some of the further to the middle right wing that were also named within this, like the people that kind of like skate the middle line there were also named, but not a single exclusive right end Republican was named. So for me, right, I would say that you can't, this is a great example for how allegations don't always seem to be factual. Can you agree to that?
Are you asking me if I agree that
Yes
not
or
all
no?
allegations are true? Yes.
Yes or no?
Not all allegations are true.
Perfect. So then calling Donald Trump a rapist for the alleged allegations that came from E. Jean Carroll is out of the box. You've got a lady that stood on testimony that whenever given the opportunity for them to do a simple delay in which that the prosecutor could retrieve a sample of Donald Trump's DNA that would exonerate him from the crime, they chose not to. They also chose to leave various other things out, such as records in which Donald Trump was not even possible to be there. He was actually in a meeting at the time in his own executive suite, nonetheless. They also have testimony from everybody that worked within that same retailer store that said they never one time saw Donald Trump in there. That was not allowed to be aired. However, they did allow witnesses that had previous allegations against Trump that were never founded to testify, as well as they allowed E. Jean Carroll's friends, who had plenty of time over the course of however many years this was alleged to happen, to corroborate her story. Now, with all of that being said, do you think that it's fair for, if there's a possibility for one piece of evidence that would guarantee prove without a reasonable doubt there is no possible way, do you believe, right, that is an action that should have been taken? Because even though they're saying, well, it was past the deadline, he still offered this evidence, and somebody who had the possibility of guilt, you must admit, would never offer their DNA without a warrant if that would absolutely prove them of that said crime.
Okay, so, I mean, you said a whole lot of words. Let's just go ahead and unpack it. So first, what we've learned is that you accused me of raping a 9-year-old girl at an Arby's just to demonstrate that not all allegations are true. And then you use that conclusion that not all allegations are true to then say, well, Trump, the guy that boasted about sexual exploitation and said that he loves to grab women by their quote-unquote P word, was then later found guilty by a court for doing exactly that. This one must be false. So first and foremost, 95% of the false accusations that I've ever heard come from people like you. Men. That's a funny fucking trend I popped up on. That's a really funny fucking pattern I've noticed. I've only ever been falsely accused of rape by men. Trust me, you're not the first one to try this out. I mean, just look at the chat earlier in the stream. Little MAGA boys. Okay? Dean raped a 9-year-old girl behind an Arby's. It's fucking gross. It's insane. It's libel, by the way.
I'm trying to say, why would you do that?
Right? It's absolutely fucking disgusting. It is absolutely insane.
So then are you disgusted?
And something else. Why would I be disgusted with myself?
I mean, if you under the same assumption that the victim must be right, I mean, I've got to side with the allegation.
No. So what that is,
even though I know nothing about the victim or
here's
the
the thing.
fact that she's
Here's the
cried
thing.
wolf 14 times.
Here's the thing. So that's actually an
Explain
unfair
the other.
reduction.
Explain the.
That's an unfair reduction. So I believe all credible
Explain the other man
accusations-
then.
One moment.
What about the other men?
One moment.
What about the other?
Oh my god. I believe all credible accusations. Oh shit! You want to know what I just remembered? Remember when you said that? Wow. Damn, dude, you're good at pivoting. This is wow. I'm actually impressed with you. How do we all forget about this? Remember when he said it was actually not true that Donald Trump's ever violated the Constitution with an executive order? Then he went to go research it, came back, got mad at me for thanking my donors, and then like found a way to talk about this creators list, and then like warped that into a conversation about E. Jean Carroll. Tricky. Ooh, I about just started talking to you about E. Jean Carroll. Oh, very tricky, very tricky. Okay, yeah, we can talk about that second. I'd love to have a conversation with you about that. I think that it is undeniably true he raped Jean Carroll. So, have you gotten all your resources together to prove that that executive order wasn't illegal?
Yeah. Okay. So you're referencing the what was it 16047 or some shit?
No, 14167 was 60.
Well, oh, hey, I was close. I mean, come on, I had all the numbers there. I had all the numbers. You gotta give me that, right? Give me 2 seconds. Let me refresh my memory. It's still pulled up on my browser. We done been down a whole nother rabbit hole now.
Yeah. Go and refresh your memory while I thank my donors.
Okay, yeah.
Ava, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Ava says, don't read out loud. Okay, Ava, I just read that to myself, and just know that I love you. I appreciate you so much for the $15. Show some love to Ava down below in that chat. Let's get 150 Ava W's. Let's also get 100 Rebecca W's for the $10. She says, Guest peaked in high school. He's very jealous of you. Honestly, he probably peaked in middle school. Fun fact, I actually know somebody that peaked in middle school. What a crazy and sad life to live. Probably a lot like the guest's life. Jason, thank you for the $10 over in Venmo, who says, boot him. He's spewing nonsense. Honestly, if I booted everybody who spews nonsense, we would never have a single debate. Mike, thank you for the $5 in Venmo, who says that the guest projection is wild. Serenity, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says very convenient crash out to avoid talking about Trump's illegal EO. Very convenient. He's very tricky. Anna, thank you for the $5. She says thank you. Thank you for the love, Serenity and Anna. Abby with the 2. Brandon with the 5. Aubrey with the 5. Thank you so much. We're all caught up over on Venmo, over on PayPal. Keenan, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Oh my God, Key. Thank you. That is K-E-E. I want to see 500 Key W's down below in that comment section for the 50 big ones, who says just to piss the collar off. Let me tell you, he is fuming on the inside. He's just not going to let you know, because when he crashed out like he did earlier, it just caused more people to donate. Thank you for the $50. Carol, thank you for the $10. Who says guest literally said he was going to make an allegation, get him for defamation. Oh yeah, so it actually is like a civil offense to accuse someone of raping you when you weren't raped by them. So I actually would have.
Did I say you raped me, buddy?
Yes.
I said you raped me.
Yes.
Yeah, you are crazy. So you're the art of manipulating words.
Nope. I asked you to show me an individual making an allegation. Then you identified yourself. You said you were making.
I said I'm making allegations.
You were making an allegation. So thank you for the $10.
What is that?
Carol.
What is that allegation?
And then Carol,
can you read my mind? What is
Carol? Thank you for the $50
really,
as well over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Well,
that could be another allegation.
Oh,
or that I heard somebody say that you raped somebody, or
that it's also illegal to say that you saw somebody grape somebody else when you didn't. Yeah, so you just said, it's something else that's also illegal? Jesus Christ.
Allegations.
Carol, thank you for the $50. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Carol. Let's get 500 Carol W's down below in that comment section, who says, crazy how he's more invested in a quote-unquote creators list than the Epstein list that his president is on. What a cult. Oh, he's totally a cult member. Thank you for the $50.
So is every single Democrat ever. The difference is the Democrats are in there.
And then Clayton, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, why doesn't Donald Trump fucking expose him? If every Democrat ever was incriminated, was incriminated by the Epstein files, then I fucking wish that Donald Trump would release them so we could lock them all up in jail. It looks like Donald Trump is breaking federal law and defying Congress to protect every Democrat ever. Clayton, thank you for the $10. He says, here's $10 for the guest. Holy crash out. Holy crap, bro. Dude is dead ass mad and jealous. He's so fucking jealous. And then Dwayne, thank you for the $20. And Dwayne, I'm going to check that Discord DM. I'll try to find it. Thank you so much. Let's get 200 Dwayne W's. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for all of the love. We're all cut up over there. A couple people to thank over on Super Chat. Thank you for the $20. OM3 for the 20, who says, why the fuck is it so hard just to believe women? On God, dude. Thank you. Thank you for the $20, OM3. And thank you for the $20 as well, DV, who says Trump's allegations were proven in a court of law. They asked for his DNA and he refused. No innocent man would refuse to save $88 million. On God, DV. Let's get 200 OM3Ws, 200 DVWs. And Grandma Diane sent $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Just saying, horrible guy. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love, Grandma Diane. Oh my God, dude. Show some love to Grandma. Well, considering the fact I'm the one she's sending the $100 to, I don't know if she was calling me that. Show some love to Grandma Diane down below in that comment section, seriously. As well as Christian, appreciate you so much for the $60 as well over on Super Chat and your incredibly kind words. Thank you all. We're all caught up. Show some massive love to all of our donors, including Rosanna for the $5, Danielle with the $20. Let's get 200 Danielle W's. Thank you so much. Who says, the smooth brain POS couldn't be more jealous if he tried. Your punk is fucking. We all love you. No, he's totally jealous of me. I mean, he's really trying to call me a 21-year-old, right?
Bro, go look at my profile.
One of the most
I'm
successful.
jealous of you. Get the fuck out of
We
here.
know that you're jealous of me because you said that I puked in high school, then went on to talk about all the luxury cars and luxury house I
Go
live
look at
in.
my profile.
If I look on your profile, what am I gonna see?
You're going to see I'm a lot more successful than you.
Let's see it. Am I looking at a public
And
park?
that's just my farm.
Am I looking at a public fucking park, dude?
Keep watching.
Wait,
Yeah, you would think so.
Wait.
You would think it's a park.
Wait.
You would.
Wait, you live in a... Okay, never mind. I'll just leave it there.
No, show the viewers. Show the viewers.
Dude. Okay, is that your house?
That's my farm.
So you own a house. Nice.
That's my farm.
It's a farmhouse?
Yep.
Okay, so you have a lot of money.
We raise dogs there.
So you have a lot of money?
I mean, I do well for myself.
I think, honestly, that just makes you even more jealous of me. Because you're telling me that you have more money than me, and you're still somehow envious of my existence. You know? It's like, maybe if you thought that you had less money than
But
me,
if I sat here and
it'd
think...
make more sense for you to be envious of my existence. You know, money like equals jealousy in some scenarios, like whatever. Okay? But now you're saying that you have more money than me, and you're still envious of my existence. Holy shit. What a crazy thing. Jealous old man. So anyways, what's the refutation that Trump's executive order was illegal?
Yeah. So you're talking about the 14th Amendment of removing it from the immigrant-born children here that aren't documented, correct?
Yeah, removing birthright citizenship from
Yeah,
the children born to
absolutely.
undocumented
I
immigrants on
100
American soil.
I 100% stand by that. And
Okay, so what's
if
the-
you
what's
read
the
within
argument that it's legal?
Let me finish it. So if you read within what it says that those particular parents, if they are not in pursuit or do not fetch right the status of either an S1 or a green card or a visa holder, and they are subject to deportation and or are deported, that those particular children are also deported with them.
No, that's not
and
true.
that's largely hold on, and that's largely due to the fact of every single Democrat in America started screaming, "Oh, Trump's deporting or splitting the families and deporting these kids and blah blah blah." Like, no, okay, so y'all want to like here's the deal. Here's what happens. Okay, so like,
Everything that you just said was a
you
lie.
make allegations.
Everything
make
that you just said was a
allegations
lie. Every single thing that you just said was a lie.
Okay, pull it up.
So you said that basically this order goes over, right, how like the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil would be subject.
No, that was the reasoning.
Would,
that was
would
the
be
reasoning
subject to
behind
deportation.
it.
Oh, okay. Because what I was about to pull up is the fact that this executive order doesn't say deportation once. So, anyways, I'm gonna go in and just give you the argument that it's illegal, and then we're gonna listen to you squirm trying to justify otherwise. So, straight up, the executive order says, you could find this on the internet, that one is not a citizen. And that citizenship is not automatically extended to them if they are born on this soil. When one, that person's mother was unlawfully present in the United States and that father was not a citizen or lawful permanent resident at the time of said person's birth. Or two, when that person's mother's presence in the United States at the time of said person's birth was lawful but temporary. Like such as but not limited to visiting the United States under the under like a visa waiver program or visiting on a student work tourist visa, so on and so forth. So basically, all that this executive order says, by the way, I'm reading section 1, okay, and section 2 here, is that if one or both of your parents are not only an undocumented immigrant, but here on a work visa, so on and so forth, so a legal resident in some scenarios, okay, you are not a citizen if you're born here, okay? It has nothing to do with deportation. It has nothing to do with removal from this country because that's not what the 14th Amendment addresses. And all that this executive order addresses, right, is a fact that if you are born to a parent that's an undocumented immigrant, you are not a citizen. And remember, what I'm asking you for is the legal defense for this executive order because you denied.
Yeah, it's called
was
common
illegal.
sense.
So common sense is not a legal defense.
Hold on, let me tell you what I mean by this, right? So like whenever you listen to everything that you just said, right, when you're like, oh well, whenever the mother and the father are here illegally, Right. And then whenever you go and look at the breakdown of like the actual lawmakers talking about like what exactly the bill represents and what they mean by X, Y, and Z within the bill, right? You'll see like very clearly that they're referencing people coming over here, not being legal. They sneak in, however you want to call it, if you want to call it sneaking in the window or breaking in the back door, right? Like whatever that is. They come over here, they have kids. And then now those children are now U.S. citizens. The United States is now subject to responsibilities for those children, which is included and not limited to
The
health care,
Constitution
schooling.
guarantees them
Hold
citizenship.
on.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off, man, because this isn't a legal defense. I'm so sorry. It's really cut and dry. It's really cut and dry. The 14th Amendment.
You won't let me get to the meat of the argument.
I'm going to go ahead and just read you off the 14th Amendment. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. Okay? This executive order says not all persons born in the United States or naturalized and subject to the jurisdiction of are citizens of the United States. You're overcomplicating something that is really simple. The 14th Amendment says they're citizens, and that is an undeniable, unarguable fact. So when Donald Trump signs this executive order into law that says otherwise, that says they're not citizens, he's infringing on the 14th Amendment. And that's also
what's an amendment?
Undeniable.
What's the definition
fact.
of an amendment?
An amendment to the Constitution, an addition.
What is the definition of the word amendment?
So, like it legalese for the Constitution, addition.
Addition. That's crazy. Now, what would happen if somebody would make an addition to the Constitution? What would they then call that?
An amendment.
A revision. Holy fuck.
You could call it a change, a revision, an addition. All those words work.
Now, let's look at it, right? All this has to be voted on. This isn't just Donald Trump saying, "Hey, I'm going to do this." It has to go through Congress. It has to go through the House. Like there's so many things that it has to go through.
Wrong.
Hold on. Hold
Wrong.
the fuck on for a second.
It wasn't.
This
wasn't the proposition of a new amendment. This was an executive order saying, due to this executive order, they're not citizens. Go ahead.
So your goal is just to mute me when I start cooking you, or what?
I'm sorry. I just had to correct you. I know that I made a do, and I apologize. I just had to correct you.
Okay, perfect. So the United States has the ability to do things such as revisions, additions, amendments, whatever you want to call it. We have the ability to do that whenever somebody who is in authoritarian power or however you want to describe it, right? The president of the United States has the ability to propose amendments, has to propose laws, and so on and so forth, right? Now, the reasoning behind the proposed amendment is you see what I did there, right? The reasoning behind like them saying like, hey, this is our proposition in which we want to amend this or revise this or however you want to word it, is because these citizens come over here and they have these kids, and then now the United States is solely responsible for them throughout the lifespan of that child. Many of these people are now subject to the mass deportation that we are inducting. So why would we allow them to come over here, pop a baby out? Now the baby's here. Now we're going to deport them. Now we've got to put that baby through not only foster care, but also through health and health care and education, right? Like there's so much that goes into it, but you're just looking at it like, oh well, Donald Trump is just anti immigrant. He's just racist. Like, no, it's not. He's violating the Constitution because he wants to make an amendment. Like, no, he has the ability to make a fucking proposal to amend or to revise. That's within his powers. Would you agree or disagree that he at least has the ability to propose an amendment?
Yeah, so I agree that the president has the ability to propose an amendment, just like anybody has the ability to propose an amendment. Of course, an official proposal, like pushing it to the floor of the House or the Senate, would only be an ability that members of Congress have. But see, where you're misled, and I honestly think that you're misleading people by saying this, it wasn't the proposal of an amendment. He's acting as if this is law. Do you agree or do you disagree?
I disagree.
Okay, now I'm going to fry your ass because here's the enforcement section from Executive Order number 14160. So keep in mind, prior to the enforcement section, because this is section 3, section 1 and 2 go over, right, how in accordance, right, with this executive order, you are not a citizen if you are born to undocumented parents on American soil. And the reason why I'm showing you the enforcement section is because this definitely proves that it's not a proposal, but it is rather something that the president is ordering be treated as law. Because the enforcement section says that the Secretary of State, the Attorney General, the Secretary of Homeland Security, and the Commissioner of Social Security shall take all appropriate measures to ensure that the regulations and policies of their respective departments and agencies are consistent with this order, and that no officers, employees, or agents of the respective agencies and agencies act or forbear from acting outside of an accordance that is inconsistent with this order. Okay? This proves that it's not a proposition. Okay? So just once again.
That was a fucking no.
So just
Oh
once
my
again,
God, Dean,
just
I'm
to
about-
condense it down easy, Section 1 and 2 says, if you're born to people that are
fry your
undocumented
ass.
immigrants, you're not a citizen. Section 3 says,
You about to be
this fact that you're not a citizen must be enforced. And the reason, now listen to me very clearly here, the reason why this EO is illegal is because the Constitution guarantees them citizenship. Let's start there. I feel like that is a
Alright,
very good
perfect.
place to start.
I'm so
Do you affirm or deny that the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, as it stands, guarantees citizenship to the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil? Yes or no?
Yeah. Yes. Now, could you agree that as it stands, the president still has the ability to offer said addition or revision to said amendment within the Constitution, and that it has not yet taken place, and then that the offer, what you're saying, is like, oh, well, this is the execution, this is what happens, like these are the consequences. Yeah, like that's the full proposal. Whenever I take, like, I'm a business owner, right? Whenever I take a proposal to somebody and I say, hey, this is my proposal, I don't leave off chunks, I don't leave off parts of the plan, I don't leave off consequences, I don't leave off cons, right? I lay the whole thing out from start to finish. That's what he's saying. He's saying that if this bill passes and the completion of this order passes, then within 30 days, this will be law.
He passed.
If the bill passes, like, are you incompetent? I feel like
Dude.
you're intentionally disingenuous by doing things like this, saying like, oh, he's acting as if this is law. Really, if that's the case, then how many undocumented immigrants,
Hey.
children who was born
Hey.
here has been?
He passed the
Hold on.
order in
How many?
January. It wasn't. He passed the order in January.
Oh, so it's already been. So it's already revised.
No.
So then it's already approved.
Then the order was automatic. You don't need to, okay, listen. It's an executive order. To pass it, it just needs the president's signature. But then the order was stricken down because it was illegal. This guy
Okay,
is
so
an
that's
idiot.
exactly what I'm saying. Like, are you dim? Like, that's exactly what I'm telling you. Like, it did not pass. The executive order did.
Because courts rejected it because it's illegal.
Either-
So I'm right. Because your original defense,
Oh
listen, my original claim is that Donald Trump violated the Constitution with this executive order. You said that it's not true that he violated the Constitution with this executive order. Also, just like, by the way, I just want to like further, right, make it clear.
Because he has
that
the
this-
right to offer a proposal.
No,
Like,
it
he
doesn't.
has
This
the right to
isn't
say,
a
this is
proposal.
what I think it should be,
Oh
and
my
they have
God!
the right to
No, he
strike it
doesn't have
down.
the right to sign this executive. He does
Yes,
not
he
have the
does.
right to sign this executive order into law because it's
Well,
unconstitutional.
then why isn't he in
One
prison
second.
right now for
What's
treason?
what's the supremacy clause of the Second Amendment?
The right to bear arms?
Oh wait, I said that the Second Amendment. Sorry, the second article. My bad.
The articles of, you talking about where, like, it gives him commander in chief?
Do you not know what
the
the
articles of the-
supremacy? No, the
The
supremacy.
Articles 2, are you talking about Article 2 of the Constitution where it gives the fucking president
Y- y-
the ability of the command of the fucking United States military? Is that what you're talking
I
about?
asked you for what the supremacy clause is.
Oh, I mean, off the top of my head, I don't fucking know.
See, that's why you're confused on this topic. Because this whole time you've been arguing that Donald Trump has the right to sign this EO into law, even though it violates the Constitution. See, the one part of the Constitution that means he has no right to do that would be the supremacy clause of the second article. So, of course, you don't know what the supremacy clause of the second article of the Constitution is if you're arguing that the president has the right to violate the Constitution. Wow. Okay. So anyways, the supremacy clause of the second article of the Constitution just simply states that all withholdings, federal, state, and local, must be in obedience with the Constitution. This means that all law in which is passed by Congress must abide by the Constitution, or that law will be ruled and struck down. All executive
what you're
orders
saying- if what you're
signed
saying
into
was the
law by the president had to abide by the Constitution, and if they don't abide by the Constitution, then they will be struck down. All state laws have to be in obedience with the Constitution, or they will be struck down. All local laws have to be in obedience with the Constitution, or they will be struck down. All in any actions taken by our government or an entity operating in the name of the government under the jurisdiction of the United States of America ought be in obedience with the Constitution, or it is legally forbidden. That's the part that you're missing here. And that's why it was illegal for Donald Trump to sign this executive order into law. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if what you're saying is the case, then that would mean that women still wouldn't be allowed to vote. That would mean that there would be no amendments to the entire fucking Constitution of the United States ever. How do you think amendments happen within the Constitution? Like, right?
I could tell you.
Presidents and hold on, listen. Presidents and Congress members and politicians within a country draft things in which that they say, oh, well, we need to revise this, or we need to make an amendment that annexes this one. Like, whatever the case is, there's different things that happen within the United States that isn't just, oh, well, this is how it is. Like, no, the president has the ability to do things, such as he has the ability to propose a revision to said amendment. And he's not saying like, hey, if this, as I said, if this makes it through, this is law. If it does not make it through, if it gets struck down, then it's struck down. Like what are you fighting fucking battles that have already been done in court for? Like,
Oh my God.
you're making fucking allegations
Oh my
that are
God.
ridiculous.
Another thing that I need to educate you. Oh my God. Honestly, I kind of feel bad for you at this point. So first and foremost, it is simultaneously true that we can amend the Constitution, right? And we can't break the Constitution. Do you want to know why?
Yeah, because we amend the fucking amendment.
It's
called a revision.
You don't know what you're saying. The reason why it's simultaneously true that we can't break the Constitution, yet we can't amend it, is because the process of amendment is described by the articles of the Constitution. There's only one way we can amend the Constitution. And by the way, for everyone watching, I don't think that this guest knows that way. Because he's saying that, well, Donald Trump just signed this executive order into law, and if it passes, then great, the Constitution is amended. That's not how you amend the Constitution. Guest, how does one go about amending the Constitution? Unmute, please. Describe the process of amendment.
I mean, are you serious?
Yes.
So you expect somebody who's not in fucking business, not in fucking politics, who's in business, to just willy-nilly know the fucking policies, procedures, and standard operating procedure of the entire fucking country?
Actually, yeah, I do expect to know how to amend the Constitution. Yeah,
of course.
Do you not?
Off the top of my head, no.
Okay, and that's the big disconnect. So the way that we amend the Constitution is not with the criminal justice system. The criminal justice
system... Who said anything about criminal justice?
You did, because you said that if Donald Trump's executive order passed and it stood and he wasn't checked by a court, then the Constitution would be amended. Nope. So
by court, I mean Congress. So like the federal fucking...
The way that we amend the Constitution...
People who strike it down, buddy.
Congress has nothing to do with striking his EO down. Wow. Oh my God. You're getting exposed as a pseudo-intellectual. Holy cow.
So, because I'm telling you, wait. What does it matter who strikes it down? The person who strikes said fucking thing down is the person in which I'm speaking of. Like, are you just
the person
completely disingenuous?
But the person,
I already told you,
the person that strikes his EOs down is not the same person that amends the Constitution. So your big issue is that you think the person that would strike his EO down is the person that amends the Constitution. No. Right. No. So the person, do you accept or deny that?
That's not even close to what I'm saying. I'm saying that the president of the United States has the ability to write said executive orders, and there is a process in which that if they don't align with said Constitution, or they don't overrule, or they don't align with the standard operating procedure of the fucking country, then they will be stricken from the fucking record, or not really the record, but from the policy.
So,
like, they will not be enacted. Like, they will not be fucking law. Like,
so see, the thing is,
dim, like, or just disingenuous?
See, the thing here is you're saying that the president has the right to pass an executive order even if it's struck down. No. If it's struck down, that means the president didn't have a right to do it. In fact, that's why it's struck down. That one should be self-explanatory. The president only has the right to pass executive orders in which adhere to the Constitution. In fact, if they don't adhere to the Constitution, they're struck down because he didn't have the right to pass it. Fucking idiot. But anyways, just to help give you some baseline civics information, super relevant. Congress amends the Constitution. The Supreme Court interprets the Constitution. And then courts act in accordance with SCOTUS's interpretation of the Constitution, or their best guess if SCOTUS hasn't made an explicit ruling on an explicit subject matter. I honestly, dude,
I don't know if you were like still talking, but I had a call come in there that.
So
I
I'm
had to
just
pick up.
clarifying here. So the last thing that you said is that the president has the right to sign EOs into law even if they're struck down. No. The president only has the right to sign executive orders into law that are constitutional. And if they're struck down, that means the EO was unconstitutional. And in fact, the reason why they're struck down is explicitly because the president didn't have the right to sign it into law.
And you're saying that Congress is not the one that proposes amendments.
No, I'm saying that courts aren't the one that propose amendments.
Okay,
Congress.
yeah.
Congress
Okay, yeah.
is a body of people that propose amendments.
Understood, but it's similar to the functions of like a federal court in a way. I mean, like you would have to look at the Supreme Court and
Don't
other
try to argue.
various different courts. Like
No.
it's a court system. Like
No.
it is what it is. Like
No,
the Congress,
it's
I don't
not
care
a
who the
court
fuck's sitting in a room.
No. So court systems, they just attempt to use the best reasoning tools possible to determine if an action or set of actions took place. That's the court system. Okay? Congress, on the other hand, they just legislate in accordance and adherence to the will of the people because we live under a constitutional republic or a representative democracy. So Congress and courts are nothing alike whatsoever.
Okay. Now, as I was saying, Trump proposes an executive order. Let's say the executive order passes. Let's say Trump proposes the executive order and that particular revision to the 14th Amendment had have passed, right? Then would you then say, well, Trump had no ability to propose this particular amendment and now all of a sudden it's bad? Like, no, like there's winners and there's losers, right? Like you win some, you fucking lose some. Every president ever has passed. Listen, hold on. Every president ever has written executive orders that didn't pass. Like it just is what it fucking is.
That's
the same
true.
Thing as,
that's true. A lot of
Okay,
presidents
so-
have done that. Now, do you want to
Okay,
know the
so
reason
it's
why I'm
not-
singling out Trump?
Hold on. Can I just finish what I'm saying and then I would be glad to hear what your response.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so whenever we look at it and we say, okay, what was again back to my point of like the whole point of this is the only reason why I wanted to finish this of what was the reasoning behind the executive order in the first place, right? And that was to protect the interest of the United States.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah. So I understand that you think that this executive order was a good thing. So that's why my original framing and understanding of your argument was. So you're basically saying that you think it's okay for Donald Trump to play wannabe dictator, violate the Constitution, and circumnavigate Congress because you think ultimately it's for the greater good. But you've rejected that because you don't think that this executive order was illegal.
He's not violating the fucking Constitution. He's making
I'll tell you the
propositions, a
violation.
proposal.
Okay, so that's another thing. An EO isn't a proposal. An EO is law.
Okay, yeah, he's signing it into law, saying like, "Hey, this is what I think should be," and according to all of my advisors,
no,
we
that's not
believe
true.
this is what
You're
the
already off.
Contrans.
You're
Hold
already
on,
off. You're
hold
already
on.
off.
He's
You're already
all
off.
of their advisors.
You're already off.
Let me just finish.
You're already
all
off.
of their advisors.
Okay.
So you're saying that his advisors had nothing to do with it. He did not seek any fucking
No.
advisory.
What I'm
at all.
saying that you're off about is it's not that this is what he thinks should be. This is what he's making it. It's not a hope. It's not a dream. It's it. That's why the office of the presidency has so much power, right? And one of their powers is to slam the gavel down and make changes. He made a change. Now that power is only limited, right? Like specifically to the constitutional framework, and like a couple other like limiters, like because the Congress holds the power of the purse, right? He can't spend taxpayers' dollars generated new, right, with like no prior approval from Congress through the use of an executive order, because Congress holds the power to pass laws. Okay. technically they're not a law. They're kind of quasi laws. I call them laws just because that's the easy way to understand them. They're orders. Okay, they're an order that takes effect. Fucking law. Big difference. All right, but the big meat on the bone here is that it is a slam of the gavel. It is what it is. It's not a proposal. It's not a wish. It's not a request. It is what it is. When Donald Trump signs an executive order into effect, then that order takes effect.
Yep. And then there's a process where Congress or a court or whoever the fuck sits behind closed doors would review this and say, "Oh, hold on a second. No, we're not gonna allow this in the past." And then they would say, "Well, this is striked. We're gonna strike this down.
If it's what?
Not gonna be law."
Oh, this is,
and then it becomes not
this
law.
This is actually also a really good part of the conversation. Okay, what power do courts possess to strike down a president's executive order?
I mean, again, I'm meaning Congress. But...
Well, so Congress doesn't strike down his executive orders. So then you're wrong.
Bro, are you like just like intentionally dim?
I don't know why you're like acting as if I'm in the wrong here.
I mean, like the federal government, bud.
Okay, the federal government.
We already determined that Congress is the one that was proposing the amendment.
You just said Congress. Congress doesn't strike down the president's executive orders.
Okay, that's but again, like you're taking what I'm saying out of context. I'm not saying like this executive order is going to the fucking Congress. No, it would go to Senate, right?
What?
No, the Congress
What?
is the one. Congress is the one. Let me fucking.
The Senate is a part of Congress. You just said no, it wouldn't go to Congress. It would go to the Senate. Fucking goofy.
Bro, are you
Senate,
deaf?
Senate is half of the Congress.
Do I need to like pronounce words like
fucking goofy?
All the way through?
Silly fucking goose.
Okay, let me repeat this for you. No. Are you saying that it would? Or no, I'm sorry. That's not how I say it. It wouldn't have to go to the Senate. It wouldn't. I mean, is that how I have to do this,
it wouldn't go to the Senate, goofy.
Okay, perfect. So now I'm glad that we're on the same fucking page.
So who does it go to?
We're both in agreement that the Congress is the one.
Who does the executive order go to?
So whenever
who does the executive order go to?
Oh my god, bro, you're a fucking idiot.
You're a goddamn idiot. I'm sliming you right now, intellectually speaking. This is great.
Fuck, hold on, I'm gonna call.
Who strikes down the president's executive orders? Yeah, he's gonna go chat GPT that shit. He's not getting the call. Dude's running to Google. Motherfuckers running to Google, everybody. He's running to Google. It's fine. He's gonna come back and he's gonna be right. Chat GPT is gonna tell him that courts strike down executive orders. And then he's gonna come back on this live. He's going to ignore the fact that he said Congress.
Okay, yeah, I didn't hear anything you said. What did you say?
Don't worry about it. So I'll ask you the question. Who strikes down executive orders?
I think it's Congress, but I'm not 100%.
Holy shit, he didn't go to ChatGPT. He actually got a phone call. Fuck, you should have gone to ChatGPT. Because no, Congress does not strike down executive orders. Like within the relevant sense that we're talking about here. In the relevant sense that we're talking about here, it would be courts. The criminal justice system.
Let me Google it. Let me Google it real quick.
Oh, you know what? Actually, he did ChatGPT it. Because, yeah, sometimes Congress can strike down executive orders. You know, like for instance, if Congress passes a law that contradicts with an EO, okay, well, then that EO is superseded by the law. So he actually did.
Bro, that's exactly what the fuck I told you. That's exactly what I've been saying this whole time.
Yeah, he did ChatGPT it. But when we're talking about,
no, I didn't.
But when we're talking about Trump's executive order, it's either shot down or upheld, not by like Congress passing a law, obviously fucking goofy, because we're talking about a contradiction with the Constitution. Congress can't pass a law or doesn't need to pass a law to strike down the executive order because it's in contradiction with a fucking law of the land. Silly fucking goose. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and educate you. All right. A court would rule that his executive
Who struck down that?
Who
struck down that executive order?
Oh, about 1 billion federal judges.
Perfect. Great. So now that we've both come to the same fucking terms of Congress can indeed strike down executive orders.
No, Congress has nothing to do with this conversation.
Which is exactly what I said this whole fucking
Dude,
time. Like
oh
you're
my
just
God.
trying to make it like you've
Congress,
been right this whole time.
Congress,
That's crazy.
Congress would
Now,
never
let
strike
me go
down
back.
this
Let me
executive order.
just say this real quick. Let me just.
Congress would never strike down this executive order by passing a law that contradicts it because it already contradicts the law of the land, SCOTUS. Congress is completely irrelevant to this discussion.
Okay, perfect. Now let me get this out real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
So exactly what I said holds true. Okay.
No,
so
it doesn't. In the relevant sense of a conversation.
In a case in which,
no.
hold on, listen for a second.
Okay.
In the case in which Trump or Biden or Obama would release any form of executive order, as I said this whole time, if it was against the Constitution, Congress would have the ability to strike said executive order, right? I said the whole fucking time I've been saying this.
No, that's not true.
Now,
that's false. What you just said was false.
Oh my fucking God. You're literally an idiot.
Do you want me to tell you how you're false?
I mean, you're not going to let me finish talking, so you might as well just start talking again.
Okay.
I'm convinced you do this to hear yourself talk.
So, okay, wow, I'm just trying to help you out. So, Congress can overturn an EO by passing a law to nullify it. Okay, right? But point number one, the reason why Congress passing a law to nullify this executive order isn't something they do is because that law's already been passed. It's called the Constitution. So, are you just saying that they'd pass the Constitution again? Like what kind of
no?
Exactly.
Saying that they would strike, whatever steps needs to be taken within fucking Congress. They have the ability for some of them, if they violate the Constitution, to strike said down.
Oh,
now,
wrong. That's not true.
Dude, you're a fucking idiot.
I'm so sorry, but I'm just trying to help you out here. You're wrong. So Congress can't Congress can't hold a vote to just veto an EO. They can't do that.
Like, are you thinking that when I say strike down, I mean that they're just gonna catch a fucking imaginary executive order in the air and spike it? Like, is that what you mean? Like, what you think that I mean?
What I think that you mean is
that's not what all
they hold.
That's not at all what I mean.
When
I say strike, I mean they would do things that would. I'm saying that they would do something that would reverse said.
What would they do?
Order.
What would they do?
Bro, I fucking told you a million times I'm not a fucking politician.
Okay, well then stop calling me an idiot every time I'm trying to tell you.
Because you're misconstruing my fucking words,
I'm
dude.
not
I'm telling
misconstruing
you,
shit.
I give you a definition that fits within, and then you're like, oh no, that's not it because
you're
the
wrong.
technical term that you used is wrong.
No,
the technical term that you used is wrong.
You're just
gaslighting.
wrong. You just didn't. I know.
You're fucking gaslighting.
No, dude, you're just wrong. Congress can't strike down a president's executive order in the sense that they hold a vote to veto it. That's not true. Okay? Congress could pass a law to nullify an executive order. Because all of a sudden that executive order is in
which would be
conflict with
striking
the law.
it, right? Which would strike it down,
But
right?
that's not what they do when an EO is unconstitutional.
Crazy.
Because when an EO is unconstitutional, just listen. Actually, I want you to super duper listen to this part. I want to make sure that you're not losing it. Unmute. I want to make sure that you're super duper listening to this next bit.
Man, I'm listening.
Okay. This part's integrally important. Congress can't pass a law to nullify Trump's executive order because Trump's executive order is in confliction with the Constitution, meaning that it's in confliction with a law that already exists. That law would be the Constitution, right? There's no law that Congress could pass to nullify executive order number 14160 since it's already nullified by the law of the land. Does that make sense?
Yes, and I think that you have my understanding of this completely backwards. I'm not at all saying you can finish whenever you're done.
Thank you for the concession. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So now I think you have my entire ideology here completely misconstrued. Okay. So I'm not saying that Trump can lay down the law of the land. What I'm saying is Trump has the ability to make proposals within the United States of America, and those said proposals, right, can go all the way as far as executive orders. They can go into even say I don't know, maybe inspiration or whatever you call it for people within Congress to pass said legislation.
Wrong.
Now, hold the fuck on. So you're saying that Donald Trump can't say something and that somebody else holds a fucking that holds a place in Congress can't hold a similar ideology or at least feel the same way and then say, hey, maybe we need to fucking have a conversation about this. Like, no,
I'm
that's
saying,
that's how
let me
fucking
tell
politics
you what
works.
I'm saying. The president never has the ability to sign an unconstitutional EO into law. Never.
Okay. Anyway, now
Do you
that we're
accept?
past
Do you
that.
accept that?
Now that we're past
Wait,
that, right?
wait.
There was
Just to
amendments.
clarify, do you
There
accept
was
that?
amendments to the. Okay, so back in the day, it was illegal for a woman to vote. So what happened in order for that to be nullified?
Okay, I'll tell you because you don't know. Are you ready?
Go ahead.
So, first and foremost, do you know the year at least?
No.
Wow, 1920. Do you know the amendment number at least?
No.
Wow, the 19th.
I was gonna say 18.
Jesus, good. Woof! Anyways, so in 1920, Congress gave women the ability to vote by ratifying the 19th Amendment that required a either 2/3 or 3/4 majority approval in both chambers of Congress. Keep in mind, the two chambers of Congress are the House of Representatives and the Senate. So either 2/3 or 3/4, I forget which one, I think it's 2/3, of the Senate had to say, yes, I want to ratify this amendment for women to vote. And then that proposed amendment then had to go to the House of Representatives. And then if left unchanged and the House of Representatives also voted 2/3 in approval, right, it would then become an amendment to the Constitution.
Okay,
so
perfect.
that is
Now,
how women gain
with
the
all
ability
of that
to
being
vote.
said, are you who was the president at the time?
In 1920?
Uh-huh.
Yeesh, don't know.
Gotcha. Let me just do a quick Google search because I don't want to speak off this without it being right.
I'll tell you. What is it? Was it Wilson? The president was Wilson. Yeah, it's Woodrow Wilson.
Yeah. So okay. So are you saying that Woodrow Wilson was against or for women's right to vote?
Let's see. Did Woodrow Wilson support the 19th Amendment? Yep, he publicly endorsed it in 1918.
Fantastic. When was the bill passed?
Well, it wasn't a
1920.
bill. So an amendment.
Or when I'm not sorry. When was the ratification passed? It was 1920, right?
It was in 1920.
Okay, perfect. So crazy of me to go out on a whim here and say that maybe the people within Congress didn't come up with that ratification idea just off the top of their fucking heads. Maybe the people that held the higher end of the House, such as, I don't know, maybe the fucking president or senators or fucking whatever the case is, said, hey, maybe we want to give our fucking women the right to vote. And then it came to the fucking, with all of the riots or protests or whatever you wanted to fucking call it, right? And then, oh, well, damn, maybe that influenced them in making a vote, right? So there are things that the president, maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Either way, we don't fucking know. The truth is, Donald Trump does have the ability to influence Congress to pass a bill, whether they fucking do it or not.
Oh, also,
it doesn't fucking
I
matter.
left the states out of ratification. The states have to also ratify it. Yeah, but no. Anyways, just to respond to what you just said.
But it's how many of the states? It's like how many?
You just said,
what
one
percentage of the
moment.
states?
So what you just said was true. Good job, buddy. Gold star. A president can be like, hey guys, you should support this constitutional amendment. Great. But that's also like a really bad example. Okay, right? Because like about history and Woodrow Wilson, he only publicly endorsed it in 1918 because of pressure from women. Okay. Woodrow Wilson is not to thank for the 19th Amendment. American women are.
And
but regardless, what you're saying is still true. Okay, a president can say, hey, you should endorse this amendment. And because he's the president, they'll have some swing. But this just fundamentally has nothing to do.
Great, thanks for conceding.
Well, that's not a concession because it's just fundamentally
That was my entire point.
Oh, no, it's not. Because this
It literally is.
No, my
I appreciate
friend,
the concession.
It's not a concession. Because this fundamentally has nothing to do with the president signing an illegal EO into effect. Like, are you trying to say the reason why he violated the Constitution was to push for a constitutional amendment? Oh, well, that's actually a really bad argument because inside of this EO, he said that it doesn't need to be amended because that's the way it already is. Yeah, his argument. Oh, I should honestly, this is my bad. I should have told you this earlier so you didn't make this shitty, terrible, embarrassing argument. In Donald Trump's executive order, he basically said that in accordance with the 14th Amendment, meaning that we don't need to amend it again, they already don't have birthright citizenship, but he's just wrong. Right? That's why you don't use EOs to push for constitutional amendments, because EOs have to be in adherence with the Constitution. Therefore, EOs will always be framed if what they're advocating for is already constitutional. So basically, from Trump's perspective, it already is the case that the children born to undocumented immigrants don't have birthright citizenship. Therefore, we wouldn't need a new amendment.
I mean, that's how it should be, though. We shouldn't just give anybody who comes over here and pops out a fucking kid on the side of the Rio Grande River.
Yeah, but that would require a new amendment. You idiot.
Well, good. Maybe this is the first step of us working on it.
No, this is
Didn't you say you're a progressive liberal?
This isn't us progressing towards anything. Because Donald Trump
isn't. You're a progressive liberal.
This EO isn't Donald Trump saying we need to amend the Constitution to get this change. This is Donald Trump saying, in accordance with the amendments that already exist, they don't have this right. So you're conflating.
I agree with him.
Oh, buddy, don't say that. Don't say that, my friend. We already know that you know nothing about civics. Okay, well, listen, we're going to have that conversation real quick. So what section of the 14th Amendment guarantees birthright citizenship?
What does that matter?
Oh, it's because we just know that you know nothing about it. It's a
because
first section.
It matters.
So now, in accordance with the first section of the 14th Amendment, what two pre-qualifications need to be met in order for somebody to have birthright citizenship?
I mean, what, they got to be born here, and I don't know, be alive.
No. Oh my God. See, so you're just making an argument that you know nothing about, right?
I mean, no, I'm saying that I agree with his stance that just because they come over here doesn't give that their fucking children the right to fucking be citizens.
But like, how can you possibly know that?
If they come over here, now hold on. Now, if they came over here the correct way.
How do you know that?
Let's say they came over here the correct way.
How do you know that?
How do I know what?
How do you know that in adherence with the 14th Amendment, the children born to undocumented immigrants don't have birthright citizenship if you don't even know the two necessary pre-qualifications that are required to have birthright citizenship?
I said I agree with his ideology there. I didn't say that I know this to be a fact. I said that I agree.
You agree
that they should not be given fucking birthright citizenship.
Oh, now you're equivocating. Now you're equivocating.
Because
what you agreed to wasn't the ideological assumption that they shouldn't have this, but rather the descriptive fact that they don't have this. Because remember, the executive order isn't Trump saying, ideologically, I don't think they should have this. The executive order is Donald Trump saying, descriptively, they don't have this.
Well, it's him saying, hey, no longer do they have this. And then you're saying they got cast out. So then apparently that they still do right now have this. So you're advocating a point that like still right now they still have.
So you agree that they have birthright citizenship.
Hold on. So two people could come over here right now illegally from fucking Venezuela with kilos of unlikable flour substances, or not flour, but you know what I'm saying, like sugar, right? And they could give that to people and they could be unalived and then they can have children. And you're like, hey, children of those smugglers, we're cool with you being here. Matter of fact, why don't you go back on vacation and assist them in the smuggling?
Okay, actually,
my good sir.
Funny enough, there is a really strong possible argument that if they did have children while they were here, they wouldn't have birthright citizenship. Like, just really bad example. Because obviously you don't know this because you know nothing about the Constitution. I know that, like, legally speaking, the Trump administration has been legally effective and successful at labeling like drug smugglers as enemy combatants, right? And according to the U.S. versus Wong Kim Ark case, it was a SCOTUS case heard and held in 1898. The two groups of people that don't qualify for birthright citizenship would be enemy combatants of a foreign nation's military or foreign diplomats. So actually, because of Donald Trump's administration's legal success in labeling drug smugglers as enemy combatants of foreign nations, one could argue that there are judges that would rule that the children born to drug smugglers from another country on American soil don't have birthright citizenship. Just a quick fun fact.
So then perfect then I would say that 95% of them are automatically excluded.
Oh, well, that's a crazy assumption, and it's actually wrong.
No, it's not. Do you know anything about the process? Do you know what the coyote
What
is?
you're labeling is now that 95%.
Do you know what the coyote is?
I know that according to the Department
Yes
of
or no?
Homeland Security,
No, you don't.
You're wrong. So no, 95.
What's the coyote?
95. I don't know what the coyote is.
Okay,
What I
perfect.
do know is that it's wrong.
Would you like me to tell you?
After I make this statement, I do know that it's not true that 95% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers. Can you please give me empirical evidence that 95% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers?
Okay, so the coyote, and this is exactly to your point of how to figure out how many of these people are smuggling these substances, right? And for instance, you can go across any numerous number of towns across South Texas, Sheridan, Yoakum, Cuero, fucking El Campo, Victoria, right? There's signs like on back roads, right? And on the back of those signs, listen, this is a true story.
I'm sorry,
okay?
I'm just laughing at you.
On the back of those signs, there's phone numbers, right? And those phone numbers are numbers to the coyote, which are smugglers. They're people that traffic individuals, human beings. They work directly for the cartels. They are the people in charge. Like if you wanted to come over here from Mexico, they are the people that you would pay that would get you over here. Now, terms of said smuggling, and I can literally, like, I will DM you with somebody's phone number who's been through this process several times, who's given me the rundown of exactly how it goes. In fact, there's several places they have to walk literally backwards, so it looks like their footprints are going towards the border. And part of their conditions of the coyote smuggling them is that they are to deliver said backpacks to said signs and call said phone numbers. Now, would you say, even if this is, say, 1 out of every 10 people that agree to these terms and bring said substances, that is a ridiculous amount of undocumented, non-caught substances that you're saying, well, we can't, you're asking for a number to prove. Essentially what I'm saying is you're asking for a number to prove, where it's like, if we cast a fucking net out in an ocean and we catch 200 fish, does that mean there's only 200 fish in the ocean?
This guy's losing his shit. So I asked you for empirical evidence that 95% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers. After you made the claim that 95% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers, can you give me empirical evidence that 95% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers?
Listen, I gave you a number that was obviously inflated. Like 95% is a ridiculously inflated number. It was being exaggerated intentionally. Okay, now again, back to the
wait, intentionally. So you intentionally said something that was false?
So 1 out of every 10.
You said that intentionally saying something that is false. So
at least 10.
So intentionally saying something that is false is the definition of the word lie.
So again, to give you all of your hypotheticals,
said at least 10%?
I can give you all of
it. So you just claimed that 10% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers?
Based off what you say, you're
real quick,
on a daily basis.
Can you please give me
because
empirical
you use
evidence?
Hypotheticals every day.
One second.
That's a lie.
One second. Can you please give me empirical evidence, right, that 10% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers?
Are you a chipmunk? I don't think I've ever heard you go into chipmunk mode before. You look like Theodore right now, dog. Put on your glasses.
Put on
your glasses, Theodore.
You usually don't see me have this much fun with guests.
Where's Alvin?
I'm like uniquely owning your shit. Like, I'm not gonna lie, dude. I am like.
Are you Simon?
I'm uniquely owning your shit. Like, I'd argue that I beat, like, I don't know, every Trump supporter I debate. I don't mean that to inflate my ego. I just think it's hard to defend Trump. But like, I am like uniquely frying your shit, dude. You were like deep fried and served on a platter. Like, I haven't seen,
bro. You literally,
and honestly, months.
You literally pivoted away from every single.
Like, guys,
every single point.
When was the last time
pivoted away
that you like heard me correct somebody on so many points to this extent?
Just for it to be
like.
to be
But
exactly.
anyways, back to the question. You made the claim that 10% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers. What's the empirical evidence that 10% of undocumented immigrants are drug smugglers?
Yeah, perfect. There was a study done by the ICE Department of ICE that said that
Cutting you
in
off
contact
there.
with
The Department of ICE
Department of
doesn't
ICE.
exist.
Hold on, ICE.
You do not have a study
ICE.
done by the Department
ICE.
of ICE because the Department of ICE is not a thing. But
Okay,
go
well,
ahead.
ICE. I'm saying like ICE, as in like ICE, fucking idiot. Immigration, like the Department of Immigration. It is a department within the fucking. You're an idiot.
No, the
Anyway.
Department of Immigration is also not a thing. You do not have a study
you're saying
done
that
by the Department
So
of
you're saying that there's
Immigration because
Are you
the
familiar with what a
Department of
department is?
Immigration is not a
Are you
thing.
familiar with what a department is, sir?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So then you would say that you could classify said fucking entity as a department of the United States, right?
No.
Yes, because it is a fucking department. The same
No.
way.
Because a government
The same way that you
department
would say like the CIA
is a federal
is a department.
agency.
The same way that you would say like the fucking FBI is a department.
Because the FBI is a federal
You're an
agency.
idiot. Okay, perfect. So
ICE is not a federal agency. The Department of Homeland Security is a federal agency. So just to clarify, you're now telling us that you have a study done by the Department of Homeland Security. What is this
no,
study
it's by
called?
ICE. It's by ICE.
The Department of Homeland Security runs ICE.
Okay, perfect. So it's ICE. It's literally at the top of it. It's titled fucking what is it? ICE. I'll pull it up. I'll actually screenshot it and put it on my background.
Okay. Okay, so then it's not from a department. If it's from ICE, then it's not from a department because ICE is not a federal department because it's not a federal agency. ICE operates under a federal agency. It's called the Department of Homeland Security. Or like Customs. Customs and Border Patrol. Maybe that's what you're talking about. Dude, this guy, I don't know, man. I feel bad. He's getting fucking fried. Hey, Ben, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Andrew, thank you for the $10 on Venmo says, someone this dumb vote, somebody this dumb's vote counts just the same as mine. Yeah, crazy. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you. Allie, thank you for the $5. She says, will you please let him know that him trying to crash land his ignorance here isn't working? Yeah. I'm just like, I've towered over this fool. And honestly, I'm not mad. I'm not like even annoyed because I just keep like, he just left. Oh my God. Honestly, y'all, I think that is my favorite debate in a very long time. Maybe you had a different experience as a viewer and you were like highly annoyed because he was insane. Okay? But like, from my perspective, that was my favorite debate in a very, very, very long time. And I loved every second of that because he just couldn't get up. Like, sincerely, I think that's the best way to put it. He couldn't fucking get up. Every sentence that came out of his mouth was like irrefutably wrong for like an hour. Just great. Just honestly, I'm happy. Here, let me thank a couple people. Ben, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Then Emily, thank you for the $10. She says, dear guest, loud and wrong is a bad combo. Dead ass. Ben, thank you for the $5. Then Casey, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Casey, who says, for a quick civics lesson, an executive order equals instruction. Bill equals new rule idea. Amendment equals big rule change. People that speak with such conviction and confidence and could even pass a civics class. Fuck MAGA. So real. Adriana, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Adriana down below in that chat for the 20. Who says, a MAGA girl at work told me that she's pregnant and plans on having an abortion due to finances. She recently just had one 2 months ago. I said, no judgment, do what's best for you. She replied, I'm actually incredibly pro-life. I just have no choice. And then she will turn around and vote for legislation. I take that right away from her. The cognitive dissonance. Mad, thank you for the $10, who says, for Schoolhouse Rocking MAGA. Thank you for the $10. Harmony with a 5. Sean, thank you for the 25, who says, I've made pasta that has more brains than this guy. Yo, thank you for the $25. Lee, thank you for the $20, who says, someone didn't pass his government class in high school. Yup, thank you for the $20. Cheyenne and Hiba, thank you for the 5. Lauren with the $11, who says, love you, Dean. Could you please read this out? Out for me, please. Quote unquote, I understand, Benjamin. I don't understand what that's in reference to, but thank you for the $11. Timothy, thank you for the $10. Who says, love what you do. I'd love to paint something for you for free. Oh, dude, I'll hit you up. That's very kind of you. Then Cassidy, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, thank you for standing up and doing what we are all exhausted over. You're the best, Dean. Fuck this guy. He sucks bad. Yeah, he's gone now. He ran away. Thank you for the $20, Cassidy. Then Tom, thank you so much for the 5. And then Charlie, Kendall, and Ben, thank you for the 5. Jenny with the 10, who says, this guy sounds like an asshole. Absolutely. Allison, thank you for the 15. Ava, thank you for the 15. And then it looks like we have a couple new ones. Let's see here. Who do we have to thank? Juliana, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo for the new Miami Mint. Juliana, you're a queen. Thank you so much for the $20. Fuck yeah. Emily, thank you for the $15. She says, the Department of Assholes said this guest has a 100% chance of being an idiot. Oh, dead ass. Complete idiot. Droid, I fear. Shannon, thank you for the $10. Who says, I can't imagine being this uneducated and having that level of arrogance. Oh my God, he was so arrogant. Like every time I'd correct him on something that is like just blatantly wrong, he always tried to say, oh, Dean, you're dumb. You're dumb. You're dumb. Dude, just obviously not what I meant, dude. You're dumb. You're dumb, Dean. Noel, thank you for the $5, who says, here's $5 for dealing with the last guest. And Joel Patrick today. Yuck. Oh, I guess today was a little bit of a crazier day. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, who says, do you think Trump knows who you are? I would hope not. I don't really want to be in his crosshairs. Destiny, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I just read your message. I am going to keep that to myself, but thank you for the love. And oh my God, Ida! I really hope that you're still watching. This was an hour ago. Ida, thank you so much for the $100 over on PayPal. Ida, you are a queen. I want to see 1,000 IDAWs down below in that chat. And Timo, thank you so much for the meteor shower. Ida, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much for the love and for the generosity. Thank you so much for your kindness. Fuck yeah. Huge shout out to Ida. And then Anthony, thank you for the $10 who says, typical MAGA runs away like a rat. Jennifer, thank you for the 10 who says, thank you from Canada. Shout out to you in Canada. And Wanderer, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. And Stephanie, thank you so much for the $100 over on YouTube Super Chat. Fuck yeah, Stephanie, who says, wow, the way that this person speaks of women and babies, party of family values, question mark? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he was like using some really abrasive language when he was talking about women in reference to the 19th Amendment. And it looks like we are all caught up after one last person. Ivy, thank you for the $25 who says, what kind of dumbass doesn't come to debate prepared? Had no right to be so pressed when you're wrong. Dude, I know he was pissed off that he was wrong. Like, dude, it's not my fault. But I'm going to go ahead and end for the night. I love you all. Go raid Parker. He's live at Parker Get a Job on TikTok, at Parker Get a Job on YouTube. I love you all and I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, love, and good night. Oh, one last thing. I didn't delete my video on Venezuela. I've seen the allegations. I didn't take it down. I was strucken because of community guidelines. I'll actually show you guys real quick just so you believe me. Because I've seen a lot of people being like, oh, Dean took it down. Dean took it down. So on the phone screen, it says remove for community guidelines. And then you could kind of tell because of the transparency that it's me wearing my red shirt and like the bio and whatnot. I'll even give you a second screenshot just so you know it's real. Yeah, there it is. That one right there. Community guidelines violation, unfortunately. But anyways, peace and love, guys. Good night. Go Raid Parker. Bye-bye.